We have a quorum, and so we'll get cracking in about a minute. Do I have one? Parties. Righty-ho. Morning, everyone, and welcome to the first Transport Resilience Infrastructure Committee meeting for 2025. Good to have you here. Just first item is apologies, and we've got a number of varying types of apologies. So we have for lateness, Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, Chris Darby, Daniel Newman, Ken Turner, and Greg Sayers. Also then early departure, Billy Brown from OMSB, Chris Fletcher, the Deputy Chair, Julie Ferry, Wayne Walker, and the Deputy Mayor, Desley Simpson.
I don't know what early departure means, because I like...
It's before we finish.
Well, they've put me down as early departure.
I think...
I have no idea.
We don't know when we're finishing yet.
I have no idea when it'll be, but I'll be gone before.
Yeah.
No, what is the time? Is it 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock they're leaving?
1:30 is, and for two of them, 3:30 is for another. So I'm hoping...
I wish to, as Deputy Chair, say that mine is on council business. We have the Auckland Future Board meeting, so apologies that I'm leaving early.
So hopefully... Yeah, no, we won't be here at 6, I can assure you. So hopefully, with your indulgence, councillors, we will be finished before all of that comes to fruition in your court. So any other apologies? Okay, would someone like to move? Thank you, Chris, and second, Shane. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. We have a number of requests for electronic attendance. So Mayor Wayne Brown, Alf, Lotu and Kieran. Someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. Seconder. Thanks, Angela. Those in favour say aye. Against carried. Just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest. If you have any, have we got any? No one interested? Outstanding. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 5th of December. Someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. Seconder. Thanks, Shane. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye, and against carried. We have no petitions, and we do have public input for Graham East, who is yet to make it. So unusual for Graham to be not here on time, but we'll just hold that then, and we will go to local board input. And so pleasure to welcome up Henderson Massey Local Board, Brooke. And who? And Dan. All yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Today I am here with my colleague Dan Collins, and firstly I wanted to say thank you for the opportunities to speak to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting today. It's very appropriate that we as a Henderson Massey Local Board speak to you right now, just after the second anniversary of the storm events that shocked our region and have affected thousands of Aucklanders ever since. Now, the West has a not so proud history of missing out on important stuff, and that's why we are here today, as we are paranoid about something potentially being taken away from us. So on today's agenda later today, you'll face a decision about the prioritisation of funding for Tranche 2 of the Blue-Green networks, of which staff have recommended prioritising Clover Drive Blue-Green network. After workshopping this with council staff, it is the unanimous view of our local board that we support staff advice to prioritise the Clover Drive Blue-Green network, as it is a concentration of the most heavily affected areas, including Campbell Place, Clover Drive, and the Don Buck Bridge, where Councillor Henderson became an emergency responder, redirecting traffic in the storm. Now,
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, it's critically important that the project goes ahead as planned and with no elements removed. As you all know, this area was one of the worst affected in the anniversary weekend floods, and while many of the Category 3 residents can move on with their lives, there are many residents who remain who are only an inch or two away from being Category 3 who have to live in an area that was affected really badly. I know of one resident who had an inch of water coming into her house. She still has to remain there. She was trapped in her home on the day. She had 2 small children, and whenever it rains now, 2 years on, her anxiety absolutely hits the roof. She and many other residents desperately need the project to go ahead, so when a similar event occurs, and it's a matter of when, not if, they'll have reassurance that they've got a level of protection that will keep them safe.
And on that note as well, today you'll hear of a large funding shortfall for this project, as more homes were affected than were originally forecast. And so for WAIF and the Ranui community who live on Clover Drive, this is really a good news story for them, so thank you very much for prioritising them. However, this means that other areas will not have funding committed. We're most concerned that the Faux Stream, Ehrlich Esplanade Reserve and Henderson Park are categorised as minor blue-green networks. We're advised that design work will continue under existing Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience Department budgets, but future funding has not been secured for the implementation. So we advocate that Council should investigate securing budget for the other remaining projects as well, particularly Henderson and Ehrlich, acknowledging that Clover Drive will be prioritised first. And on the topic of funding redirection, so it has been suggested in your report that funding for this should be from Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience budgets in the Henderson Massey Local Board area. That's at paragraph 10. So that would be covering the funding shortfall. However, these projects are projects to upgrade existing pipes to accommodate future growth in Henderson Massey. We strongly disagree that funding should be redirected. To be clear, it's a redirection, not reprioritisation of that funding. It is well known that Henderson Massey is one of the highest rates of housing intensification, with Red Hills being identified as part of Council's future growth strategy. At this very moment, we've got sewage being tankered out in trucks in Red Hills because there are no pipes to take it away. We've got no infrastructure. And likewise in Te Atatu Peninsula, right now you can see sewage pouring into our significant ecological areas, such as Harbourview o Rangahina. So redirection funding is really just kicking the can down the road and increasing that environmental impact. And this will cost more later. We haven't been advised where specifically the funding will be redirected from, and that's not in the report. However, an example that comes to mind for me personally is we had a workshop on Tuesday. We talked about proposed stormwater reticulation projects in Te Atatu Peninsula, and that area has got high growth, and they also experienced significant flooding during the storm event, but aren't part of that blue-green strategy network. However, if that project doesn't go ahead, we are concerned about the ability for these places to cope if there is a repeat storm event. So other avenues of funding through Council should be explored instead. Now, it's all good coming to you with a problem, but what could be the solution, right? So what about potential redevelopment to recuperate costs? So we in Henderson have the issue with housing, not just here, but nationwide. We are advocates for our Ranui residents who are going to face the brunt of this. We've got high demand for housing, yet we're having houses being demolished, and our community is humbly proud to be in Ranui as a Ranui resident. So consideration should be made for future redevelopment in this area to encourage residents to return to Ranui. However, we have to make sure that safety is not compromised should any future redevelopment be considered. And there should be enough housing developed so that there isn't a net loss in total housing. Having more residents back in this redevelopment area will contribute to a thriving sense of community that there's in Ranui. Importantly, any profit from the redevelopment needs to be ring-fenced and reinvested into the blue-green infrastructure in Henderson Massey. So, for example, as I said earlier, the minor Ehrlich and Henderson blue-green networks. This could be a solution to the funding shortfall caused by more Category 3 properties than expected, but it only will work if the funds generated from the development are ring-fenced and recycled back to that affected area.
Kia ora. So we've come to you with a solution and a problem today, and I hope you'll consider that. I'll wrap it up now. Look, Brooke rightfully mentioned that the West has the unfortunate reputation of missing out, and I'm sure you're used to hearing that narrative from local boards and councillors, but it's not narrative, is it? It's fact. We miss out on things that other parts of Tamaki Makaurau take for granted. Clover Drive Blue-Green Network, it's a great news story for our Rānui community who have suffered the most, and we really thank you for recognising that and for the work that's gone into it to date. We support the prioritisation of the Clover Drive Blue-Green Network and for the project to proceed with no elements removed. We do have concerns about the redirection of other infrastructure funding in Henderson Massey and consider there may be opportunities to redevelop land that can increase housing in Henderson Massey and keep our Rānui community together. Councillors, thank you for your time. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, ka mai te pai.
Thank you, Brooke. Thanks, Dan. So questions? Shane.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, that's a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for coming in. And just before I ask my question, just to acknowledge your strong advocacy. I know you were both out on the night of the flood and also all the work that you do at the board table as well as on the ground in the community. So kia ora for that. Look, I want to ask you about the redirection of local board healthy waters budgets and the chance this could affect much needed infrastructure in the board area. For those that aren't familiar with the area here, how much future growth are you expecting in the board over the next 10 years?
So in terms of future growth, in the last year, Te Atu Peninsula had the highest number of resource consents issued for intensification, and I'm the resource consent lead for the local board, so that gave me a lot more work to have to do a lot more revising than I would usually do. So I've seen that personally in Te Atu Peninsula, but also I must remind you that Red Hills is the next jury, so Red Hills is going to have 30,000 new residents, I think that's expected, and so that's going to be a huge area that needs a lot more investment in terms of infrastructure. And I'm reminded of one of Ken Turner's posts about the tankering of sewage already, right? And it's quite funny that we've got residents moving in there, and they don't even have a method for their toilet waste to go to a thing, to get processed, and it's going out by trucks, and we need that funding to be able to make sure that Red Hills gets that necessary infrastructure funding that it needs.
Quick follow-up, because I know we're celebrating today in a way. We're getting Clover Drive across the line, which is a fantastic effort, and I want to acknowledge you for that. You guys have been instrumental in that. But just to sort of put a fine point on that point that we've just discussed, do you think that there'll be a risk of a slowdown in housing growth if we do lose funding for the infrastructure that's needed? I mean, you've said peninsula is the most number of resource consents. It's a peninsula, right? So what's the risk there if you don't have enough funding, infrastructure-wise? What happens to the housing growth?
I don't foresee a slowdown in housing growth due to infrastructure. It hasn't happened so far. Te Atu Peninsula is absolutely slammed, as is other parts of Henderson Massey. It hasn't been a barrier to date. I don't anticipate it would be now, but what it will create is a hell of a problem moving forward. The redirection of the funds is really a bugbear for us. We can fix Clover Drive. We can chip in our bit for that. That leaves these problems that have been decades in the making and that being compounded by more housing getting worse. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we need to find a way around that.
Yeah, and just to play devil's advocate on that, I look at it from the perspective of the developers and the real estate agents, and if they see this kind of risk from the governing body and they don't have that infrastructure to be able to put in these developments, perhaps that will mean the developers will not want to progress growth as much as they'd anticipated. I mean, people want to buy the houses, people want to move in, yes, but the reputation that we have, if you look at the community pages, for example, it's not a good one at the moment. The people that are moving in there at the moment aren't happy, and if you look at that in terms of a developer coming in and trying to transform a site, maybe that means that the developer itself will want to slow down his own, project planning.
Interesting. Thank you so much for the points. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, so just two more questions. So first one from Angela.
Thank you both for your presentation and thank you for providing the solution. My question was around that. Do you know, have you had officer advice if the local boards have the appropriate delegations to be able to do that within your asset base? I'm supportive. I think local boards should be able to reinvest, use their assets, reinvest for the right outcomes for community. Obviously, they would need to be aligned with the broader regional network plans and whatever that is. Have you been able to speak to officers about that?
We haven't yet, but I think as part of our increased delegations and obviously we've had a big revision on local board powers, I'm hoping that we are able to, basically moving forward from now.
I'd be really interested to keep in contact about that and what barriers there may or may not be alongside Councillor Ferry.
Thank you.
Squinting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
And last one, Richard.
Kia ora, thanks, Jan. Thank you for the presentation. Just doesn't need a long answer, but have you written to your local MPs and the government because this is not necessarily our favourite thing to do is try and find more money, but our main issue is the 300 or 400 extra homes, but the government so far not being keen to help us with that additional spend.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I asked that to staff when they came and spoke to us about it. I was told firmly that there wouldn't be any opportunity to seek further government funding, but that's something that we definitely would want to advocate for. So we would send a letter to do that. We were told that the funding envelope has been closed, and so now government will not give more, so we have to squeeze it out of council budgets. But we'd be happy to do that.
Absolutely. We're committed to pulling all the levers we can, and I look at no as a maybe, and so we'll push it as hard as we can.
Okay, thanks, Brooke. Thanks, Dan. Well put. Any discussion? None? Movers? Shane, Chris? All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Righty-ho, we're going to go back to public input, and Graham is here. So, Graham, great to see you. Wander on up. You've got a presentation, so it's been out on Nexus, so the floor is yours, mate.
Ooh.
Just a note too from, there was another request from local board input, but it was deferred, and that was from Kaipariki and Devonport Takapuna. It'll be deferred until we talk about Wairau Valley. So Graham, all yours, mate.
Thank you very much for allowing me to slide in a bit later than planned. I missed the link bus. Right, so I'll rip through this presentation as fast as I can. There's quite a bit here. Hopefully you've had a chance to at least glance at it before the meeting. So, as I say on slide 1, it was 10 weeks since the announcement of the proposed reform of Auckland Transport, part of which involves a policy-making committee, brand new, to be set up, and in the Mayor's words, Aucklanders will be back in control. Next slide, please. Or have I got the control? Where am I pointing? I'm not. Okay, there's an article that appeared just around about Christmas time with a big heading, probably written by a sub-editor, but that's the spirit of the article. Aucklanders will be back in control. So next slide. I'm still not sure which the multiple buttons here. Which one am I pressing? Left, right? The right-hand one. Oh. Okay, so that's zooming in on that headline and asking the question. And next slide is What the hell? Okay, so within that same article, highlighted at the left, but I've reproduced it on the right so that it's quite clear. This joint committee that will be set up will have 3 ministerial appointees. This is completely unheard of stuff. And 3 councillors with an independent chair, and that independent chair will have to be with the agreement of the minister. So that gives the minister considerable control. Unlike every other part of the country, which has a regional land transport committee, and they've had that since 1998, 27 years ago, they get to choose their own composition of their own land transport committee, although it can include some people from outside the council. They're in control. And as far as I'm aware, none of them have ever had any members, let alone half of them, appointed by the minister. So this is an agenda from my collection. I used to attend meetings as an observer. I was never a member of the Regional Land Transport Committee, so I'm well familiar with the committee and its work. And I'll then zoom in. Right, so that's the composition of the committee. The ones with the coloured dot next to them are not elected members, and you'll see the different designations or categories that they represent. So a wide range of expertise and experience to augment the councillors. The 2 down the bottom are green because they are observers rather than members. Right, so what was the key function of the RLTC, and still is in every other region except here, is to develop a regional land transport strategy, RLTS, and a set of implementation plans. Now, the Mayor keeps talking about a transport plan, an integrated transport plan. As far as I can tell, it's the same thing, or in the same neighbourhood. It's just different words. So this is an existing system. It is widely used, and as far as I know, it's reasonably successful, and was so here up until 2010, when the government set up the Auckland Transport, which was sort of not only in control of delivery but also of policy making. And in the early days, council actually had its own transport planning team, but I could see Mike and the committee getting very frustrated back in those days because they weren't in control, and eventually that small team was disbanded. There wasn't much point trying to pretend that council had any real say in the matter. So I'm still not sure where I'm supposed to be pointing this damn thing. There we are. Oh, so
It
we've...
just takes a couple seconds. If you point it at the computer, you are where you want to be.
Okay.
A little late.
I'm trying to go... Oh, God. There's a slide missing, because I asked the question, what about the Auckland Transport Alignment Project? I don't know what's happened to that slide, because I've got it here. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. Now, why has there been no reference whatsoever to the ATAP? It exists. It was set up The discussions happened in 2015. The first ATAP was launched in 2016. It's been reviewed at 3-yearly intervals since then, 2019, 2022. We should be talking about the fourth iteration this year, but apparently not. So anyway, my time is up, and so I'll move to the last slide. What is it I'm asking of you? Please do not simply accept the proposals that are out there. Question them, ask if there are alternatives or a better way. I believe the RLTC system is such a thing because the legislation is already there, the system is already there. It puts us on the same basis as every other region in the country. I don't see why Auckland is so exceptional. It has to have a totally unique system. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Graham. Good to see you. First question, Angela.
Thank you, Graham, for your presentation. I enjoyed looking at that presentation actually, because you're absolutely right in a lot of what you're saying. This isn't your first rodeo. So how much time do you think we've been losing over the years while we reinvent things that were already working quite well? It seems that that might be the people that get in the way rather than the actual model itself. So just curious as to your view about how much traction we might have lost for Auckland as we continue to relitigate what is the best model for Auckland.
That rather than begin with a blank piece of paper and devise a new system, presumably consult on it, discuss it with the select committee, legislation finally pops out, and then, as with any new system, there's always wrinkles, getting it into practical effect. Whereas Auckland used to have its own regional land transport committee. Now, unfortunately, most of you were not members back in those days because it's 15 years ago. So Al Filipina represented Manukau City as an alternate for the mayor at some meetings, and Chris Darby, North Shore City. I think the only consistent member was Mike Lee, representing the ARC. And I think Wayne attended a couple of meetings as an observer. Yeah. Oh, you weren't always recorded in the minutes. Anyway, so there are a few people with some knowledge of that system, but most of you, this is new information. And I don't know why it's been ignored in the discussion so far.
Okay, we've got 3 more questions and then we'll cap it at that. So, Daniel?
Good morning, Graham. Thank you very much for your attendance and thank you for your support for Papakura High School, my old high school. Good to see you out there at the prize givings. Graham, predating Auckland Council, the Electoral College, which you're effectively describing as the old Regional Land Transport Committee, wasn't just one council though, was it? It was multiple councils, and because it was multiple councils, under that Electoral College model, nobody had full control. Is that your recollection of it?
So I think you're talking about when they set up, oh God, there was various things. There was Artmill. So yes, that was done through an electoral college, but I don't see a particular problem in having multiple voices at the table. Personally, I think that strength comes from having multiple opinions rather than having one person or one group who think they know it all. So I don't see that as a defect in the system, and that's the beauty of the Regional Land Transport Committee. This might be novel to some of you, was that not all members were politicians. And that had a big advantage, particularly in election year, because not everyone was, or a significant number of members were not concerned about their electoral prospects. They were voting on issues as they saw them from their knowledge and experience, rather than, oh, will this make me unpopular and get me unelected? So having that balance of elected and sector group members, it's not the only way of doing it. And most councils throughout New Zealand, most of the regional councils only have used the ability to appoint selectively, so they have 2 or 3 non-politicians. In Auckland, it was getting close to 50-50. There are many ways to skin a cat, but the idea of inviting the minister to the table, I don't think is remotely helpful, and certainly not putting Auckland in control.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Graham, you've followed these things for many years, and so we are all listening very respectfully, because you have that institutional memory of the history of much of this. I'm really interested to pose to you, as one of, along with my colleague Mike Lee and Jeff Dangerfield, David Warburton, we were the original architects of the ideas around ATAP, because that was to try and have the methodology from Treasury speak to Auckland speak. But it wasn't an end in itself, because it actually didn't deal with the plethora of plans that we have to this day, unfunded plans, meaning that we've got plans to take us everywhere, but if they're not implemented and they're not funded. Do you want to comment on that? Because that is one of the desirable features of the Mayor's proposal for an integrated transport plan, that we can actually then perhaps cull some of the plans and come up with something that is workable.
Well, I do see merit in that argument, but it's not a king hit. What I'm saying is that Auckland is not short of plans, never has been. Auckland is short of money, and without money, nothing happens. So money is the key, and that is why back in the days of Len Brown, I think it was, 2015, the ATAP discussions were about trying to get government agencies and the council on the same page, so that it was agreed as to what would be funded, and I guess conversely what wouldn't be funded, but they would give some certainty. Unfortunately, ATAP's been observed in the breach by Wellington, so it was a good idea, but it sort of languished somewhat. In fact, I think most Aucklanders have never heard of it, which I would like to see it reinvigorated rather than abandoned. But yes, it is important that you don't just make plans in a vacuum, which are fine in theory, but ain't going anywhere until you've got certainty of funding.
Thanks, Graham.
Okay, Morris.
Look, it's just a quick trying to get the record straight here. You were talking up on your slides about the Land Transport Act of 1998 and Section 178. That was my legislation. I remember it well. I'm still getting counselling for it because I bought in the photographic driver's licence, and it was one of the most hated things ever. It's fine now, but 178's about clean car standards. Section 178 of the Land Transport Act 19, I've got it before me. You've got your numbers wrong and you've got the wrong act. I was trying to bring in emission standards for vehicles and put limits on all sorts of emissions, which Richard Hills will be quite surprised that Morris Williamson was doing. But that's, if you go and look back, all of Part 13 of that act was all about emission standards, and Section 178's in there. So you've got your nomenclature wrong. That's all.
Well,
just go and check it.
I might have the detail wrong, but the intent and the spirit is there, and you are supported by some wonderful officers. I'm sure that Barry can put us right on which section is the relevant one. I think it is important because that legislation already exists and it has been in use for 27 years.
I've got it before me if you want to come and look at 178 about clean cars.
You can enjoy yourselves afterwards, Morris.
Okay. It's got to have a bit of fun.
I mean, it was updated in 2003, so that section was amended, but the spirit of it was still there.
Okay, and I was going to cap it there, but Mike, because your name is on that lovely old yellow faded thing that Graham put up, I'll let you go. But if the question and answer could be succinct.
Thank you, Graham. And thank you for bringing this to us. I think you make a very fair point. In my experience, Auckland exceptionalism hasn't really helped Auckland at all. In terms of the current situation, you are absolutely right. Up until actually 2013, the Auckland Council and the Auckland Transport Committee was the Land Transport Committee under the Act. In 2011, I believe, after the establishment of the Super City and after the establishment of AT, the status remained with the Land Transport Committee, remained with the parent council. The government of the day changed things in an amendment bill which was enacted in 2013, making the AT board the Land Transport Committee. In other words, the Land Transport Committee is in essence part of a regional council. So is this council a regional council under the Act. So in effect, we had two regional councils not necessarily on the same page, which, when you think about it, went right against the intent of the Super City amalgamation. And this is what I told the Select Committee when I submitted against it on behalf of Auckland Council back in 2012, I believe it was. You've got a copy of my submission. Can I ask you, in terms of ATAP, would you not agree that ATAP is a process rather than an entity, and it is a non-statutory process, and it's not the first such process? There was one with a similar name back in the legacy days, and it was something like RTAP or something like that. And in my view, again, it was in essence the central government becoming a little bit concerned about what was going on with what was happening with the plans, the statutory plans in Auckland, and wanting to seek costings and actually more political control over them. And I think this last ATAP sprang up when AT and Auckland Council were looking at a conventional light rail system. And again, the government of the day grew concerned and initiated this ATAP process to line everything up. So would you not agree that it's not actually an entity, but a process, a political process, essentially emanating from the central government, and probably, when you think about it, an aspect which is similar to the central government taking over the Land Transport Committee, when you think about it?
There's a lot in that, and I don't have your depth of knowledge of exactly what was going on back in the day. I was scratching my head trying to work out who was in control, because there was what was written in the Act and so on, and then there seemed to be the reality. So I think it is a good thing that Auckland and Wellington are talking and collaborating and working together. I'll give you an example. The transport, what do they call themselves now? The Transit Authority has gone on an orgy of motorway building in Auckland, and it hasn't made the motorways flow any easier at rush hour. they're an awful sewer of traffic. But it then spills over onto the local road network. And so a lot of people talk about congestion, but we've built it by the way we've done things. So there has to be a better way, and both of the leaders of Auckland Transport, the CEO and the chair of the board, have both come to this committee roughly a year ago with the mantra that the only way out of this mess is to greatly improve our public transport system and ridership, the patronage, so that rather than being a minority thing, it is standing a balanced system between private car use and public transport. And we ain't going to get that if the policy and strategy is being driven by the sort of thinking we're seeing from our transport ministers. They either don't get it or they don't believe in it, and so they pay a bit of lip service to public transport, but they don't really. So we need to be in charge of our transport system, not Wellington. Once we've worked out what our policy is, then we can talk to Wellington.
Okay. Thank you, Graham, for taking the time to come along. Someone like to move that we receive and thank. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Julie. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. Thank you, Graham. Well done. Okay, we have no items of extraordinary business, and so the first item up on the agenda is the City Rail Link, and so I think we've got Joe and Stacey and John. So welcome along, and appreciate the presentation pre-circulated, so I'll leave it with you.
Kia ora tātou, malolile, talofa. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to have a quick chat on the City Rail Link. To my left this morning is the EGM of Public Transport and Services and Safety for AT with Stacey van der Putten. On my right I have Joe Reeves, who's their comms manager for projects and public interface from Kiwi Rail. And I'm the usual suspect. So, significant milestone was achieved before I start. I just want to thank a lot of people from CRL, Link Alliance, AT, Auckland One Rail and Kiwi Rail, who collectively run the first successful test train through the tunnel last evening. So that's a significant milestone. And to you as our council and our customers in Auckland, your sacrifice is now being realised by these milestones being hit. So we appreciate the mandate you've given us to deliver something for all of Auckland. So we might just throw this video on and see how that gives you a pictorial of what we achieved last evening.
Where was the polystyrene? Where was the polystyrene? In 23, at a confidential meeting, we were told that they were going to cover the train in polystyrene and go through at different speeds.
Yeah, hang on, Ken. So we'll just keep it in a bit of structure, eh? Right,
So-
all yours, John.
Yeah, thanks, team. I think just to close on that point, that obviously the testing continues tonight. That was a very low-speed initial testing power functionality of the interface functions that make trains run safely. So we're going to incrementally lift the speeds as we can over the successive test periods. We've got a clicker issue.
What am I doing wrong?
Next one. Keep going.
You do.
Okay, just very quickly, just to highlight the mandate you've given us and the permissions you've given us as the customer of 96 days shut for the remainder of calendar year 25 are now moving forward. This is just a summary of where those shuts are. We've seen this before. All I will say is that we've been challenged internally by our own business and you as the customer to see if we can reduce those 96 days. We have those 96 days. Our mandate is now to challenge that and do as much as we can. And when I go into the block of line results from Christmas 24, you will see we achieved and exceeded above our planned targets. So we are on the right glide path. This colouring in competition, I'll quickly explain it. All of the purple that's reflected in the purple boxes are the work that needs to be complete before we open CRL. All of the other multicoloured boxes, apart from the green, are complete. The green, which is in the heart of the diagram, reflects the third main, which will be handed back in May this year and will enable us to have two mains operating between Westfield and Wirrie that has the opportunity to segregate passenger and freight and allow us to run a more resilient timetable. Next slide. This is the calendar which you've seen before. I won't dwell on this. This hasn't changed, but to my point I made previously, we are challenging our business to deliver as much as we can, as safe as we can, and as effective at highest production levels and quality throughout the year. So the grey reflects complete line closures and the blue reflects partial line closures so we can still operate trains on parts of the network. I'll now go into a quick update of what we achieved over Christmas in terms of some statistics. The key piece here is the box on the bottom left of the schematic. It shows you where we are with our completed percentage rates of the key projects we're delivering. You'll note we're almost 95% complete on the third main, which we'll hand back in May this year and open. We have completed P2P, which is at 100%, and we're at 95% for C9 Britomart, which is the active works to enable all of Britomart to be opened. In terms of plan versus actual tracking to program, we are slightly ahead of target to CRL Day 1 opening next year. Just some stats, high level, that just shows you what we achieved as a team in partnership with AT and Auckland One Rail and you, our customer, allowing us to mandate to have the network shut. It's proven that we can achieve a lot. Some interesting stats I'll highlight is the 7.4 kilometres of rail infrastructure reinstatement that we did. That's in terms of the rail we laid. That's equivalent to stretch up and down Queen Street twice and halfway back down the second time. In terms of how much material we took out of the network to replace old formation and drainage, that could fill 12 Olympic-sized swimming pools. The aggregate we carted in to the network to actually replace that and lift the condition of the network into a good state to run a reliable network equates to 43 kilometres of truck and trailer units parked nose to tail from the Auckland Harbour Bridge to the top of the Bombays. So to just understand the quantum, I just wanted to paint those very, baseline stats in people speak, that you gave us this opportunity. We are trying to deliver on our customer promise as a collective to make sure that we optimise what you've given us, our customer. So I think we have achieved that. We've actually exceeded our plan versus actual targets. Next slide, please, Joe. And that's just a continuation. I think it just shows you quantum. What did we learn as a collective group? We learned that setting up a delivery operations centre on the back of the AROC, the Auckland Rail Operations Centre, which you all invested in, and we as a collaborative team are now sitting in there as a tripartite group, AT, One Rail and Kiwi Rail, that is proving to be gold. People talk to one another. They don't send emails. They actually converse across the table, and it's proving dividend, right? So the DOC, or the Delivery Operations Centre, is proving its worth. We've aligned across our teams. We've solved issues that have come up early. We've been more effective and efficient, and we've actually advanced our forward planning horizon of what's coming next and how can we best deliver it. Next slide, thanks. Stacey.
Over to me. Thank you, John. I just want to make one point that I think, John, you missed, which is actually a really important point. So we all remember this time last year when we reinstated trains after the Christmas, what we call block of line, so the Christmas shutdown period, and we had repeated train cancellations due to heat restrictions coming across the network due to de-stressing activity that they were unable to complete. So Kiwi Rail this year managed to do all the heat distressing before school recommenced, and that's why we have seen no unanticipated restrictions in terms of times of day, which has been a real good success and helped the rail network get to back up to full contingent. And actually, yesterday, I think 57,000 people took train services yesterday, which was a really good result at this point in the year. In terms of the replacement services over that summer shutdown period, we obviously had a rail bus replacement strategy that was in place. We did introduce some changes to that. So we brought in a shuttle from Meadowbank to connect with the Eastern replacement services throughout the closure. That was a success and well regarded by the community there. We introduced these express services on the Southern, Eastern and Western line that really helped during those last couple of weeks of January where there were much heavier loaders as people was coming back to work, and they worked really well. And of course we had that other week at the end of January crossing over into February where we did have a partial closure, which we had, bus replacements still in place. We'll just go to the next slide. I mean, overall, it works really well in terms of that bus replacement strategy. You're never going to accommodate everybody on a bus replacement as you are on the rail network, but obviously we had the full contingent of scheduled services back in operation from early January as well, so that did a lot of the heavy lifting. The numbers there were actually, it ended up being that we moved 260,252 people by rail replacements if we add on that last week. So you can see that a huge volume of people came back for that last week of closure and used those rail replacements. It was a 32-day closure in comparison to last year, which was a 20-day, but half the numbers in terms of replacements. So more people used them this year, which is a good sign in terms of that. Feedback was really good. Obviously, we had good weather for Auckland throughout that period, which I think both really helped in terms of the volume of work that Kiwi Rail could undertake, but also in terms of that customer journey for people as well. We had really good feedback on that Meadowbank rail bus stop loop and the Southern Express as well. So those express services were what we did see, which we kind of anticipated, was that people would wait for the express rather than taking the all-stop service. So that's something that we need to consider in our forward planning with how we do these going forth and how we work with the communities to give them sort of what they want as a replacement service. We did have some issues on the Western line, which we're sort of working through with the operator to make sure we don't have a repeat of that through the next time. So it wasn't just, there were other projects that sort of occurred during that time too that we took some, advantage of. So from a customer perspective on the next slide. So obviously we had the introduction of the Pukekohe station, so we had the opening of that a few weeks ago, which was really good. Now numbers on the Pukekohe line have gone up way, to pre what they were before Pukekohe line shut down, which is really cool. The problem we have now is that obviously the park and ride is constrained in terms of that, and so they're the complaints that we're coming through is that we don't have enough parking at the park and ride for people. And so we're sort of working through some options on that, but it's a good problem to have. Yeah, because the community is really excited to have their station back and are on board using the trains, and so we're getting really good feedback about that. We did some lift upgrades at Swanson Station, so we took the time to do that, and we've actually got some more to be done next month at Sylvia Park, as well as we replaced 2 level crossings at Homai Station. So there was other stuff done across the network and used that time to our advantage to make sure we could give everything a deep clean and the likes of as well during that time. Now we're going to talk about the road and trucking update. John, I think you are first one.
Yeah, thanks, Stacey. Awesome, thank you, team. We just had a few technical difficulties today, Mr. Mayor, with our PowerPoint. Maybe AT might need to, or Auckland Council might need to spend a little bit of money to get it up. Just a segue. So, in terms of truck movement updates, the average was around. Or before I start, I'd just like to thank AT and ATOC for the interface functions they provided Kiwi Rail in a joined-up team approach to actually manage the rail bridge to support New Zealand Inc. and the supply chain over Christmas. There was a lot of work done for that, and that enabled us to complete the work program. So very quickly, there is an average of truck units of 400 a day, about 40 per hour, and that managed program through ATOC enabled us to deconflict the traffic management required for Auckland to operate. In total, we've got there a date till January the 17th. We had 6,500 containers moved by road to and from Auckland. The actual totals at the end of the block of line on the 28th of January, that total moved out to 12,000 containers, and that was a total of 1,000 kilometres of containers being moved by road. The resulting of that diesel burn is that we had significant carbon footprint, and it actually underpinned the value of rail in terms of it's better to rail than road bridge. In terms of sustainability long term, in our dual responsibility as the asset owner to support above rail commuter transport and also supply chain on a mixed mode network, a road bridging is not sustainable in long term for our rail industry for freight, and nor is it sustainable for our customers to have the network shut. And that comes back to one of the first points I made, is that the challenge now for calendar year 25 is to ensure that we push hard to fully optimise those 96 days shut that you have given us, and to attempt our best to reduce that. And that is the challenge we have, and that is what we are dealing with internally to deliver our customer promise. Stacey.
Thanks, John. Not a lot to add. I think the big benefit of this exercise was actually working together and using the Auckland Transport Operating Control, using our ATOC, to be able to sort of help guide us and also optimise the signals to make sure that we weren't causing undue disruption across other corridors through that movement. So that was a real big success. There were definitely lessons learnt with that, but obviously that helps us do better next time. But all accounts, it went really, really well due to that collaboration, and they were monitoring it the whole time throughout that period to make sure that everything kept flowing, and did changes where needed in order to make sure that they weren't causing restrictive movements across the network as well. So it was really good. We're now planning for Easter and what that looks like. There's some certain projects across the I think particularly around the strain during that time, so we're sort of working on options with that, and but obviously having that direct conduit between AROC and ATOC has worked very, very well for the program to be successful.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Great to be here again. So I'm going to talk through a bit about some of the communications activities that we delivered before, during and after the summer rail closure. We really upped the ante with our communications this time as a reflection of what we're delivering increases. Our communications activities need to increase in line with that. So we need to rise to meet the challenge of telling that network story effectively and sharing the challenges, and also balancing that out with the ongoing need to under-promise and over-deliver rather than the other way around. So one of the things I've got up here is a bit of a screenshot of some analytics, and this is some of the algorithms of social media show how our posts have been engaged with. And we knew already, but it's good to just confirm that any kind of worker and human interest type stories are really popular with the public. They just really like to see people behind what's going on. So we produced a few videos with explainers and worker interviews and some progress updates, which I think we're going to show you in a second, one of those videos. I'll just finish this slide. We did some media releases before, during and after, just to keep people updated on what was happening. We did really targeted neighbour communications to make sure that everyone that lived near the network where we were doing sort of particularly disruptive works was well informed and knew who to go to if they had any problems. And we're always actually amazed by the low level of complaints that we get compared to the level of what we're achieving on the network and the level of work. So our track teams were really supportive with that community engagement. And the wheel just kind of shows the sentiment and also the rough amount of views, which I think is quite a decent number. And we do get lots of positive comments as well as some less than positive comments, but on balance, all pretty good. Lara, I think you were going to hopefully play the video. Thank you. Oh, on the page before, there's a video. Should we do that? Do you have that lined up or not? No? Okay. We can skip it if it's... Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
So for this site, our first task was to rip out the old rail, dig down and rebuild the formation up. So we started here on the 27th of December. What we found was the geotechnical equivalent of custard or a thick soup. What we found was a bit of a shock to us. We weren't expecting it at all. We ended up having to accelerate our program. We brought in additional people, additional plant. We had our night shift as contingency. We ended up cutting down an extra 1.5 meters than what we were expecting, and our total dig depth was 2.6 meters. And we were able to basically throw manpower and machines at it, get the dig out completed, and then rebuild it up on time and to program. For this block line, we are dropping in 3 turnouts, so half a crossover. That'll enable us to keep the down main open at a later date. All up, we're putting in 9 full turnouts, and 8 of those turnouts will then turn into 4 crossovers. The block lines that we have are critical for us. Being able to shut the network down, rip out the entire track, do our dig outs, and do everything we need to do is invaluable to us to rebuilding this network. As well as setting this up for the C8 Henderson works, which is part of the wider CRL, it's also providing greater resilience for the network. So by renewing the formation, renewing the drainage, we're extending the life of the assets. So we're creating something that's going to actually last a lot longer for the people of Auckland and our commuters, as well as freight services and anything else that may run on this line.
Thank you. Yeah, so I chose that video because it was one of the most popular ones in terms of views, but also because it just kind of shows you some of the challenges that we face, and until we actually get out onto the network, we don't always know exactly what we're going to find with ground conditions. Thank you. Come to the next slide. So this is just a continuation of some of the communications activities, just to give you an overview of what was carried out. One of the things that we did for the road movements in the areas that we thought was a risk of getting congested is we went and spoke to some of the local business associations and some of the retailers, and then we followed up with them afterwards, and none of them reported any sort of major extra congestion, so that all went well. And then we obviously had the Pukekohe station opening, where we had various people come join us and jump on the first train, which was great, and we got some really good coverage from the media that followed up with the communities on the day that they all got the first train, and just such nice comments from people, just so happy to have their train back, and which was really nice to see after 2 years of lots of patience from the community. Thank you. And this is a slide that I shared with you last time I was here, but just a kind of reminder of some of our sort of top-level key messages and the different materials and activities that we'll be using on an ongoing basis. And when it comes to the next rail closure, which will be Easter, we will be following lots of the same approaches that we've done, and just making sure that we're using lessons learned and going with content and information that we know people most want to hear and that is most useful to the public. And that's it from me. Thank you. Back to you, John.
Okay, the upcoming Easter closure, Stacey, and I'll just give you an overview. So what are we projecting? The main effort, or the key thing for us, is to complete the Wiri to Key Park third main for opening at the end of April, early May, which will enable us between Wiri and Westfield to have a third main to deconflict freight and passenger service and provide resilience to run the timetable we need to deliver on our customer promise. That is our main effort. Around the rest of the network, we'll be working on the rail network rebuild, which is addressing formation and drainage upgrades and civils work, specifically around the station areas and in Henderson and on the Western Line, and then also continuing on with the Western Power Feed. The Western Power Feed's deadline is August for commissioning this year, so there are some significant milestones that Easter will lead and lay the platform for continuing development of the network in terms of infrastructure. Next slide, please, Lata. Obviously, the key thing for us is, as Joe touched on and also Stacey touched on, is from an operational perspective, the Delivery Operations Centre, which is that joint collaboration between AT, Auckland One Rail and AT, will overarch and manage the block of line to ensure we deconflict early, make decisions and optimise the delivery targets to achieve plan versus actual that we've committed to you that we must deliver. And also to implement the lessons we've learned from the first block of line, which is to ensure we have the adequate resources, safety mechanisms, continuing the momentum to achieve above target to lessen the pressure on Christmas 25. I'll ask my colleagues if there's anything else they'd like to add, and go to Stacey first.
Thanks, John. I think just lastly, we're taking the same approach in terms of working together. So those weekly stand-ups to make sure that we're actually over every single detail, as well as sharing that with ATOC at Smiles Farm to make sure we have their eyes and ears and support throughout that period as well, because that worked really well. So taking the same approach. I don't really have anything else to add. I think it's been quite a success. Definitely far improved than previous years in terms of that comeback. Like I said, there are no heat restrictions across the network, and it's actually worked really well. So we're grateful. We're very aware that the resilience in Aucklanders and the perception from Aucklanders is totally compromised. So that's one thing we're watching in terms of that, about that trust and confidence to use rail when it's there. And so putting out messages to make sure that people know that trains are available and open, and we do have weekend trains within the foreseeable too over the next few weekends, which is good. So encouraging people to get out there and use the network with that too. Thank you. We'll go to questions now, Chair.
Okay, thanks, team. So I've got a heap of questions. So first one up, Ken.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you very much for all your hard work, and thank you very much for the good points, the positive stuff. But it does test my confidence when things that were poignant last time are omitted this time. 3 questions. We were told that there was 68 operational procedure manuals to be written and only 5 had been written. How many of those have we got finished now? We were told what a big task that was going to be.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Just on that, I can't give you the exact figure. What I do know is that we have an operational transformation program called the Auckland Metro Transformation Project, which is co-funded by Auckland Transport and the Crown, which has been underway for 3 years. Part of that mandate is to technically write manuals for operational work, as in rail work competencies. That is an ongoing commitment we've made. I can't give you the exact number. I can come back to you. I do know that that work sits under my mandate, and that is a program that I am responsible for, and it is working, and we're addressing that slowly and balancing it with the delivery and upskilling optics we have and mandated to Crown to deliver over the next 18 months. So it's a work in progress. So I'll come back to you with the exact number, but we do have a mechanism to address that.
Okay, but am I correct that operations can't start until those manuals are all in place?
The CRL pieces, the CRL tunnel itself, which is the key part, is 90% complete. That is the 3.2 kilometres of tunnel track which we're operating. We've already started the training of the physical maintainers that go in to support the tunnel, and that CRL piece of work is separate to the other competencies which include the 68 manuals. So of those, I can give you a breakdown through the AMTP program, and actually that's reported at the Joint Governance Group on a afternoon meeting which occurs monthly, which is occurring this afternoon, and there's an update provided to AT on that program. So in terms of the CRL, we are at 90% in terms of complete the manuals, and we've already commenced the training to be ready on time for opening. The other manuals we're referring to are for internal Kiwi Rail competency-based training, which are writing and a work in progress.
Okay, thank you. That's really encouraging that you have all the facts in such depth, but it just leads on to my second question. We were told 1,200 train activities for training the drivers. There was going to be up to 1,200 train movements to train the drivers. Are they all inside the tunnel, or do they have to go out on, does that training include going out onto the above ground track?
Sorry, I'll hand to Stacey for part of this. The first part of the question, Ken, I can probably answer. AOR are responsible to obviously provide the training of their drivers. What I can tell you is we've factored in the demands for them to practically run their test trains to drive, to test and validate their drivers and train them as part of the glide path to the day we open CRL. That is built into the overall master plan. And AOR are the ones who actually set the competencies and the training plans, and they're integrated into the access we need to actually then have the trains run and the drivers to be trained. Stacey, would you like to add?
Yeah, thank you, John. Look, I'll just say that potentially, Barry, what we should actually do is come back at some point with a CRL readiness update, particularly about the operationalisation of the asset itself, into more detail.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And last question. Presumably, that last video of digging up the tracks, presumably you had a geotech consultant. Is there any penalties in the contract or in a financial manner for him not being able to tell you that it was soup, only 500 mils under the surface?
Look, I'm not over the commercials, but what I can say is that this network is very old. It's 80 years in some places, and the geotech surveys that we do are, you know, there may be gaps here and there. You know, that was a really unknown. What we showed you there is we had the geotech survey saying 1.6 metres was where we needed to go to, and we went down there and found that we had to go to 2.6. It's a bit like the same issue around cables in terms of unregistered cabling that's sitting on the network, not put in by rail, put in by Vector, put in by other users of fibre across the network. Sometimes it's not registered or logged based on either they've missed it or they don't have robust practices. So there are a lot of unknowns, Ken. So we do our very best, and we just have to work through. The good thing is I think that team acted with pace and urgency and found a way through. So
I wasn't being nasty to the team.
Sorry, I'm not over the commercials, so I can't comment.
Okay, Shane.
G'day, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, wonderful success. This is awesome. Loving that video and can't wait for the invite when we do eventually get there to go and check it out. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions on Henderson and the rebuild. Firstly, with the rail closures over summer, was there any reason why we didn't do the Henderson lifts then? Because they're currently being done and the lifts will be closed until June, and it's a huge concern for the community.
Yeah, that's a good question, Shane. I'll come back to you on that. Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate that. Might need to come back to me on this one too. But at the end of the slide, I see there's track works upcoming from Henderson to Swanson. Do we know if there's going to be a closure planned, or is that part of the Easter works, or do we have any kind of more detail on that?
So all of the closures over the 96 days include the programmed work, so we won't be going outside the bounds of the 96 days as shown on the schematic, if that's clear, Council.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. And last question is a bit of a weird sideways one, but we do get lobbied a lot about Kumeu and passenger rail. Yeah, I know. So this sort of stuff where we're digging down into Henderson and finding custard and soup and huge more works than we thought we would do. Are we contemplating, if we were to ever get passenger rail to Kumeu, would we have to upgrade that track between Swanson and Kumeu as well? And was that part of the discussions or not?
Yeah, good question. And I've sat in some of those meetings, and we know that Kumeu has got floodplain issues, and we're very aware of the geotech and the surveys that would need to go in there. In terms of Kumeu and passenger services, I think that links back to the 30-year PBC, the program business case for a rail plan for Auckland, and a third and fourth track railway. So in the thinking and the funding, obviously the plans conceptually are there, but in terms of accelerating that decision cycle, it's above my pay grade. But it would be nice to think that we could keep the momentum of what we're doing here and to allow the people of Auckland in the urban areas, the outlying areas, to have a rail service. So we understand the intent. We have not made any commitments. We have, however, in our 30-year program business case for rail around a third and fourth track railway and what that looks like for Auckland Metro and a mixed mode network, we're looking at that as part of our design thinking.
Thank you, and thanks so much for all your work. Awesome. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Desley?
Yeah, I want to add my thanks to completing the work on time and at a time that, you know, of all the times it could happen, it's probably the best of the options so far. Look, there's a reference in the paper and in your slides today of Ports of Auckland access being positively managed, and the freight trucks. I think you said there's now 400 freight trucks because of the rail line being closed. How is that being positively managed, and could you just give us a little bit more detail around that? Because it's not so much the Tamaki Drive, but it's what happens after that.
Yeah, sorry, Desley, I was... could you just repeat the last part? The genesis of the question is around how was that being actively managed? Is that correct?
Yes, because I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of concerns because they're not accessing the motorway, they are going through residential streets. So how is that working? How are you monitoring it? And sort of what confidence can we give the residents in the likes of Orake Road and stuff like that in Upper Pete?
Thank you. And so that was really due to the signal management, and through ATOC sort of prioritising the signal management to make sure that the flows were correct and we weren't sort of impacting the network more broadly, and keeping constant eyes on it as well. So they did have to make some adjustments in real time, and you know, obviously where there were crux points in the networks to do things differently and on the go. By all accounts, it did go well. We know that there's works there at the Strand in Easter. Yeah, and so with the works at Easter, they are having to look at things slightly differently with the flow. So I think from memory, let's have a wee look. Arrivals, State Highway 1 for arrivals and State Highway 20 for departures. So that's what they're sort of working on the basis of now, and sort of working out the planning with ATOC and making sure that that'll work in a real time.
Yeah, that was my next question, because of course the State Highway, whereas those trucks wouldn't have been too bad if they could go through State Highway 16, it is really bad when they have no access to the motorway, which they don't. So you've got NZTA here in the room. Can we just try and get it joined up around the timing? And Joe, can we look at some comms around that? Because, you know, I can't remember the NZTA works off the top of my head, but at the moment you cannot go onto the motorway on State Highway 16. So it absolutely has a huge impact from a residential perspective. And I think I probably need some support around that if that is still, that motorway access is still not available come Easter. Thanks.
Thanks, Desley. Daniel?
Good morning. Thank you very much for the report. I got a couple of questions. I'm just wondering if you were able to comment at this point with the great work that's going on now, and I appreciate the work that's gone into the notice as a requirement for the grade separation that will be required at Takanini, but there will need to be a lot more momentum going into that given what's coming and the requirement to get that grade separation, given that the barrier arms will be down more minutes per hour than not in that part of the corridor. Any comment on progress with respect to that part of the work program?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. And look, we'll come back with an update on that in due course as well. I mean, Takanini is one we do want to prioritise, and ideally over the current forward plan with the Christmas program this coming year.
Okay, well, look, I look forward to that. I wanted to thank Auckland Transport for the changes to the design to accommodate the at-grades for the Weymouth-Clendon roundabout. I think that was a pragmatic response and helped to allay some concerns from people in that part of the community. But what I wanted to know, has Auckland Transport identified problems with some of the work from its contractors with respect to the pre-sealing work when it does the road resurfacing? I'm getting a lot of complaints because of failures with your chip seal, because that pre-sealing work hasn't been done to standard, and it's meaning that these chip sealing too often than not are failing, and it's causing real angst from some of my constituents. And I wonder if that's a matter of auditing and renegotiation with your contractors regarding their work program.
Thank you, Councillor. Maybe that's a topic we can pick up in the next conversation with the rest of the AT team. But yes, there is a rectification program in place for works and fault finds with the contractors. Yep.
Great. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, good that you got that work done through the shutdown. How close did we go against budget? Because every time you spend it and all that digging out, it looked like a lot more money than I'd thought of.
I'll have to come back to you, Mr Mayor, on the actual budget. I've got work quantums and figures and numbers, but I haven't got the budget comparative analysis spend, but I can get that detail for you.
Yeah, well, you have to do it at a certain time, so it is what it is, but it would be interesting to know where you ended up. And are there any lessons you've learnt for the next break about perhaps you could go out and prod the road underneath a bit?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Mr Mayor. You know, we had 19 cable strikes. We had the issue that Councillor Ken spoke about with respect to, you know, doing our pit tests, that sort of thing, test pits, where we're going down 1.6 and we find we have to go down 2.6. So there's some reliability engineering. We're going over those lessons to see how we can be better. We actually exceeded our deliverable targets in terms of quantums by 15% from Wirri to Westfield in terms of the work that was done on the in around the 3rd May. We've learnt that having one delivery arm of the business by combining what is capital works and our maintenance works in one efficient macro team, for want of a better term, and hit the network hard, is proved dividends in having a control mechanism at the top. I think one thing that we did learn early is that we need to try and go out to our customers with the magnitude of what we're trying to achieve in terms of our target. So when it comes to the end of the block, we have crisp, sharp comms to come back to council and to AT and our customers around. We said this, we actually achieved that and more, and not have the lag, because there was a lag between the finish of the block and the final results being issued.
Okay, well, I'm into the lessons you learn every time you do something. That's my bit. And so that one there, you dug down a lot further. You think, what was the performance of the rail work over those soft areas before you did this? Was it an early warning? Did you get sort of train movement, or was there something picked up? Because you can actually have wet lower layers and a firm above layer and still have everything working. And then the last bit on that is very wet soils is usually a drainage problem somewhere or other. So digging it all out and sticking it all back and not realising it's got soft from a drainage problem just means you're going to be doing it all again. So how do you go on those things?
So, I'll have to come back to you because I have to go to the engineers to go into the deeper dive, but we just got to remember that nothing was done for probably, parts of that network in terms of drainage and formation for up to 80 years on parts of it. We know the historic issues of funding. We're not going to go there now, but there are technical equipments we've got and capabilities now to aid early intervention in terms of intelligence on the network. New ATIS machinery, which allows us to automate and inspect track early. That's just coming online to allow us to, in the future, be far more proactive in reaching preventative maintenance, so we don't have these issues. The issue we do have is we have to recover the network as best we can with what we have to work with. So I'll have to come back to you with a list of those. Great to get some questions, Mr. Mayor, and I can come back to you because I do owe you a monthly report, and I do owe you, Desley, a report with respect to the lubrication on Ōraki, and I'll give you that right now. The reason it's delayed this week and wasn't implemented is because we hadn't met environmental consent with respect to the bridge and the water. That has now been completed this week, and we'll be switching on the lubricator and undertaking the trial of noise to evaluate the effectiveness of operating the Whitmore system with effect next week in Ōraki Basin.
Okay, fair enough. I will want to continue a bit of exploring about the engineering because I know that engineers have got a hell of a lot more conservative in recent years. And so if the trains went over for 80 years, it might have been squashy for 80 years and the trains went over it. I own industrial land which has got soft stuff underneath it, but with a good metre cap on it, it's amazing how it works. And so you can always justify spending money like that there once you dig it up and it looks terrible, but sometimes you actually don't have to. So I'm a bit, I'm cautious about that spend. So I want to poke around at some stage rather to make sure that these are fully justified, because it's a lot of money on that, and I think you're going to find that your budgets have gone well past things, because you can't go down 800 and suddenly go down 2.7 metres and find that it's the same cost. So good luck with that.
Okay, so we're halfway through the number of people that want to ask questions, so just ask if people can keep them nice and succinct as per the answers. So Richard.
Kia ora, thank you. Very exciting seeing the train move through the tunnels for the first time. I bet a huge relief for many 1,000 worker who've been working on that project, so thank you. A few questions just on the track. So the slowness has been reported of the trains in general. I know that some of that is speed restrictions because of work on the lines, but could you please just give an update of when you were able to increase the speeds? I know you're looking at dwell times, or will this all be post CRL that actually will be able to have the trains working a bit faster?
Thank you, Councillor. Good question, and it's one that's already come my way in terms of that. So yes, there is a minute or two more actually in the timetable right now. That's to support resilience. We know that customers want to know how long it's going to take them to get from A to B is more important than their journey taking a minute longer. Yeah. And so that was obviously a resilience factor built in. We still have residual speed restrictions across the network, and that means that the operator can actually plan and have a reliable timetable that supports the network as it is today, rather than the network we're sort of building towards. And that's, I guess, the important factor. There will be improvements. There is a long tail in terms of how we do timetables, and that's important to understand. So they do have to go to unions for consultation. They do have to reach agreement. That has to be done months out. There's quite a robust rostering process that needs to occur. So because of that, obviously we didn't know if we would have any heat restrictions post the blocker line. So having that minute or two buffer was really important to make sure we had reliability on day one.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the beginning of the year. We didn't have 22 days of issues like last year, so that's really pleasing. The other question around the buses, what are they called? Replacement buses, fantastic over the summer and things for like Luke Combs and things as well. Will that sort of level of service how quickly can that be plugged in? Obviously, it's very easy when you've got a lot of notice and 33 days of work, but are you able to have that sort of level of service if there are other issues that pop up over the next year, pre-CRL?
Thank you. Yes, we will have a similar level of service. We're going to obviously work through in terms of what worked and what could be better and what needs to be adapted for that Easter sort of blocker line. We can only do these really large shuts during school holidays because we really, really rely on the use of the extra fleet that school bus services provides when they're not operating. So, we can't do that during the normal course of a general week when school's in, but we can during those school holiday blocks because it's lighter on the network.
Thank you. And last question, just I think some of the original packaging showed us last year did show the off-peak still pretty, the gaps were pretty low. How frequent are you looking to bring those in, or is it sort of like open the CRL, try it, and then move to try and close the gaps, make them more frequent during the off-peak?
In terms of trains?
Yes, sorry, yeah.
So, right now, we have the timetable that we have leading up to CRL. I think we presented last time what that anticipated timetable will be within the first year of operations. That'll be incrementally, improved as patronage builds and the network allows us to do that. So, yes.
Okay, thanks, John.
A question about the bus replacements. They're going to the southern line, and I realise it must be quite a logistical challenge coordinating everything, but in particular the bus replacement, and I see the southern line at various stages has got some partial shuts down and night works, and then the big one in April. In particular, the bus replacement from the airport or from Puanui into Britomart, that do all those replacements do the tour of the south, like Papatoe, Middlemore, Otahuhu, and then I think even Newmarket. It's quite a tortuous commute, having sat through that in the middle of the summer and rushing in for an appointment. So I'm just wondering, in amongst all the other balancing, is there any prospect of getting a faster bus replacement from Puanui straight into Britomart along the motorway or something without having to tour all the scenic wonders of South Auckland, nice as they are to look at, but it takes a long while to get in.
Absolutely, Council. We know it's obviously not ideal, and that's why we introduced some of those express services that do have limited stops, so that will be reviewed. I'll take on board your feedback about Puanui and share that with the team and see what options they're sort of working up for that next stage of the journey. What we also do too is make sure that people understand what other scheduled services are available to them, not just the rail replacement, because there's obviously alternate bus services that may be faster than taking a normal rail replacement. So we do encourage people to look at all the alternates available.
Yeah, I think that communication is important because I think a lot of people just, aren't necessarily aware that the rail shut down, so they're used to getting, the bus to the rail and down. They do that, and then they don't have any choice at that point. So yeah, it'd be nice if there's a nice clear choices to people, and particularly people like me who don't bother over looking anything up, just turn up.
Thanks, John. Mike?
Thank you, and thank you for the positive, upbeat presentation. Can you just repeat again how long is the total shutdown period likely to be? Anyone?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. It's the 96 days, the period throughout calendar year 2025. So in the schematic I showed you, you've got a 16-day period at Easter. You've got a series of long weekends over Matariki, King's birthday. You've got Labour weekend. You've got contingency with the school holidays, which is June, and then June, July, and September, and then you've got a 6-week period from the 14th or 16th of December this year and through until the end of January 26.
So 96 days, is it this year, 96?
Yes, so in total, from now until when CRL opens. So, okay, I get it. I'm not doing the math now, but we've already had of the 96.
It's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because it changes a wee bit. So that's a significant shutdown anyway. When you look back, I think in the last 20 years, there's been about 24 months when you take the annual block of the line. It's almost 2 years out of 20 when you add those shutdowns, whether it's for the block of the line, other construction works, CRO related, whatever. That's significant. And I think in the last 3 years, almost 8 months. And so at the same time, speaking as a councillor and representative of ratepayers, the access charges the Kiwi Rail have levied, the rent for the services we pay for to work is around about 40 million annum, and there's no significant discount for lack of service. But anyway, my question is, would anyone know any entity in the world, any rail jurisdiction in the world, especially in the first city of a country in the world, that would shut down its rail network in such a way to do essential maintenance? Because presumably in every country in the world they have similar issues. Does anyone know the answer to that one?
There's a lot in that question, Councillor. We've done international benchmarking. When we first went through this exercise before we came to you to ask around how much we need to shut and why we need to deliver 10 years of renewals in 18 months and reinforce $10 billion of investment the Crown made into both metros in Auckland and Wellington, split 7 million Auckland, 7 billion Auckland, 3 billion Wellington. We were challenged to go away and look at other railways around the world who suffered the same issue and come up with a plan to deliver that. And it is a lot to ask. The network, to be truly frank, was in a very poor standard and it had been neglected for multiple years. That doesn't go past the fact that your numbers are correct and they're quite significant around the shut period. But I want the council and also AT and others who are in partnership with us to understand that we were challenged both by AT and by Auckland One Rail and by council when we went with this plan to come to you to ask for 96 days shut, that we'd internationally benchmark this, and we did that with Australia, with Sydney, Melbourne, Perth metros. We did that with Network Rail, and those networks of mixed mode networks in those areas had suffered similar issues. And our modelling was then bench tested by independents from both the UK and Australia. And what we came up with was the shut periods we've requested and you've endorsed to get in recovery our network to deliver day one. So that's not answering your question, it's just putting out there what we actually did.
I'll just add to that. Thanks, John. It is an unusual approach, shutting down your whole network for a period of time. The key point here is the huge volume of work we've actually got to do to give us a reliable network. And that's why we've had to take this approach. And we've done it at the least disruptive time. There's no ideal time, but this is the least disruptive time for us to be able to do that. And actually, it has got interest from others. We've been approached by Wellington as well as providers in the UK for our methodology about our rail replacement services and actually how to do it. So it's not unlike other places. They do need to shut down lines to do intense maintenance activity, renewal activity. The whole network, yes, it's unusual, but the key thing, we really want to have that reliable network, come City Rail Link, and then work on what that future maintenance program is so we don't have these huge shutdowns going forth. We'll always need to have some shuts though.
you see, the problem we have is that rail has been a cardinal strategy of the Auckland Council for at least 20 years, and literally billions have been spent and are being spent and will be spent on it. And currently, rail patronage, the last time I checked, was about just under 14 million passenger trips per year. It was 20 million trips per year 5 years ago, and so you have this continual removal of service, because this is a people business. We're dealing with people. It's not just, is there more intelligent ways to maintain our rail network? We have to deal with our customers. And so we have a situation where continued customers, passengers, patrons have continued frustration, and a rail bus from Puanui is not the most pleasing experience for any passenger if you can get it. But you have lack of service, lack of predictability, and you have fare increases. And what are the fare increases justified for? Well, part of it is to pay for the increased access charges. It doesn't work well if we want to pursue the strategy and succeed as a city. And that relates to not only efficiencies and planning and carbon emissions, it's the whole strategy that's been frustrated. And then there's the cost. So that's a concern. Thank you.
Okay, Julie.
Thank you. Just to that point, there's an end to these shutdowns, right? Yeah. We're not going to do this forever. We're catching up. So, I imagine probably not next summer, but there is, we're not doing this on a permanent basis. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, as Stacey said. This is just to get us to where we need to be and then move to a steady state.
Right, thank you. And I look forward to that. The other question I have is just further to, Councillor Hill's asked the primary question I had about the speed. Stacey, you mentioned that there are speed restrictions across the network. Could you just, and I think we have talked about this before, but it was a while ago, so can you just remind me why we have them? Yeah, we seem to have a situation where, and I get your point about giving people certainty about the timetable. I think that's well made. But we have got a situation where, for example, the trains are going quite a lot slower than they can. So why do we have those speed restrictions? When do we anticipate they might come off? And then I've got one other small supplementary to that, which you might cover off. So I'll hold it in reserve.
Okay, thanks, Council. I'll answer. This is really a bit of a technical question. I'll try and keep it simple. There are 0 heats on the network at the moment. There is 3.7 kilometres in total of speed restrictions. I haven't got the minute calculation in my head, but that's significantly less than we've had. What is a temporary speed restriction? Every day our people are out on the network to make sure the network is safe to run trains and that our infrastructure is at the right level. A speed restriction is applied when we find a fault or a defect, or where we have completed major invasive work and we need the track to settle for a period of 7 days before we can lift it to the speed it needs to be at line speed. Those speed restrictions are usually 40 kilometres an hour, and that's standard. So maintaining a network is like servicing a car or running a car. You've got to fill up with petrol and you've got to service it. The 200 kilometres of the Auckland Metro network we service, we inspect every day, every evening, parts of it, and if we find defects we fix them and we have to apply a speed restriction. Our job in maintenance is to keep those speed restrictions to a minimum and also at the same time do capital works. So as a combination of doing our normal maintenance and combination of the work we need to do to lift the capacity of our network to meet zero day one, we're going to have a threshold level of around, and I think I quoted in one of the meetings here before with Trick, to run the timetable successfully we need to have, at day one, we need to have less than 2.7 kilometres in total speed restrictions on the network, across the entire network. At the moment, we're at 3.7 and we're still doing work. So I hope I've gone a bit more detailed, but that's in general theme. That is why we have this fluctuation in speed restrictions. We need to maintain those to try and lift the train speeds, and that's an ongoing process that will be a little bit lumpy for the rest of this calendar year.
So potentially we're looking at, thank you, that was really useful. So we don't have blanket speed restriction across the whole network, was my key takeaway from that. And really good to have that reassurance about the ongoing checking of the lines. One of the things I think that we've taken a massive leap forward in is that consideration of health and safety, not just for the workers but for the passengers, and I really applaud that. So realistically, next year we will probably be looking at some new timetables that hopefully will take more advantage of the speed some of these trains can actually go. Is that fair? Great. Okay, cool. And then just to follow up, so in terms of, and sorry, this is I don't know a lot about trains question. In terms of how this plays out in practice for a train on the tracks, would this result in more noisy braking? So, for example, I was at Kingsland last night and heard some really noisy braking as a train was taking off out of the station, and it occurred to me that that might be because actually they sort of have to hold themselves back. I don't know. Is that something that's likely to happen? Just thinking about the noise for the residents around it, that kind of stuff.
Or has she got squeaky track problems?
Yeah, I wasn't on the train, I was just
This is a good question, Councillor. This is part of the 44 lubrication pots that are being remote placed across the network, which have commenced their install. So on day one, what you'll find is that the rail wear will be far better maintained. We'll have a proper lubrication system that allows the rail and the wheels of the trains, when they go over these automated lubricating systems, it'll activate the jets, and the rail wheels will start to actually make the rail and interface between the wheel and the rail smoother. And we'll also have a far better grinding machine that goes through to keep the rail smooth, and that will find you'll reduce your noise, will reduce the rail squeal, and that will take time, and we'll see positive results of that as over this calendar year. And the first trial will be started next week in Ōrākei Basin.
Cool, so it's the same issue as in you're trialling it, so fair. Thank you very much, great, appreciate it.
Chris.
Oh, thank you. Some of you who know me well know that as a little girl I was brought up by my veteran father on a whole lot of Churchillian quotes, and I think it's relevant to today. Success is not final, failure is not fatal, but it's the courage to continue that counts. And if ever we have seen evidence of courage, it's with the CRL. And so my question's actually, while I acknowledge the good reporting today and the importance of communication to the public, one, I also want to acknowledge Barry Potter, because I think without him as a sort of conductor within the organisation to see this through, we wouldn't be where we are. However, my fear is, Barry, that while it's important we've got this communication out today, it's probably giving some anticipation that the CRL will open earlier than it might. And I don't want to be the party pooper here, but there's an awful lot of work yet to be undertaken. Can you just outline some of the challenges that are ahead so that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves? You know, invitations aren't going to be, sorry Shane, forthcoming any minute soon, but can you just give us, while we're having a discussion around this, a little bit of a heads up on some of that work that still will be required to be done?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Look, I'll address that in two parts, if I may. This session here has been specifically about the blocker line over the Christmas period, and the blocker line, I have to say, has gone very well. And the 96 days it's been referred to actually relate back to just before Christmas, and that period over the next 12 months through till end of January next year. So that's a good program. That's about the rail network. And there is much, I think, that we should be happy about. course, there'll be challenges on the rail network over the coming months, and we've got Easter coming up, and we will hear back from Kiwi Rail at the end of Easter. However, if I can just reinforce the critical path, the critical items on this project actually go through the stations more than the tracks. We've got the blocker line, but the CRL limited works around the tracks aren't necessarily on the critical path. That's about the stations. So the challenges coming up is the completion of the stations. Some of those are quite challenging. The Karanga Ahape station, look, there's 6 stories between the platform, if I recall correctly, and the surface. There are endless amounts of infrastructure that are going in there, electrical boxes that, you know, a civil engineer looks at and what on earth is this about? There is a lot of the systems and testing, and what's happening now over the coming months is the completion of the stations, the testing and commissioning and integration of the systems with the wider network. And that testing, look, the way I look at it is we're actually testing to fail, not to pass. We are testing these systems and controls for situations that are really challenging. And we don't quite know what you're going to find until you actually do the test. That's the coming months. That's what we will hear about and see. There will be challenges because what the public are going to see is completed stations. This is all black box type stuff really from here on. And that program, I have to say, is well managed. One of the real strengths of this project, I might comment or just note, is we have the Link Alliance, which includes Vinci and the other players and City Rail Link Limited. We also have this one client alliance, which is going very well between Auckland Transport, Kiwi Rail, City Rail Link Limited and Link Alliance. They are working very closely. All the signs I see are positive, but let's accept or understand there will be risks and challenges when we do the testing and commissioning and the completion of the stations. So that's really where the focus will be.
Thank you. So can you give us the assurance that while we're going to have this communication going out, that it will be in the context of moderating expectation, because disappointment's a very difficult emotion to manage. But I do want to acknowledge the work that you've undertaken on this, Barry, and I know you've had some personal challenges through the period, and it's been greatly appreciated what you've been able to do.
Thank you. If I might just, in conclusion, say opening a stall on target for 2026. So that's our consistent messaging.
And Christina, would you like me to answer about, So I'd just like to say I agree with you about Barry. Wonderful to work with. I just wanted to give you some reassurance that when we are planning communications, one of the key things that we think about, and I obviously mentioned briefly earlier, is managing expectations and just getting that whole tone right of wanting people to get excited about something, but understanding that it's way better to under-promise and over-deliver than the other way around. And so it is something that we're always considering, and your feedback on that is really good. And obviously today is a very exciting day for all of us with the first test train, but it is important that we keep in the back of our minds all times that we lay out for people the milestones that are coming up. And we have got a lot of milestones coming up this year, which will obviously build excitement, but we will make sure that we keep it clear that, you know, we've still got a lot to do. Thanks.
Thank you. And the last question, Josephine.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report and the update. I just wanted to ask, I think it is about comms and just keeping people on board with this so they don't lose the big picture and they don't lose the why. When can we sort of start this countdown or build the excitement? Because I understand not wanting to, raise expectations, but at the same time, people naturally, vocal people naturally default to being negative. And this is not a negative. This is a positive for our city. So I really want to see that start to come through. And then also for people to understand the reason why you have to catch that rail replacement bus is because you're giving up something for the benefit of the city when we get this CRL happening. So I really want people to start changing their thinking as opposed to tagging us on Facebook, how come, there's issues with the train, to actually, this is why, because you're going to get this in the end. So I really want to see that come through. Because this is awesome. Really keep going. Don't rush it. Make sure it's ready for us when it's ready. That's what I think. I'm not going to be one of the ones that say rush because of money. I'd rather you do it properly, it's safe, and that when it does open, we don't have to stop because something isn't done properly.
Yeah, thank you for that. And you're absolutely right. And in a way, it's the opposite of what Christine was saying, but it's that whole balance. And I think some of the activities that we're carrying out for communications now are starting to build excitement in rather than just media releases and milestones, where AT's got a whole series of marketing campaigns and things to start getting people excited about what CRL will actually bring, because you're absolutely right, it's all about how it's actually going to change people's travel patterns, right, and what it's actually going to bring to their day-to-day lives. So starting to share things like journey times and you know, how they will be able to travel around the city in a different way than they are at the moment. And the messaging is all there, and we are trying to get that out, so that will just be a kind of consistent campaign from now to then. Which will increase as we get closer to when it opens.
Oh yeah, cool. Because even telling them that actually January 2026, it's going to be shut down for the whole month, you know, like letting people know these are when we're going to shut down, so that they know and they get it. Oh, this is why.
And I think you're right. So although, you know, that was out there when we first did the announcement, I think you're right that they're just those constant reminders probably need to keep coming out for people that they need to plan far ahead, and we'll take that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, team. You can step back. Thank you very much. Well done. Nice work. Is there someone like to move? Thanks, Julie. Thanks, Angela. Is there any debate? Quick comment. Away you go.
Just a quick comment. Thank you so much to Kiwi Rail and Auckland Transport. It's been quite a journey, and not without drama along the way. I travelled last year, you know, to the UK. It is not unusual to see rail, buses replacing rail. Because I was there only off season, there was a lot of maintenance being done on roads and on rail. It happens, it has to happen. And I think the incredible job in this particular topic here, the block that was done over 96, incredible, absolutely. Once they dug down and what they saw, and then the work that they did, and that video was, I mean, it's the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? But thanks to all of those workers, everyone out there, and I'm sure that there were times when they weren't getting the most friendly responses, but to the councillors that get that vision, that what we're going to have at the very end of this, how well our public transport system is going to work, and that can raise above the little things that go wrong along the way on such an enormous project. So congratulations and thank you, Kiwi Rail and Auckland Transport. Kia ora.
Thanks, Angela. Yep, and so just my quick comment is all those people were doing that work while the rest of us were enjoying a holiday. They were working at night. They were working on weekends. They were working on public holidays and doing a huge amount. So a big shout out to them. So it's been moved and seconded. We'll get another update after Easter. I was a bit worried we would still be here and we could just roll straight into that, but we won't be. So it's been moved and seconded. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Okay, next one up is the Auckland Transport update. That'll be short and succinct, I'm absolutely positive. So Dean and Murray are here. Welcome.
Well, kia ora, good morning, everybody. It's always good to be here. We'll promise to keep our presentation short and succinct, as guided by the chair, and we'll be in your hands with respect to questions. But on that note, could we please get the presentation up? Okay, very good, very good. Thank you, thank you. Look, can I acknowledge we've got our Chair Richard Leggett here with us today. He always appreciates hearing the nature of the conversation and inquiry, and so I'm really pleased that he's here. And before I get into some of the recent highlights and topical updates, thanks to those of this committee that could join us on Monday at Auckland Transport. I thought that opportunity to, as committee members and for the AT board to mix and mingle and just talk about some of the very important things that are happening, how we're looking at delivering transport outcomes across the network and sharing perspectives was really valuable. So thank you for joining us. So look, just some recent highlights. Can I touch on a few things? There's been ongoing and really good news around the contactless payments. You'll see a slide on that and some comments. There's some really good news around the opening of the Pukekohe railway station the other weekend. There's some awesome work, and Murray will touch on it in terms of capital program around flood recovery. We're a year ahead. We've delivered well ahead and under budget of what everybody expected. So there's some really, really strong things happening through what we do. And it was awesome to hear just the progress being made on CRL, wasn't it? Can I touch on a few things that aren't inside the topical updates? First one is overnight parking. You'll have all received a note regarding overnight parking in the city centre. The decision is made to hold that over to 1 March. There'll be a nominal charge of $1 or $2 per hour, depending on where that car park is. This is in response to the team's significant additional work with the various representative groups across the city centre. So I'm pleased with the outcome and thank you for your patience. Speed limit reversals, I know this is topical. We have completed a review. We've got some just under 1,600 roads that need to be reversed according to the new speed rule. That all has to come into place by 30 June. We are arranging to a staged implementation. We'll be looking before the end of March to have done speed reversals on arterials. And our focus there is, it's a smaller number, but it's where we've got our primary movement corridors. So there's a link between getting those done and some of the productivity and movement gains that are anticipated through that legislation. The balance will get done over the following months and that includes local roads or other roads, including local roads and schools. There's about 153 schools that will need signage that's suitable for their purposes. It is worth noting that the cost of this is unbudgeted and that the government through NZTA is proposing 50% recovery. We've currently got an estimated cost of just under $9 million for that work. That's the total cost, which will be split. We're looking at how we might reduce that cost, though, to ensure that it's cost effective, but that is an unbudgeted expenditure. And many of you will be aware that there's been a judicial review which is challenging the decision. Our approach is the law is what it is currently, and we're continuing to implement according to the law. If the judicial review finds differently, then we'll respond, but there's no guarantee as to what that result might be. Temporary traffic management. Yesterday we went out with a notice to all industry to address a number of things that have been really frustrating and concerning us. Simon Buxton will join me shortly, but I just wanted to give you a quick overview. Quite rightly, there's been a lot of focus on the presence of construction activity in the road space, and it's not been a happy place for us or any of us, to be fair. The things that we've been doing over the last 12 months have been significant. There has been a change from a code of practice to a set of guidelines that are risk-based. Getting the industry to shift from bulk standard approach to a risk-based approach should not be underestimated. There's a lot of education around that. Then over the summer period, we did our cone cleanup, which was we've got contractors going around picking up cone litter, signage litter. I'll call it that because that's what it is. So then the next deep source of frustration was actually we've got many parties doing work, particularly in arterials and town centres, and they're closing down lanes or occupying those lanes for too long. They're not putting signage up to say who it is. They're not removing it when it's done. They're putting contractor vehicles on the inside of the cone, so they've got a place to park. All of these things that I know have irritated many of you deeply, they irritate us too. A notice has gone out yesterday, so this is the third layer of a program saying, if you want to do work in an arterial or in a town centre, don't expect to get approval for doing it if it involves a lane closure during peak periods, AM peak and afternoon peak. Now that's going to be really challenging. We'll get feedback, but we decided we have to go there. The second thing that we have done, well, the other things we've done around that, is we've said you need to put signage up. 30% of all work in the road corridor is Auckland Transport. 70% is other parties. I'm going to go there when I mention Victoria Street and Federal Street. So we had a challenge there over the last week. And I don't want to dive into it, except that last night we did the road marking and we got everything away, and this morning I'm walking up here and guess what? I've got cones out and a contractor. And you know what? It's Vector doing emergency underground power works for Sky City. We didn't know that was going to happen, but everybody look and say, hell's teeth, excuse me. Auckland Transport, what are they doing? We haven't got anything to do with that, and that happens 70% of the time. So, if you can sense my frustration, then you're right to sense it. So look, there's a lot going on there that we want to get more on top of, but this has been a very open area with very little control, and we're looking to bring control, but you've got to bring it in a staged manner. I've spent some time on those things, but I wanted to because I felt that they were important. As we go into, I've picked up on some of these highlights. I don't think there's much more I need to cover off in there, but I do want to pull out, there's been some awesome major events across Auckland, and we have delivered superbly with your support for those major events without a rail network operating. And I'm really pleased with how the team's responded, how they've leant into it, and I don't think any of you would have received complaints. I think most of you will receive bouquets for the fact that people are able to move in and move out, and that's not, that should not be underestimated for the effort that they put in, so I'm very pleased with that. What I'd like to do now is hand over to Murray. He'll give you some updates on capital program. Then Scott and I will touch on a couple of other things. Then I'm going to invite Simon up to talk about network productivity. Thank you, Murray.
Thanks, Dean. And as Councillor Baker said, over the summer holiday period, there's been a lot of work happening in both the rail and the road corridor, and making the most of the lower traffic volumes during the summer break. So running through a few things, and I have some pictures just to illustrate some of the sites, but a lot more work has been done than shown in these pictures. We have the Reeves Road flyover, the bridge over Te Rakau Drive. You would have seen the bridge beams going in there. So really good progress on Eastern Busway. In the rail corridor, Homai Station access was completed during the summer block of line, and continuing work with the train units being built, and now 11 have been approved for shipping. So that's almost half the fleet approved for shipping, ready for CRL. You've already seen some pictures and some talk about the opening of Pukekohe to Papakura electrification and the new stations there. So great work and continuing work with the Drury stations happening on that southern line. An enormous amount of work in the road corridor with road resurfacing. 6 major arterial road rehabilitations happened over summer. Even Simon Street right here in the city, and went very smoothly. A lot of work happening on the flood recovery, many retaining walls being built to support parts of the network that were broken down during the 23 floods. And yesterday I was out at Milldale with the opening of the new bridge over State Highway 1. So that's another completion of a connection for a community up there in the north of Auckland. So a few pictures there to illustrate some of the work. And one other thing I'll highlight in the ferry program, the electric ferries are now having on-water testing, and we're well advanced in the construction of the charging infrastructure at Half Moon Bay. If anyone's been down there, they'll see the activity. I'll leave it there and hand back to Dean to talk about time of use charging.
I'm going to take this slide as read. I think there's been a lot of discussion as a committee. You're aware of where we're at with time of use. Happy to take any questions on it. And like to introduce Scott Campbell, known to all of you, I'm sure. He was going to give us an update on progress against our commitments on Māori outcomes. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Dean. Ko rangatira tēnā te mihi atu kia koutou. Apologies I can't be in the room. But talking to the slide, and appreciate some of the numbers may seem small, but I'll run through them just briefly. In the year to date, we've had a spend of 28 or just over $28 million towards Māori-owned businesses, either indirect or through subcontracted suppliers. That equates to 2.76 of our total spend. The target for our FY 24-25 is 3%. As you may be able to read through the graph, the fact that we increase our total overall spend means that our 3% goes up as well. So that's a good challenge to have, but what it does mean is it puts an impact on the capacity of Māori-owned businesses in the sector. So we are working closely with iwi, mana whenua and suppliers to be able to get to that 3% figure, and we are confident of that. When we look at the projects that we've been involved in throughout this period, our team have worked with mana whenua on 37 different projects, including the Te Kia Marae car park project, which was completed in November. A really successful project, helping both for safety and also accessibility at the marae. We have two other projects that we're currently working through with marae as well. In regards to the public transport announcements and use of both English and Te Reo Māori, you can see in the slide that we are at 100% or close to 100% on buses, and then 100% on train platforms and ferry terminals. We are working through announcements on the trains, and as you can see, they were at just about or just over 48% at the moment. That was an increase from 25% over this period. So the team are working through that in a fast pace. In regards to work where we are engaging with mana whenua and iwi, there are some of the events where we have worked alongside iwi and mana whenua, but as I said, there were 37 others, and these included things like the Henderson Station upgrade, Eastern Busway, the pedestrian rail station bridge at Glen Innes, and also with Mātāwaka on the regional public transport plan. So the team are doing a lot of work with both our iwi, mana whenua and Mātāwaka. We are still working through the development of an engagement plan with Mātāwaka, but we are working closely with our council counterparts as well. Dean, I'll pass back to you for the next part.
Thank you, Scott. Now, if I can just invite Simon and Tracy Burkhan to join us, and we'll give you an update on what we're doing around network optimisation, and then happy to take questions, Chair. Is that the right sequence? Thank you.
So kia ora and good afternoon. I'll introduce Tracy Burkhan as well, who is our Road Corridor Access Manager. So this is what's on screen is the 6 work streams that make up what we call the network productivity portfolio. This is the third update on them that I've brought to this committee. I'll take the deck as read and then just point out a couple of highlights, and then the main purpose today is to have a focused conversation on network disruptions and TTM, temporary traffic management. So we have to balance movement, access, safety on the network across all those portfolios. A couple of highlights, network optimization. So we're now we're actually over halfway through the commitment this year to improve traffic signal improvements at intersections, 125 of the 250 completed, and we also are using, separately to that, smart detection technology at some of the signal junctions. So for example, Tiraka Drive, Trugood in East Auckland, we've managed to change the signals there through the smart detection to achieve a 2-minute time saving for those turning right. It's just a local example. And we'll come on to network disruptions, but just quickly on parking. So when Dean said earlier, city centre paid parking 1st of March, he meant 1st of March 2026. So we're giving people a year's warning there. Other highlights on parking and curbside portfolio, city centre parking management plan is going to consultation later this month. We have slightly delayed it following the Trick Councillor briefing last year. Some of you asked for it to be pushed back a little bit just because of the summer holidays and people returning. So that will now start on the 26th of February and go to the end of March. And our Albany Park and Ride, we're looking there at a bookable spaces pilot next month to make sure we're serving customers who turn up later in the day and often find that there aren't parking places available because they've all been taken in the AM peak. So that's just a couple of the highlights across the portfolios, and we'll go back to network disruptions, including temporary traffic management. So Dean's given the highlights of the letter we sent out to the industry yesterday and the reasons why. We are firm on this now. We want to make sure corridors are for movement. We want to make sure that in the AM peak, other than some emergency works and exceptions, the primary purpose of that is for movement in the corridor, town centres, arterials and some of the main roads. And we've issued, as you've probably seen, a directive to the industry that they have to review all existing work within 3 weeks, and all new applications are subject to the new process, as well as the focus on signage and minimising temporary traffic management when works aren't happening. So I'll pass to Tracy, who will just give you some highlights across the network disruptions portfolio, and then we can move to questions.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. I won't read the slides, I'll take them as read, and I think the questions will be the profit and the benefit of this session, but I just wanted to do a very brief introduction. I've been here before, and I just wanted to make clear that the temporary traffic management stream of work that we're doing at Auckland Transport is really closely joined up with the network optimisation and the disruption programs of work. So we're all working together to ensure that we're delivering initiatives that optimise the network, reduce disruptions and sort of eliminate and eradicate orange cones where possible. So it's quite a multi-tentacled beast, the disruptions program at AT, and we're really thankful of the interactions we have with councillors about hotspots in their particular areas so that we can start to hone in and address some of those things. We continue to work to transition from this code of practice of temporary traffic management, that old 600-page rulebook, to our risk-based and principles-based approach under the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. But we're also very aware that actually you all and Aucklanders can't necessarily see the progress that we're making, and I think that manifests every day when you tell us about sites that are causing disruption. Again, I encourage you to keep telling us so that we can keep working through those cases and learning from them, and actually then putting together a work program that will address these on a scalable basis. I won't go into the current directive that's gone out to industry because Dean and Simon have introduced that beautifully. But what we did was we waited until after that busy construction period while Aucklanders are on holiday, and we've actually doubled down with the industry and said you need to change your approach on arterials. One of the pieces of real benefit and progress is going to be in technology going forward. And again, I warrant that you can't actually see some of the technology changes we're making in the background, and the slide that's up on the screen at the moment makes reference to managing live worksite disruptions. One tiny little example is a cone identification project we're looking at, where the computer vision technology we've got at intersections has been trained to identify a cone.
And what we're doing is now asking that program to go using AI and other technology into the approval system and say, are you supposed to be there, cone? And if you're not, why are you there? And then alerting an operator in ATOC so that they can get onto that. We also have got technology that's starting to identify unexpected congestion using the logarithms that we have on the TomTom data, where we're saying, should this be this congested at this time of day in the rain? And if not, why not? And is that a work site that's causing that? So there's some really amazing things happening in the background, and we'll start to see the benefits of those as we go through. One of the other things I did want to highlight as well was just the sheer number of applications we get. I think it's useful to understand that there were 9,600 applications to access the corridor in the December quarter. That's in a heavy construction period, but we have over 30,000 applications a year. And I understand and acknowledge that some of those go pear-shaped, but if you think about the percentage of projects that go wrong in a landscape of 30,000 approvals, I think that gives you some quite useful context. Again, I though reiterate, if your constituents are telling you there's a problem with a site, please do not hesitate to get in touch with me personally, and I'll send someone out that day to do that. We have a 24/7, Councillor Hills is probably laughing because he does, but we have a 24/7 team that will go out and investigate unsafe or inefficient sites. So please do let us know. Also, Dean made mention of the proactive cleanup. We did 2 wards for 3 weeks over the Christmas period, and they picked up 700 cones and other paraphernalia. That's at that bottom graphic there. Now, the interesting thing was that 35% of that equipment was unbranded. So while we were able to repatriate and pal off 65% of the miscreants that left their gear or had it stolen, we actually couldn't identify the owners for 35% of it. And that's because people have got cones in their back gardens and they're putting them out to save parking spaces in front of their houses and or other things that are happening out on the network that Auckland Transport has got no visibility of. I think Dean also shared the statistic that only 30% of the work was AT work, but we're working to corral that, and we're also looking at a fee review where we might incentivise, by way of charging a fee, people not to leave redundant gear out on the network. I'll leave it at that and take any questions. Thank you.
So over to Councillor Oars now. Any questions on any of the topics that we've raised? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we do have a number of questions, and just ask that people keep them to what we've heard in the report, because there are mechanisms for you to take up your individual items within your patches. So if you could keep them to what's in the report. So first up, Daniel.
Yes, indeed, keeping it to the report. Tracy, thanks. I wanted to ask, and thank you for the good work that you're doing, but I'm wondering if the learnings from the Auckland anniversary flood really reveals what can be achieved, because we used the emergency measures at that time to get access into the road corridor for some pretty important work. And I'm just wondering, does that really, I'm not sure if that was a time where where the organisation didn't succeed. I thought it did succeed using those emergency powers. So is that really the standard that we can move to moving forward, or is there a need for a more precautionary approach now that we are outside of that state of emergency?
It's quite interesting because January 2023 we weren't operating under the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management that was published in April 23. So actually what we've got now is the opportunity to use those learnings and do exactly that. What we have to encourage the industry to do is apply those bold ideas. We've had a very conservative uptake to NZG TTM and a risk-based approach, and we're working with industry to give them the confidence to come to us with alternative and bold ideas to as you say, kind of use those sorts of situations where we pull together in a time of crisis and apply those in a time of non-crisis in order to make improvements.
And Dean, I wondered, it's a question I prematurely asked before, but with respect to some of the work practices of your contractors around the road resealing and the failure for them to basically do that work to a high standard up front at a time which is optimal to do so, it causes us to have to go back, repeat, because some of those contractors are not getting it right the first time. And I'm wondering what conversations are being had with those contractors, because all those repeats do mean more cones and does mean more disruption.
I'm happy to take that. So absolutely, there's quality standards that the contractors are working towards, and they have to achieve that or they're not paid for the work. We did roll out new maintenance contracts about 12 months ago, and there was some variability between the different contractors' performance. And there's been a lot of work to lift performance across the entire city. And so in terms of your question, they're not paid for bad work, and the amount of repeat work is significantly reduced now as we've worked to lift the performance of each of the contractors. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Richard?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. And just, first a slight comment on thanks for the work over summer, massive, and on big projects like Birkenhead Ave, rehab, the communication and the skill of those workers on, talking to them on Boxing Day and things like that. It's just phenomenal work. So thanks for that. The questions I have around the safer speeds, and I do have an amendment I've sent to Councillor Baker and Councillor Fletcher. We don't know how much that might cost or estimate, and will that have to come out of other project money?
We've got an initial, thank you, Councillor. We do have an initial estimate. It's 8.8 million, which would be 50% funded through NZTA. No, it's not budgeted for. We are also looking at how we can pull that cost down, and that is a piece of work that's happening as we speak. Having said that, there are things that we can get going with, and I talked to that around arterials. It's a small amount of the road network, but it's a significant part of our primary freight and vehicle movement corridors. So we're working on several fronts at the same time.
Thank you. With the sort of strange wording, in my opinion, that we can do it, we don't have to reverse them if it didn't include a school, which seems an odd priority. But does that mean that we will be keeping areas like city centre, town centres, neighbourhood centres in place at the 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've done a piece of work around the why of speed reductions across Auckland, and when a lot of the approach across Auckland at the time, and which was the basis of consultation, was we wanted to reduce speeds around schools, etc. Now, if some other councils have reduced speed, but they didn't use the school as a primary mechanism for reducing the speed. And so that difference means that they are keeping some of their town centre areas at the lower speed, and are able to carve out the school in a particular fashion, but we're not able to follow that route. So I can give you further information from the team about how we're handling it, but in Auckland, we took a different approach, which has resulted in a more blanket speed reversal program than what other transport authorities are doing around the country.
So, blanket speed reversal, but these were not blanket speed implemented. And because it was done based on consultation and evidence of DSI, the highest risk, are you confident in saying that reversing these speeds will definitely mean more deaths and serious injuries of Aucklanders?
Yeah. So look, this is a tricky one. We've assessed the 1,500, 1,600 roads for the risk and whether we've got the necessary infrastructure in place to help manage the risk of speed, with a reversal in mind. So the approach is quite simply, we need to comply with the law. The law is we need to reverse the speeds. That's the first point. The second point is that we have looked at the roads where those reversals will be occurring, and we're contemplating what, if anything else, we might need to do to ensure safety. The third thing that we're doing is we're going to monitor what the impact of the speed reversal is in that section of road. Now, talking to the team, that's not going to be a 1 month or a 3 month thing. Typically, you get a trend over several years. So we will be monitoring to see what the impact of speed reversals are, and the opportunity for communities to come back and say, actually, we would like 30k in this area exists, and the new speed rule sets out the opportunity for that. So it is a difficult area for me to say there will be more DSI, same, less, whatever. We've got an approach that's layered as best we can. With the starting point, we need to comply with the law.
So what you mean by other things in place? Are you saying that because we have an obligation of safety, if we were to increase these speeds in a lot of places, we may have to put in crossing, speed bumps, other infrastructure that will cost us a lot more as well?
That could be one of the consequences. Yes, communities might say, look, we are less comfortable now, and through the local board, through you as a council, or they might seek for investment on a signalised pedestrian crossing, or maybe a raised platform, or other infrastructure solutions that calm traffic. So that could well be an outcome of an increase in speed in those sensitive areas.
And the last question, well, it's a split into two. The first part is, so you're saying we do have to wait for more deaths and serious injuries, monitor how many more people die or get run over before we can put them back in. And then have we assessed the economic impact? Because Waka Kotahi's very good evidence for this in 2023 shown an overwhelmingly positive economic impact of these lower speeds, not the other way around.
Yeah. So we do know that there is an economic benefit for reducing death and serious injury. That's obvious to everybody. So I agree with that. There's no question about it. What we don't know is what the effect of lifting a speed from 30 to 50 or 60 to 80 or 80 to 100 will have on those corridors. We don't know that yet. But if somebody's travelling faster, we do know there is a increase in the nature of the injury that occurs. So, but we're not, and we shouldn't just rely on speed to manage death and serious injury across our network. And that's why we're very invested in looking at how we calm traffic in those locations too. Because there's always somebody that chooses not to comply with the speed limit. And so the other interventions we do help manage that risk. So we're committed to moving on all fronts. Look, I've got to say, one of the good things we have seen is we've seen more breath testing, alcohol and drug testing on the networks. And we've worked really closely with the police to campaign together to say, if you're going to do that, you will get caught because we're out, we're watching. And just the fact that the police are out there doing that and that we're telling people that we're doing it has had a beneficial impact. So we're trying to work within the scope of the law, the scope of what we're funded and now tasked to do to achieve that DSI reduction benefit. We remain deeply committed to that, and that's probably the best I can put it.
Thank you. Angela?
Thank you. Just to follow up on what Richard was asking you about, Dean, thank you. So just to confirm, the original speed reductions were not blanket speed reductions. They were based on evidence, and they were based on quite considerable consultation over years. Actually, it's taken a number of years to try and implement some of the speed reductions. However, the increase in the speed now is a blanket and not based on evidence and not going out for consultation with community. That is the fact?
Yes, simply,
Yeah.
simply put, that would be one way of characterising what has happened. Yep, that's the call of the government.
And yeah, thank you. And in assessing the impact of increased speeds, we're going to be using DSI, and you've explained there's other things that we can do to reduce DSI. It just isn't all about speed. The motivation for the increase from the government to increase speed is economic growth. We're going to get people places faster. Is that an assessment that Auckland Transport will also do, or is that more of a government? Do you know of anyone that's actually going to assess if travelling getting somewhere 20 seconds faster is going to improve economic growth? Because that's perhaps not a question for you, Dean, but you might have some insight that you can share of the benefits that are meant to come from increasing the speeds in terms of economic growth.
We're not doing that assessment. That'll be left for others to do. Our focus is on how we manage the network safely.
My second question is around the judicial review, and you've said there's approximately $8.8 million to put in the increasing the speeds, unbudgeted. Is there a time frame that this has to be completed by? Because obviously it would make more sense to wait for the judicial review to be completed, fiscally responsible to wait until the review has been completed. But is this out of Auckland Transport's hands because the government has put in a deadline date?
Look, the call we've made, and I will own this, is that we've got a legal requirement to reverse speeds between now and 30 June, and we're working our best to do that. We know that there's a judicial review. We don't know whether it will be successful or whole in part, and if it is successful in whole or part, then we will address that when we get to it. But I can't contemplate a future where we decide not to comply with the law in anticipation of something that might happen. And so that's the dilemma we're in. So the call I've made, and we've discussed it with the board and an executive team, is these challenges always come, but our first obligation, our first priority, our only priority is to comply with the law.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you.
Okay, Desley.
Thanks, Dean. Some real positive stuff in this. Look, especially pleased to hear the TMP work, and Chair, you've told me that you've had something to do with that too, so congratulations to you. Look, I just got a couple of questions around that. Is there any way that we can look at 24-hour works on arterials to get arterial work completed earlier?
We would welcome that, but it's a discussion that you would need to have as councillors with respect to the unitary plan.
Okay, thanks for that. And the next question is why?
I would like to see that discussion take place if that's okay. I don't want to leave that subject. That was, yeah, we would welcome it, but we recognise that, I've continued on that one, that arterials tend to be more industrial or commercial by nature, but not exclusively. There is a lot of residential activity, land use on an arterial. And so 24/7 does have noise-related effects, but we would certainly welcome it. If we could do a super weekend, or we could do overnight work and then free up that arterial for daytime use with careful communications and strong political support, and a change to the unitary plan, I think we could do that.
Great, thanks for that. And my second question is, why, as owners of the road and footpath, aren't we leading a discussion with other utilities so that we can share information, so we know who's doing what when? Because, you know, I've heard you say a couple of times that you're only 30% of the work, right? But why aren't we joined up in this technology that we have? Why can't we integrate what Vector are doing, what you're doing, what everybody else is doing, and make sure that the Dig One policy is a lot stronger than it is? And why didn't you know what was happening on Albert Street? I mean, we should have a better relationship, shouldn't we, with all the other companies? And if we don't, how can you lead the way in that space to have a conversation and share that information?
I can start that. We do have a really good relationship with the utilities. We've got strong relationships with the power, gas, telco and water care. We have quarterly meetings, planning meetings with them. What has been slow is the adoption of the national technology that puts everybody's forward works programs on a map so we can see them all together. The other thing is, in a budget constrained environment, often those projects move. So we have conversations with them. We acknowledge we need to be better in that space. The national code that governs the utility works in the road corridor is quite specific. We do have an obligation to consult with them and for them to share their forward work programs. There is a piece of software that displays all of the forward work programs that came out of the Christchurch earthquakes. What we'd love is if it was mandatory for particularly utilities and local bodies to put their forward works programs in that. And we're working with central government to kind of have words in the air to see whether that's a possibility. There's work to be done in the space, agreed in Dig Once, and more works coordination needs to happen. We've got some initiatives in place to make sure that we're talking more with utilities.
I would like to add to that. We're deeply frustrated by this, and Tracy's being very nice, but we are deeply frustrated by this. And it is a technology investment, and probably we're at the point, sorry Tracy, of saying, well, we are going to do this. And if you're working our road and we're the road controlling authority, then you have to load it up. And before you commence your work, we've got to see it on the GIS layer. And Simon's got some good examples from the UK where they've employed that sort of technology. So I think we're at a tipping point. What has been lost sight of in New Zealand and has definitely been lost sight of in Auckland is the road is there for movement. It's not there for other people to do their work in, and we've lost sight of that principle. And so that is the principle that drives me, and these two are sick and tired of hearing me say that. It is there for people to move. And if we can get that embedded and then get people to respect it, and if they want to occupy a lane, they pay a lane rental or whatever it is to occupy that place, for the short period that they need it, they get in and get out. I think we'll be able to move the needle on this and we'll free up our assets significantly. But we will come back to you with further thoughts because there's a lot of crunchy effort going to this one, and I do not want to leave your question about how we work better unattended to. I think there is a place that we need to go more firmly as well.
So thanks for that, because I was going to talk to the chair about maybe adding another, a resolution along that, but I'm happy to leave it on the proviso that you're committed to coming back and talking about that, because I totally agree with you. The road is for movement, and it must be terribly frustrating when we haven't got the technology and we haven't got the integration and we don't know what's happening. So something needs to happen and fast. And
we've got people doing work whenever they want to, not telling us that they're going to do it, and not putting signage out to say who they are. Yeah, it just goes on and on.
So maybe also if we can, through the mayor, talk to central government about fast tracking that work too, because I think it's integral to Auckland's success. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessie. Ken.
Thank you. Just going back to the cones and the contracts, is there a situation where a contractor has time, he has to get onto a contract as soon as it's allotted to him, or a time frame in which, reading between the comments in the West when I've complained about all these cones and stuff, I'm told that, that's no longer under our control, it's the contractor, and the contractors be to it soon. And there's a whole bunch. I've taken people to different places which have still got cones on them. I got this perception that contractors could be building up an inventory of jobs. So when they get their contract, what's the time frame of them saying, okay, you've got that job, can they get multiple jobs in one contract? How do we manage that?
So it depends a little bit on who the contract is with. So Auckland Transport is two pieces in the respect that my team is the regulator and Murray's team is the one that actually does the work on the network. So I'll let Murray talk about contractual timing and things for Auckland Transport work, but you've got to remember that you've got everybody else out there also working in the road corridor, and we don't have the control on the contracts that Watercare let or private developers let to connect to the network. So your question's a good one, and there are contractual levers that we can pull to hold contractors to account for the timeliness of their work, but we actually don't have control over a number of those contracts that aren't AT works. Murray, I don't know whether you want to add anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly the angle of your question, but I'll give a few answers that hopefully helps.
Well, if I may interrupt, the ones I was thinking of, we drove round, you and I, in West Auckland, and there were these little jobs everywhere that we looked at. They're still there, and they've still got cones on them, and they're Auckland Transport jobs.
Okay, so in terms of the delivery contract itself, we have a master contract agreement across a 5-year period for various maintenance renewals and minor capital. So it's the same contractor doing the work in multiple sites, yes. In terms of their corridor access requests, so their ability to access the road corridor and do the work, Tracy's team will deal with it in 2 ways. It can be a specific request for a specific site, and then that's defined by time and that they have to have a plan approved. However, there's other types of work which would be under emergency works or under routine maintenance, where they have a blanket agreement and they can access the corridor as and when they choose and able to do that work. I think the sites that you're talking about would be under emergency works, and the reason that the cones are still out there is because those sites have not been completed under the flood recovery work program, so that they're still dangerous sites. Motorists need to navigate around them, and we're working to get majority of those sites closed out by December this year to get those completed.
Thank you. Last question. Just if, I think it was the second pictorial slide there, Pine Valley Road culvert. It showed a picture of, if we go back one more, that one, bottom left-hand corner. The practice of covering all the culverts in huge amounts of Gabion rock, that doesn't stop nature coming back. I can take you around sites in West Auckland that have been like that for some time. Nature has come back, and we just reduced our maintenance ability to manual gloves and grubber, which increases our costs, etc. I'm just passing this on because I know in certain areas of the public out there, they are questioning acres of Gabion, how that's going to actually improve things for us in the long run.
Obviously, each site is different, has different characteristics. We'll take on board any feedback you have and local knowledge from your area on particular sites, so that's very welcome. The one in the picture, I'd have to ask the team for more detail around the exact design, but that looks to me like rip-rap scour protection around that culvert entrance.
Would you agree that any maintenance on there now has to be done manually? You can't put a digger in there unless you take it all away. All I'm looking at is the increased costs you can see in maintenance that we're building into our design. That's all I want to feedback.
Yeah, no, that's great. We're very much focused on minimising the ongoing maintenance cost, lowest whole of life cost. So yeah, any examples that you can give us to focus on that is welcome.
Thank you. Billy.
Kia ora everybody. Just picking up on the flood recovery numbers, 80% of 800 roading slips across the region repaired under budget. I had to look that one up on Google. How did you do this? I mean, what I'm trying to do is not put a yoke around your neck, but if you can do something and accomplish this like you have, are the last 20% the real doozers? Is there did you allow extra time for contingency? Because I'd like to copy and paste that onto a few other things.
Yeah, so after the 23 storm events, there was 2,000 sites impacted across the network, and they were prioritised to be addressed under two key areas. One was to first enable access to people's properties and houses and so on. And then the second was looking at how they impacted the flow across the network. So we've prioritised each of the sites and are basically working through the list. So the final ones that we're working on, some of them are more complex. So for instance, Millflat Road Bridge that got washed out, that had more complex design and consenting requirements, which meant it went slower. Similar, the Awhitu Peninsula Manukau south site was very complex. Others are of lower priority on the network, and so that's why they've been left to the end. And the length of time that it's taken is just a factor of the resource available to work through all of those.
I mean, it's great to see that. I'm putting a positive spin on it. And just two more, because the cones and stone chips are up for kōrero. We've got the conification of Ōrākei going on at the moment. Leslie will know all about it. And we've had quite a few put up around the Kupe Street and Kepa Road intersection. So I can see there's an issue with just cones being left everywhere. How do you evaluate when there's an over-conification of an area? Those are technical terms.
I'm going to adopt that and steal that and have an over-conification program. But essentially we look at the initial application to see whether there are too many devices that the contractor or the person undertaking the work is proposing, and we'll often push back on that. Now that we don't have that strict rules-based COPTIM approach, we're pushing back on people and asking them to justify why they need so many devices. What people are taking a long time to understand is actually having too many is worse than having not enough. You build in a level of complacency with the travelling public, if not rage and frustration. And so we're pushing back at the moment on an application by application basis. But the other part of it is that they may not have installed it to plan. So they may have an approved plan, and then when they get to site, they do something different. In order to find those, we either need someone to tell us, or we've got 6 mobile auditors that go around and check. So it's a balance really of getting it right at the time of application, but also checking that they're doing the right thing out there on the network.
Yeah, no, I get that. And one of the issues we had was one truck went through, knocked the whole lot over, and they weren't picked up for 2 days. So people are getting out of their cars to do it. It's really dangerous.
So those we can deploy someone to check sites like that and hold the contractor responsible as long as we know, and there's a mechanism to report that after hours as well. We can circulate that again for people just so that you can let your constituents know that they can call the call centre and report those sorts of incidents.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. And last one, stone chips. In Ōrākei again, I get the feeling the cars are left to sweep up the stone chips. We had a really nasty one on Coates Ave, and there was just chips everywhere. And there's this poor guy mowing his lawns, throwing chips onto the cars that are driving past, plus the cars throwing them onto him. Plus you're hitting people waiting to cross the road. What sort of time frame would you expect the stone chips, the loose ones, after a period to actually be swept up properly, because they're just not?
I can't give you the exact number of days, but in terms of the process, exactly what you said, chips are laid. There's a bedding in period where vehicle traffic does push them down into the bitumen, and then there's a sweep. What I do know is if, similar to what Tracy said, if constituents have an issue, they can contact AT, and I've dealt with a few cases where an additional sweep can be done. So the contractor will normally do a sweep quite soon after the chip sealing, But if for some reason it's not bedding down properly, then we can do an additional sweep. So if there is a particular site, we can definitely look at that and address it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Murray.
So we're breaking at 1 o'clock for lunch. We've got 5 minutes. So the next question is to the Mayor.
Oh, thank you for that. First of all, good stuff. A pat on the back for the announcement over the TTM, even if it was ignored this morning, but that's a good move. And as far as the move from risk to the other system, it's going to be hard because they actually make a lot more money under the old one. And I thought perhaps you could consider what a lot of countries have as yellow and black cones, or have a post yesterday's announcement cone that has to have stripes on it or something or other to show that they've heard. Try some hard-nosed stuff. But my question really was actually a different thing. Are you being ambitious enough on dynamic lanes and optimisation? Because your presentation says you're only delivering 3 this year and 4 the next. And I'd like to see more of a rush at that if that's possible.
So yes, we are. There's a pipeline we need to plan. So next year we've got 10 in the making. We just need time to forward plan them. So this year we've implemented 3 from memory, as you've said, and then next year we've got 10 coming, and the program ramps up.
Good, ramping up's good. And the optimisation, I see you've made a fair bit of progress on that, but I really want to see some real movement of the digital age, hard-nosed, if you can do that. So I'm looking forward to hearing plenty of, I know you're thinking about it, but...
Again, same answer. There's lots in the pipeline. They just take time to plan and implement, and we're always seeking to improve the technology. So.
Okay, I know you understand the problem. Okay, thanks very much for that.
Okay, Sharon, can you squeeze your question in 2 minutes?
I'll try. Okay, I don't often ask questions, so just on the traffic management with the cones, not all streets are the same, and just for an example, my street, very small, short street, we had cones for Africa for this, just for a concrete truck, and so what I'm saying is we had these hundreds and hundreds of cones just for one little job in the quietest street you can ever imagine, and we had 5 people standing there all day, in fact for 2 or 3 days, in this very quiet street. So how do we manage that? Do we have somebody from Auckland Transport that actually talks with the traffic management people to really look at their plan and to say, well, yes, well that plan works for that street, but it's not quite Pakuranga Road. It's a very quiet street. And just one other thing, quite often I go over to Green Bay to pick up my grandchildren some mornings, 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And what I've found, I think it's on a Monday morning, I've found the waste management trucks are on Hillsborough Road, very busy road, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. So what happens, we've got all this new development that's going in on the roads, and you've got all these rubbish trucks using the road at peak traffic time, stopping, and it can take nearly 30 to 40 minutes to just go about half a kilometre because the trucks you can't move, you can't get past them because they're all picking up the rubbish. So can we get Auckland Transport, it's not your fault, but can we get Auckland Transport and Waste Management to have a discussion about very busy roads being, it's at peak traffic time, having rubbish picked up, because this is what's causing a lot of the problems in the mornings.
Okay, I'll look to answer those 2 very, very briefly. First of all, we do 30,000 approvals. Tracy might want to block her ears, but there might be as many again of small constructors doing a residential home that decide for the concrete truck they want to put out cones in their own right. And there won't be an application, and we won't see anything except if people like you tell us. So there is a lot of cones out there. They're used by people that are looking to keep things safe. They're doing it because they think they're doing the right thing, and they'll be blocking up a piece of road. So if you see that, send it to us. We will have a look, and we will look to address it. But there's thousands of these things every single day operating. That's the first point. The second point is, if waste management is collecting rubbish at peak traffic time, my encouragement would be for you to talk to the solid waste department in Auckland Council and see if you can modify the contracts for the pickup time.
They do that. They do
Okay, so it's 1 o'clock, it's 1:01. So we are going to break for lunch. We still have at least 4 questions to go after lunch. So we will break for half an hour. Would have been longer, but we've rattled on, so you'll have to get your pie quickly. Because I'm picking there's going to be a little bit of debate and there's going to be potential amendments, and so we're not going to get that done in this time. There's potentially an amendment coming. So I think there is. So we are breaking for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:35. We will kick off on the dot. through the meeting, the online participants count. So we don't have to wait for the people to finish their sandwiches. So we're going to crack on. Thank you to those that are here. Just before we do, Wayne Walker has asked for to be included in the online attendee, so I'll move that. Someone want a second that Wayne be added to that? Thanks, Richard. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. There you go, Wayne, if you're wrong. Okay. We're back into questions. Shane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I've asked for a photo to be brought up, if that's all right. I know. Now, look, just in terms of temporary traffic management, I really acknowledge your frustration and thank you for all the work you're doing there. I just add to that list, putting signage in the cycleway. Now, this is on a major arterial outside one of the biggest events that we put on in the year in my ward. And you don't tell, that could be anywhere else except for right in the centre of it, where there's a huge culture of cycling in this community as well. So just wanted to draw that to your attention.
I've seen that photo. I celebrate the hopeless placement for all the wrong reasons.
Very good. More strength to your arm. Thank you. Look, I've got a couple of questions around the financial aspect of the safety discussion because, look, I know you're required to do this by government, so just taking that as read. But look, that unbudgeted 8.8 million that you're talking about, are we anticipating that to be a regional spend or will there be any local board component?
I've said it before, we are looking to pull the 8.8 down. That's important. And secondly, it's a regional spend. There'll be nothing that I would anticipate in the way of contribution from local boards.
And given we've already gone through the RLTP, do we have any sense of where that 8.8 million is going to come from?
NZTA have got some money allocated on their side of the funding equation. We have got no monies allocated for it on our side, so it'll to the degree that it needs to, it'll have to come out of another project or underspend if that's the case. But we will have to work it within our budget, and that's the approach we're taking at this stage. There is no other way forward.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So just so I can be clear, that kind of process of reprioritising of spend, are we going to get a line of sight on what's going to miss out on funding because of the mandate that we have to do?
I think with that sort of amount, so look, if we took 8.8 and we said, look, it's 4.5 million, with that sort of amount, we would look to manage it within existing budgets. The degree to which it compromises other spend or defers spend, so the outcome is still delivered, but maybe it's delivered next year, not this year, we'll give you that, but we'll probably give it to you retrospectively. For the amount that's being spent, we could spend more money trying to figure out what we're stopping than actually just getting on with it and then telling you what the impact of that spend was. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, just signalling my interest in that, and thanks for that. My last question is, yeah, as I said, I know you're required to do it, but do we do BCR assessments on removal of speed restrictions? I know we do assessments on putting these things in and making changes to the road. Do we do assessments on value for money on removing things?
No, we haven't, because when the law was considered, went through the select committee and then passed, that was part of the government's thinking. And so they made those, they did the assessment of the benefits and then they passed the law in line with that. So we haven't done any of that assessment and we won't do that assessment either. We are complying with what we're required to comply with.
Just reserving my right to speak, Chair, but just sort of suggests that maybe it is an opportunity to get some hard economic data on the impact of what the proposal actually is. I think that would be useful for the public, so just something to sort of raise.
Yeah, I think I have thought about this, Councillor, and we could spend $1 million in consulting fees to do that piece of work. I made that number up, it might be 100,000. I do think it's worth, if you're interested in what the government's assessment was of the economic benefit, is to ask the Ministry of Transport for that feedback.
Thank you, that's useful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Julie.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. So I've got questions on a couple of areas. First is on the temporary traffic management plan work, and I was actually thinking before this meeting, gee, we're overdue for an update, and here it is. So good timing, and I really appreciate it, the information that's been put before us. The first thing, I guess, is to ask about the map, which is on Auckland Council's website that any of us or the members of the public can access, which then gives you a sense of excavation event or non-excavation, and then that gives us a basis for a number that we can send to AT and go, hey, what's the story with this one? So just checking, have there been any more sort of innovations around that? Because I know there were some discussions about some of the length of times that were being given for corridor access requests and expecting those to come down. And are we starting to see that flow through in more recent ones that might show up on that map now? So we're giving people a month when actually they've got a week of work. Yeah, and is that flowing through yet?
So not yet. What we've had some very in-depth analysis of that map and the data that it provides, and it's actually been a sense of frustration, I think, for both elected members and the public, because like you say, it gives a work window for approved works. It doesn't actually tell you whether they're there or not.
Yes.
So we've made some modifications to the map and actually stripped out quite a lot of the information from it. We have got a program of work to bring a more accurate map, but what that depends on is a notification system where we're going to mandate them having to say, I'm here.
Yep.
So that on that map we can feed that geospatial data and to say, well, they've got a work window of a month, and we might continue to have reasonably long work windows, particularly in the shoulder construction periods where weather can be an issue. That means they don't have to reapply and churn their paperwork, etc. But the gold in the improvement will be when they're actually physically on the network, because at the moment you've got no idea.
Yes.
And you might get to the 28th day of that month-long work window and they might apply for an extension anyway. And we can't surface that information to you at the moment, but there's a piece of work to mandate that notification, and then that will be served up on that map, which should give people a lot more tangible planning opportunity to avoid live websites.
Yeah, I find that map really useful, so glad to hear it's still on the radar as a tool and is already being improved. So when do we, a lot of what was put up on the slide and presented to us today was about telling people, you know, need to put up signs, you know, you need to comply, stop putting out cones when you don't have approval. When do we move from telling people what the rules are to enforcing those rules?
So we already enforce them. Our enforcement powers are quite limited, and
Right.
we're currently talking with central government about what that looks like to maybe change legislation to get more teeth in this space. At the moment, we are prevented from fining people as part of enforcement. We can only apply fees, and those fees have to be calculated on a cost recovery only basis. So we can't make anything punitive.
Yep.
Because we're prevented by law. That is a very active conversation at the moment with central government about what we could put into a legislative toolbox to change, to actually make an impact. People don't react to a $600 fee. They just take it as a cost of doing business.
Yeah.
So the other power that we have, which we will be ramping up, but we have to find them first, is we've got the ability to deny future access to the network based on past poor performance.
Right.
So that's starting to pay real dividends. People are scared of that. And so if they get 2 strikes or 2 notices, they are really working to clean up their act and work within their approvals, because economically it could be quite devastating for someone to be denied access to the network if they've got contracts already let. So it's a power that we haven't exercised in the past, but you can hear, I think, Dean's frustration, and we're starting to get a lot of pressure to use all of the powers that we've got to improve things drastically.
So are we not in a situation where, and this is perhaps the difference between a fee and a fine, to say if we get a complaint about your work site that we have to deal with and it's justified, then actually that has cost our organisation, $200 to process. Therefore, you have to pay a $200 fee. We can't do that.
That happens
That
now.
is happening now.
Yes.
Great.
It's called additional monitoring costs, which is code for we're really mad with you because we got a complaint and we had to come and fight. And literally it is around that level, and it doesn't make any difference to them.
Wow.
They don't care.
Gosh. Okay. The other question I have in this space is around how, the point about signage, and this was something that came up with in our session on Monday with the AT directors, and thank you for hosting us. In the first instance, how are we going with getting compliance within the council family? I'm thinking about water care, healthy waters. Are we getting compliance from them about signage?
So I've spoken to each of the CEs, and I've communicated directly with the likes of Mark Bourne from Watercare, Craig McElroy, Healthy Waters. They're very aware, and I've got the support of Phil, David Rankin, Dave Chambers, etc. on this, very aware of what we're trying to achieve and the why, and they've confirmed their commitment to it, first point. Second point is I've just got some example graphics of the signage that you'll see Auckland Transport putting up that will be shared with them. They can use that as a template, they can put their own template, but the minimum is I want to see who the organisation is, why they are there, and who to contact.
Yeah, great.
Okay, and so if we can just get that up as a minimum, and we can demonstrate what good looks like as council family, then I'll be able to leverage the others, the Vectorses and the Choruses, and the big developers along those lines. But we have to lead. We are working very hard at that. But we're not waiting for us to get our act together. We're expecting others to get their act together ASAP as well.
Great, thank you. Quick question on the summer reno stuff. Great to see how well this is working. Is this going to continue to be an annual push? Is this now business as usual?
Yeah, absolutely. Every summer we'll do a big push to get more work done on the road network. And your latest update, we're at 240 kilometres road renovated out of our 400 kilometre target now.
Great. And are we working with the construction companies, the road people, to make sure that they have their workers lined up and equipment and stuff to deal with that peak?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have an increasing year-on-year targets, and we're working with the industry to ramp up to be able to meet those future increased targets as well. Yes. Great,
thank you. And then speed reversals. Sorry, Chair. So looking at where we're up to with this, I want to explore a couple of things. First is the issue about the arterials and getting them done. I think you said the 30th of March, thereabouts, end of March, right? It would be really useful to be able to get that information about which ones you're looking at as soon as possible, particularly for those which impact schools, because they'll want to be able to plan for changes that their community might see, and that's going to be a really crucial safety issue for them. So when will that be available publicly, or at least to us and local boards?
Yeah, can I come back to you with an actual date? But the team's working very hard. Now that they've done the assessment of what roads need to have their speeds reversed and how we're going to tranche it, they've also been looking at how to make sure that information is available on our website so that anybody can go in and have a look and see in this area or this road, or I live here, how does that affect me? So they'll be able to see that. But what we will do is we'll come back to you as a group of councillors, but we'll communicate the same to local boards saying what they'll be able to see and when they'll be able to see it. Right. We're not proposing to consult because we're not required to, but we do want people to get access to good information about what's going to happen and what order. Okay. And they'll also be able to see if they want to consider a reversal of the reversal, what the process is and what tests need to be met to achieve that.
Okay, and so before you mentioned also in response to a question from Councillor Hills around in some places where there's a reversal, we may be looking at some other device or engineering solution or whatever. So will AT be looking proactively at that, or will it be a case of the list goes up and then you get contacted by communities? And will they have to wait until the reversal's been done to lobby for it, or will they be able to do it before the reversal comes into effect? Sorry, that's quite a lot in one question.
Yeah, I'll start at the end and I'll work towards the beginning on that. So if I start at the end, we have contemplated if there was a real need, a technical safety need to leave a speed where it is it possible to get that through and approved before reversing it?
Yep.
We're not convinced that that's the case. But if we took a very simple approach and said, well, actually, rather than expensive sign replacement, we could have stickers that we put over, then it might actually be a really simple solution.
Right.
Sticker up, sticker down. So we're having a look at all of that.
Okay.
But there is some tests that need to be gone through to achieve a new speed limit where it involves a reduction, and that's not going to happen.
No.
In a space of weeks or a couple of months.
Yeah.
In terms of monitoring, though, and I think part of your question related to, well, how do we know where the risks lie? We do monitor the network. We've got actually really good quality data. You see that, the local boards see it. We know there are a lot of parameters. So we understand where these death and serious injuries or near misses are occurring. And so when we work with you and local boards, we're bringing that information to the table, but they've got their own views as well. And so we combine that along with schools or other community groups, health boards, practitioners, police, etc., to consider what the right intervention is and how best to get there. So we will apply the same model. We're using all of those inputs to help us design what the safe solution approach is. But we're not just waiting for reactive feedback. We are looking at where you have further development or further intensification, more residents coming into an area. We're looking at what the change in risk profile is. So we're not just waiting for a death and serious injury to occur to then decide to do something. We're being proactive and looking and trying to understand, is there a change in risk profile, and therefore what would we need to do?
Thanks. That leads on really well to my next question, which is this issue about evidence, is that these reversals were based on evidence, and I feel like we're getting a little bit of a mixed message here, and it might be because you haven't worked it out yet rather than, that, you're saying not waiting for a DSI to necessarily look at it. I'm assuming when you say look at, you mean look at something that isn't a speed reversal, because government has largely taken that off the table. Is that, so we did these reversals based on evidence. Now part of what I've been hearing through this conversation is that you'll do the reversals because you have to comply with the law. I've got another question about that in a minute. And then we will need evidence that there has been an increase in DSIs in order to go to look at a reversal back to what it is now. And that this all is just a little unclear. I'm not trying to catch you out here. I just genuinely want to understand the sequence of events, if you like.
Yeah, so look, you're not catching me out because actually I don't know everything about the subject, so that's fine. Okay. We're not just, what I think the best way of handling this is to share with you what the criteria are for considering what a new speed should be, because it's more than just what is happening with DSI. Okay, so the best way of answering your question, I'll come back to you with what the criteria are for considering a new speed limit, and you'll see there what we need to consider.
Okay, thank you. Now, my two questions. One is, why is it that when we talk about network disruption, and there's a lot of really good stuff in there, we don't include accidents? why do we sort of seem to treat safety, accidents is only part of the safety piece and not part of the network disruption piece? Because, the saying goes, the faster you go, the bigger the mess. Well, the bigger the mess that has to be cleaned up, the bigger the disruption to the network. So that's something I was keen to understand as well. And then I've got one last thing, Chair.
We treat planned events and works and unplanned separately in the respect that ATOC have to deal with the unplanned events in a dynamic way and treat each as it's on its own merits. However, a lot of the network optimisation work program includes mitigating the impact and disruption of unplanned events. So we don't have an approach to the improvements in the processes in that segregated way. But I guess it's the planned disruptions get quite a lot of airtime because we can see them coming, and often people, don't see. Obviously, you don't see an accident coming, but you don't see the lessons learned from dealing with that particular incident on the network and how that's then applied next time a disruptive event like that occurs. So it's certainly thought about in the entire disruptions program, just in a slightly different way.
So do we have something in that network disruption space that is reducing unplanned disruptions, which would include accidents?
Yes, we can. I'm not the subject matter expert on that, but we can bring an update from ATOC or circulate some information about how their unplanned reactions are being catered to by the program.
Okay. I think just to be fair on the team though, once the police are called out, they're in charge of that scene and they might choose to hold it closed or whatever. So we have very little control. But your point is, if we can make the road safe, we're going to have less disruption because we've got less death and serious injury. And that is the whole purpose of our transport safety team.
Yeah.
Okay, that is what they live and breathe. That's why we accept the challenge of trying to reduce DSI for both the human benefit and the social benefit, but also if we get that right, we have less disruption in the network. So we've got a whole team dedicated to this every single day, looking at safe systems solutions. So I didn't want that left to go unsaid. It's not as if we're not thinking about it. We are thinking about it every single day.
Yeah. And I don't think that you're not thinking about it. I was just making sure it's getting captured in that part of the work as well. Final question is, so, and you said before, I wrote it down, Dean, the only priority is to comply with the law. And I'm not having a go because you're right, you do have to comply with the law. What I want to know is, has AT done any looking at their obligations under the Health and Safety Workplace Act, for example, as a PCBO, a person in control of a business or undertaking, particularly in regard to some of our workers who work directly for us or perhaps for some of our contracted companies like bus drivers?
So we're constantly monitoring our PCBU responsibilities and in this context, what is our responsibility? So look, we do understand those and we take them very seriously, as you would expect, as we do the need to comply with the law in this regard too. So we're balancing both of those. That's the answer.
All right, I'd be interested in a bit more on that, perhaps maybe from your legal team, about how you feel your PCBU obligations align and stuff with the speed reversals. That would be helpful. Not right now, but yeah.
As a PCBU though, we're not responsible, nor is the board or the executive, for, in the general term, death and serious injury on the road. So we're not legally responsible for a death or a serious injury as a result of an incident on the road. We take very seriously our responsibility to design a safe system solution to try and minimise that. But if somebody's drunk and driving and hits a pole, we're not responsible for that.
I don't think, with respect, I was asking about speed reversals, not drunk driving.
Yep, so we're going to move on.
Yes, that's
you've had a good crack. John, Greg, then John.
All right, thank you, Chair. Welcome, Dean. Thank you very much for you and your team for being here today. I had two questions. One will be around the preferred supplier kind of panel restructuring that that's underway at the moment, I understand, just getting some clarification around that. Another one will just be a quick question about some lobbying some of us council have just had recently about the works that are happening on Great North Road, around Great North Road. So just I understand at the moment our preferred suppliers, there was a panel system, which I was kind of familiar with. I understand that's been re-looked at, and obviously I wouldn't expect you to give away any type of confidentialities around this, but is it possible for councillors to get a bit of an understanding, and I'll put this in the context shortly, about why that review's being undertaken, what type of new model you might be looking at there, what are the advantages of it. And the reason why I bring it up is a couple of reasons. One is, I guess politically we're trying to ultimately give local boards greater decision-making and accountability in their space to be able to engage local contractors, so how might it affect that? And is there potential for, if we're going to a fewer number of those top layer preferred contractors, then they're likely to do more subcontracting. And, you know, need to understand, does that potentially create more cost as margins are built into that? And is there any risk in the diminishing of tendering and competition, healthy competition out there? So I'm not expecting those answers right now, but is that something that you feel is a fair question to be able to get some oversight around that? And shall I ask the second one around the Great North Road as well? Second one around Great North Road is, I understand there's some works happening out there at the moment. The auxiliary roads that are coming off it are having speed humps built into it. There's some lobbying going on that the board of directors didn't approve or disapprove the ability to build those speed humps, and I don't know if that's correct or not. So just getting clarification if the board had seen those plans at all, and if they were quite happy for them to proceed on the basis that they are.
Yeah, I can clarify that. Before the contract was awarded, we discussed this project again. It's been approved many times, several times around here, and at the board, it was discussed again, and the board, it was, albeit in a confidential meeting, but I don't think this needs to be confidential. The board, because it's apparent in the events that occurred afterwards, the board continues to support, with some good challenge too, by the way, that project down Great North Road, and on the basis of that, the contract was awarded and works commenced. So there's no truth in what you've heard.
Yeah, I can answer the first question about the supplier panels. I'll just sort of give you an overview, and hopefully that covers it off. So for our large projects, we go to tender, and individual contractors are selected for those. However, we have a plethora of small minor works projects. And for those, what AT has been doing is procuring what we call supplier panels. So we go out to the market and we procure designers and constructors. And we're generally, to answer your question, not going for tier one, not the large ones, but the smaller, more bespoke companies. And bearing in mind that these are normally the smaller projects as well. And so then we procure in a competitive process and agree pricing schedules with a number of different designers and constructors for a certain type of work. And that's for a period of time. So it could be 3 years, it could be 5 years, depending on exactly what it is. And it enables us to have competitive pricing that's been tested in an open market competitive process, and supplier certainty, and they have a level of certainty of a workflow as well as we have certainty of delivering to certain suppliers so that we can react quickly and deliver fast on an annual program of work. We demand quality outputs from them, and it's an open and transparent market-led process. So it's a way that we've been delivering over a long period of time. every few years, one of these panels will come up for retendering, and that's the process that we're in now. Obviously, I can't share any commercial confidentialities, but the process is tried and tested, and it's performing well, and the market's responding well, and we're getting good competitive pricing. But yeah, generally, it's from the smaller sized contractors and designers.
Okay, John.
Just a couple of quick ones. The first one to do with the projects, the capital program that was in the presentation, and I just noticed it the other day because I was driving down towards Hadfields Beach, and I saw this big project on the Hibiscus Coast Highway, which surprised me how substantive it was. I do travel up on that road, but until it was finished, I didn't realise there was so much work going on. You may or may not have it, but do you know how much that project cost? And the reason I asked that is because, like other big ones in my ward, like Glenvar Road, they were substantial projects in themselves that often if a dollar value isn't assigned to it for the public, then people actually don't realise how much money has been invested in that project. If you haven't got it, that's all right. I'll get it. Yeah, because that was a significant piece of work. Just the other question, it just relates to another issue that comes up from time to time, and that's the chip sealing. Hardy old annual there, and as a proud recipient of my cul-de-sac being chip sealed recently, despite my ongoing and repetitive objections, I can say that it's not a few days the chip hanging around, it's months and months, and it ends up inside your garage and your house and all that. But that aside, I did know that a few years ago AT was doing some trials on other surfaces. There was one in my ward in Unsworth Heights where a different type of application was being tried on the road, and there was a suggestion at that time that very much finer grain chip would kind of ameliorate somewhat the effects of the current regime. So I just, if you've got it to hand, it would be useful if there was any like a little update on those trials or investigations that might improve that surface.
Yeah, sure. So just so people are aware, new developers love to build asphalt roads, and 25 years later or however long, when the asphalt's worn out, we need to come back and re-waterproof the surface of the road. And the cheapest solution that NZTA will most likely fund is chip seal, which is the most common surfacing of roads around New Zealand and Australia. However, in an urban area, AT's been advocating strongly on behalf of the councillors to NZTA, who fund 50% of the program, that in urban areas we need to look at other solutions. So we have moved forward with another product we call Rejuve Seal, which is effectively spraying on a coating on the top. It has no chips at all. That breathes a bit of extra life into the bitumen of an asphalt. We've used that this season in the Stonefields area. The downside of that is that only gives you a few more years before the bitumen starts oxidizing again. And when bitumen becomes brittle and oxidizes, that's when it cracks and water goes through. We're also looking at microsurfacing, which is a bitumen layer with smaller chips, as you mentioned, sort of sand-sized chips, and this has been used on a number of roads. But it's a constant debate and ongoing discussion with NZTA about what percentage of the program they allow for these other products, which tend to be, in some cases, more expensive or give a lesser lifespan. So we'll continue advocating on your behalf. And as new products come into the market, we're definitely trialling those and then bringing the evidence to NZTA to support greater level of use across the network. Thanks.
And just finally, Mr. Chair, when that next program comes up in 10, 15, 20 years' time, I'll volunteer Fisherman's Cove as a trial area. I'm willing to make that
Sacrifice.
Thank you, John. Alf.
Tēnā koe he mane Andy. Tēnā koe e te kaiwhakahaere matua o te Auckland Transport. Kia ora tātou katoa. Just one question, and look, thank you, Dean and Auckland Transport, for the update. Hell of a lot of positive news, but my pātai is I've been sent some statistics around trust in decision making, but also satisfaction with performance. Dean, did you want me to mention them? Because I think it's important that it gets put in front of the committee, or do you have them? Kia ora.
Look, I'm happy to talk about them. Rather than do a deep dive on it right now, it's worth us coming back to you. But we do track our trust and confidence, and we do track our satisfaction as Auckland Transport. And we are doing two things with that. One is we're looking to understand how that's tracking against our SOI measure. So we've got a target of 33 this year. At the end of December, we were 27, but we came out of quite significant criticisms and the Merrill proposal, and we had the rail shut down. There's a whole range of things happening at that time. There's a lot of negative media, and you can see the direct impact, along with the things that we sometimes do to ourselves. So we own that, but we have seen some really good improvements across elements that we measure, so we continue to be very focused on it. The other thing I've asked the team, though, is tell me how we compare across the council family on trust and satisfaction and performance. So we've got a perspective on it, and how that might compare with other local government. And Auckland Transport actually does okay compared to Auckland Council. I can find the numbers if that's helpful, but the gap is, if I'm going to quote it, I should find the text. Otherwise,
I've got the numbers here that I ended up accessing, and can I just let the committee know that most recent trust and decision making measures was council 18%, AT 29%, satisfaction with performance, council was 19%, and Auckland Transport 34%. The reason I mention them is because it just needs to be highlighted, and that's directly as a result of the update. So, kia ora. That's all I really wanted to point out to the committee.
Okay, thanks, Alf. So we've got two more questions. They are repeats, so we only need one question each. So that's Daniel and Shane, and because we don't want to we're on to our second substantive item here, and we have a lot to go, and it is in your hands, councillors, as to how long we are here. Yeah, Daniel.
I think we're going to have a conversation shortly about safe speeds. Could I just get one understanding? With respect to the phase 1 implementation of the Safe Speeds program that was undertaken by Auckland Transport, you have your initial suggestion, your advice will be based on your analysis from your specialists, and then you do the implementation, and then the implementation is then monitored and reported back. That's how it would normally happen. Is the reporting that informed that phase 1 work, is that based on the ABLE report?
Sorry, I think I started off misunderstanding. So you're talking about how we monitor the effectiveness of
Safe Speeds reduction program, the phase 1,
and the balance of other interventions. We engaged ABLE to do a series of reports for us, 3 of them over time, and so yes, we have used that consistent method in monitoring to assist us in understanding the effectiveness.
Is there any other substantive research that we should be looking at that Auckland Transport has that informed that evaluation for the phase 1, or are we really sort of drilling into the ABLE stuff for the purpose of any consideration as to the effectiveness of that?
All right, look, I'll find out if there's anything else that would be helpful for you to understand the effectiveness of those interventions. But that methodology that they applied, as I recall, was based on best practice, international best practice. And it will have been sourced from other technical resources. But I'll find out if there's anything else. Shane?
Thanks, just a really quick one. Can I just put a fine point on this? 8.8 million, does that merely cover changing signage, or is that to pull out traffic calming as well?
That's only for the signage or signage-related activities. It's not for any infrastructure-related activities.
Okay, thanks team. Appreciate being here and a thorough update and even more thorough questioning. And don't forget Fisherman Cove later.
Thank you very much, everybody. Always appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, so we're going to throw some resolutions up. So there was some discussion during the break and before. There was going to be some amendments. We've had some discussion, changed some around, added some words, pulled some words out, had some legal checking, and have resulted in these. I'm happy for them to go through as Chair's Rex at this point in time. Richard is going to move them. Seconder, Angela. And so we can, any debate on those, or on what's up there.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll just be brief. I think everyone knows my views on this. And yeah, it was obviously good, better news, I guess. 2024, we had the lowest road fatalities since 1921 per capita, and the lowest by number since 2014, I think. So I do know that speed would have only been a factor in some, not all, and we know that DSI can go up and down, but I do have a significant concern still that we're being asked to pay for this, but also in most of the situations that I saw, especially over the last couple of years, there was significant consultation and evidence-based decision-making over this. And I do see that the Minister has worked with some communities down south to review or look at consultation for some of the speed changes. And I would just hope that potentially there is a bit of wriggle room to look at this, because I do think that this is one tool that is helping keep our communities safe. And I do have real concerns as governors that if we've had evidence that a lot of this change happened to keep people safe, there will or may likely end up with higher DSIs in the coming years due to these changes. So not trying to make this emotional. I think personally it is quite an emotional issue to my heart, but I have changed what originally I said, which was ask Auckland Transport to pause. We are not asking Auckland Transport to break the law, and they were very keen that we don't do that. This is about asking the Minister to consider, with the judicial review going on, and also for Auckland Transport to undertake some more engagement with local boards about what is going to happen where, especially those 1,600 roads, and what that might mean in a community who are used to it for 3 or 4 years at a different speed, and now that might change. There are a lot of upset people in the community that don't want this changed, reversed. All I would have hoped was that the government could have put pressure on us to reconsult and yes, change some, but I think the blanket changes are going to be a big mistake. So hopefully this is another effort to try and change that approach, because we do have a massive problem in Auckland and New Zealand with deaths and serious injuries. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Shane?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'll support this today, and look, I'll leave the debate around safety and around DSI to others. I'm really fixated on the financial elements today. But I just want to point out that we've been asked to spend $8.8 million of public money out of the pockets of every Aucklander, and in the NZTA's case, every New Zealander, to pull out signs. That's what we're doing. $8.8 million to change signs. According to the modelling, it is likely to make those roads less safe. So we're spending $8.8 million of public money to make roads less safe. Those roads, by the way, where the community have demanded us to do something about it, largely they're outside schools, not always, but largely outside schools. Community ask us to make these changes. They don't just come across our desk. So to me, that seems like a pretty poor use of public money. I'm scratching around to try and find $50,000 to fund a bus route to Piha that will have regional benefit, that will promote our tourism economy, that will do all sorts of wonderful things for the city, 50,000. And we have to spend $8.8 million in unfunded mandates sitting there on the desk pulling out signs. Whichever government is in office, when we are required to do work, we must be the only body in the entire country where you can ask us to do work and provide us no money to do it. Try doing that to your plumber or your electrician, right? But because it's the government, we have to do it. And that's not fair. Any government that's in office, when they ask us to do things, they should provide us the money to do them with, at the very least. The other thing I'll just add, Councillor Ferry, I think, makes a great point around health and safety, and it pricked up my ears as an old lawyer. I would love legal advice that says AT aren't responsible for health and safety on the roads. You know, they do a huge amount of work, so I'm not putting the burden to anybody, right? I'm just saying legally, at a first level, for workers operating under their contract or control, you know, surely there must be some health and safety duties there. And then where do they bump up against this particular issue? That's what I'm interested in. I think there's a second order question around members of the public. You know, other areas, other places are responsible for protecting public, not just the staff. So I'm interested in that advice. But that's just an interesting thought that I'd like to sort of have some follow-up on. But I support these recs today, and I think they've landed in a pretty good place. Cool. Thanks, Chair.
Desley?
I've got a question if I can, Chair. I don't know where, and the Mayor's not here, I don't know where he's got to with chatting this through with the new Minister of Transport. And I just wondered, do we know that? Do we know, I mean, because my question was around the judicial review. Now, obviously, the Minister is aware, you know, there is a judicial review. Are you saying that if the judicial review says we shouldn't do it, we won't do it? I just don't know the answer. Can someone help me with those 2 points?
The judicial, through you, Chair, the judicial review was put through last month, and I thought, you know, my personal view is that we should pause this work because I believe that the evidence says it's going to be bad for our city. But I thought at least for one moment we should be waiting for the outcome of this, because imagine if we then have to spend $8 million again reversing some
that was my question. So
so the Minister will have a choice to pause and have a look at it. He also may not. My original thoughts were to maybe ask Auckland Transport to pause. I've had advice that we can't ask Auckland Transport to do something that's illegal. So this will just give the Minister a choice to go, I'm happy to make you continue, or I'm happy to pause.
And my second question is regarding to E, in line with the government's recent intention to give local boards more decision-making over roads, was it the intent of the government, and I don't know, for them to have an opinion or a decision-making around speeds?
Through you, Chair, the only information was the release from the Transport Minister, which was around road controlling authority decisions potentially to local boards, and to have decisions over local roads and safety cycling, and something else was in there. So it does seem confusing to me that the government would announce we want local boards to have more control, but then technically this blanket change doesn't allow for that.
Okay, John?
Mine's a question too, to you, Mr. Chair, or one of the officers. Didn't we, in effect, deal with this in our submission to the draft land transport rule last year in July? Because when I look at the resolutions that were passed there, I see things such as supports the principle that local councils are best placed to understand local issues and set appropriate speeds, and that the government should not be overly prescriptive on Auckland speed matters. 4, opposes the requirement for variable speed limits outside school gates, but requests flexibility for AT to take into account local circumstances. 5, opposes the introduction of a ministerial speed objective. 6, opposes the changes to speed limit classifications and recommends that local authorities should have flexibility to respond to local conditions and community requests. And opposes the reversal of recent speed limit reductions and recommends that existing speed limits can be retained with community support, etc., etc. Didn't that essentially present our position that's just being duplicated to a greater or lesser extent here?
I haven't got it in front of me, so I will, and I'm picking you with the chair then, so I'm picking absolutely right. Yeah.
What's the intention of this thing?
I don't know if this is probably against standing orders, but if it's a question for me, that was ignored and the law change came through. So they ignored our feedback, but the difference here is we have a new minister and a judicial review, so potentially.
So the question was to the officers. So what I've heard via Councillor Hills is that because there's a judicial review and a new minister, we are essentially repeating our position. Is that it? Well, what's different from that than the clauses I read out? The same principles.
As the seconder, I would not see this as repeating. I would see this as consistent. We're now dealing with the reality of, we made a submission, they made their decision. We're now dealing with the reality of that decision, and we're saying, okay, here's some points we'd like to make back to you about the actual implementation.
So we feel the same way now as we did back in July of 2024. That's what it seems to me. That's what we passed.
We often reiterate ourselves and continue in a consistent
So we just I mean, obviously, you're right, and so I mean, we're restating it, aren't we? So, okay. Morris.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try and keep everything to straight factuals. The first fact is that during the entire period of time that I was Minister of Transport, the road toll came down dramatically every year. So I'm a big fan of reducing deaths and serious injuries and went about doing so. So anybody that will try what they've done before at these meetings, you don't care about people being killed or injured, I'll come back at you with some facts that show you're wrong. The second thing I want to do is say I'm really surprised at some people around here about the funding issue. Where were you when the Labor government brought in the blanket speed reductions and the same funding was available? A 50% FAR and the AT had to pay the other half. Same thing. The public had to fund the other half and not a mutter, not a murmur, not a whisper. But now it's going the other way. We're all upset about public money being spent. I just find that unbelievable. And the next thing I want to tell you is that the National Party, before the last election, put out a document and plastered it everywhere, on the web, everywhere they could at public meetings, called Accelerate New Zealand. And I want to read the 3 bullet points in that document. Increase speed limits to 110 kilometres on 3 state highways where it is safe to do so, and construct new roads of national significance to 110 kilometres per hour standard. Number 2, reverse Labor's blanket speed limit reductions on many state highways and local roads, except approaching schools where there will be variable speed limits at appropriate times of the day. And 3, limit the unnecessary use of road cones and temporary speed limit reductions to keep traffic moving when there is minimal risk to safety. Mr. Chairman, you can't be more clear in a policy you go to an election with. And what was the result? Well, be very careful to listen to these numbers. The National Party only got 38% of the party vote across New Zealand. Only got 38. In the non-22 electorates that make up Auckland, that is for the rest of the country, they only got 35%. But in the 22 electorates that make up Auckland, they got 45% of the vote, and many Labor MPs in safe seats lost their seats. Now, this is not something that came after an election and was snuck in. This is not something that the public of Auckland didn't know about, and in fact, in many meetings I was at,
I heard people saying they love the idea of going back. Certainly in our electorate, in our ward, it's very popular. And so it's all very well for people to say, oh, I'm angry about the money this is costing, but they didn't say a word when it was the other way. I'm also very happy to hear them say, oh, we want to have the public have a say. What is more public having a say than having an election based on some things that you put up in black and white and headlines and say, where's your vote? And they got that vote, and now we're somehow deciding that we are going to try and trounce it. I don't understand the intention of this, Mr. Chairman. I don't even think this is proper process. To have a simple, that I read in my papers last night, a simple one which was to accept the updated and performance of organisation of 18, and suddenly, bam, in comes a whole lot of stuff at the very last minute. If this is the way you're going to run things, then I'll put some stuff up at the last minute on everything that comes from here on and cause absolute mayhem, but it's not the right process. And I want everybody to sit there and put their little political agendas to one side and listen to those facts. This was canvassed for an election. This was voted for by the public. There was no funding other than the fire assistance, 50%, for moving the speed limits down, and those exact same signs are going to be changed to going up. And in fact, my understanding, some sticky papers can be stuck on the infrastructure and it costs next to bugger all cost on some of the speed limit signs. So I'm going to be voting against it, and I intend to signal now I intend a division to be called for.
Okay. Ken?
Yeah, thank you. After that, I want to sound apolitical, even though I support it. I'm just here as the public's representative from my area, and what the public are telling me is they're pleased the speeds have gone back up. They didn't slow down when they went down. They haven't overspeeded when they went back up. And everyone is conscious of the safety on the roads. The statistics we're given all the time aren't complete. I'm lucky I'm a big fat guy because I almost got knocked off walking down the road to get some lunch by someone speeding on a lime scooter on the footpath. In fact, the footpath's now more dangerous than the road down here in the city. This is all just going over it again, and the people that I represent, there is complaint, both sides, but the feeling, the way I see it and read it, what I hear is the majority are happy for us to get back to sensible speeds, to increase speeds, and for us to stop talking about all this stuff and get on with fixing the drains. So I'll be against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Can I just ask the officers, or maybe you, Richard, who is the sponsor of the judicial review? Is another council taking a judicial review against the Minister of Transport, or where has this JR come from?
I'm not sure, I'm just new there. I just know there is one.
So Dean's going to answer for you.
Sorry, the judicial review that you may have been aware of was from an entity called the Charitable Trust Movement. And that's all I have. I don't have a copy of the judicial review in front of me.
Do we have any more information about the claim that they've made?
So, sorry, not on hand. I mean, I can get it circulated to you, but it's not going to be helpful for the debate you're having right now.
Okay. Yeah, look,
I didn't anticipate this discussion, so I just wanted to flush the issue so you're all aware. I didn't expect that we would be where we are.
Okay, any further? Yep, Greg.
I just wonder if a division's been called, Chair, that you might want to move A without the division by voices and perhaps do B through to D, B through to E by division rather than the whole lot.
Yep, no, fair call. When we get to that, we will. Joy.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I guess I already spoke to the issue that I see this as more being consistent rather than repetitive, than a redundant repetition. There's several important things that have changed between when we gave a submission on a legislation and now we are dealing with implementation. I spoke to that before. The other thing that wasn't mentioned in addition to the judicial review, and I understand the judicial review is something to do with the blanket approach to schools, but I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, just a little bit of information there. Is that we also have had a record low roll tow in 2024, and there appears to be quite a lot of evidence that is at least in part in relation to speed reductions. We've also had strong feedback from communities that they support the street speed reductions, and I guess here we have again a difference between local and central government. And with all due respect to the former Minister for Transport and having one of those in my family, we do have different constituencies and different mandates here. And so, yes, we have a central government party who ran on a platform. They ran on many platforms, some of which is being strongly supported by the community and some of which is being strongly opposed, some of which they have changed their mind in relation to coalition agreements or for other reasons. I know they've gone back and forth several times on a Dunedin hospital, for example. Something they promised before, then didn't, and now it appears to be happening again. So I think it will be very interesting when we come to division to see if this does fall along the lines of people's central government affiliations. I've used affiliations in a loose way, because some of us, like me, aren't members of parties. But yeah, I think I do get a little bit sick of sort of being accused of trying to attack the government. We did ask Labour to pay for things that they were making us do. The key difference on this particular thing is that we supported what they were doing with the speed reversals, which were not done in blanket, that were done street by street and consulted on with communities. This is a blanket reversal, which we are not able to fund the signage for, which we submitted against. So we're being consistent here. We're not actually being inconsistent. We're saying, if you want to do this, we think that's a bad idea. Now you've decided you want to do it, we have to implement it. We're asking for, can we get some clarification about some of this? You heard from Dean that some of it, there's a practicality issue here about how quickly we can actually roll out some of these changes. Some of them may require engineering changes in the road because we do have an obligation to provide a safe network. If we can't do that through reducing speeds, then we're going to have to use other mechanisms. So there is a genuine time frame practicality here. And we have a new minister who's indicated that he's open to that, who is looking at it for some of the rural roads. And I didn't want to divert with a question about this, but, where does Waiheke sit in that, for example? And we also have this judicial review coming as well. And before someone brings up the Western Springs judicial review, I would just say this one is actually lodged. And I'm more open to considering the Western Springs judicial review, but it hasn't actually been lodged yet. This one was lodged several weeks ago and is well in train. So I'm very keen to support this. As to the process about things coming up at the last minute, that's up to the chair, but I would note that we did have twice one of the members for Howick, bring up changes to the reorganisation process for the Howick Local Board with no notification, no flagging of the issue earlier in the process whatsoever either, and that was accepted and debated and voted on as it should be. So if you're going to be upset about that, then actually the inconsistency is more in your court than mine, frankly. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you. John.
Well, I guess the first point I'd make is good luck with figuring out what some of the people's political affiliations are that sit around this table, because I know a number that don't fit into either camp and are quite grateful that they don't, to be honest. But leaving that aside, I think this is just poor process, Mr. Chair. This was a general update, AT general update. I can't recall any motions being moved as part of the general summary of AT activities for the month. I read out to you the substance of the position we took formally as a committee, and I seem to remember the committee chair actually using his cast and vote at one stage there to assure that one of the items, safety items of concerns, went through in the submission. So we have made our position very clear. As far as the judicial review goes, well, I'm glad to hear that, and I'll certainly endeavour to pass it on to the relevant people in the Speedway community, that when they lodge their submission, they will get some support, and as opposed to looking at the specifics of what happened, which are, I think, far more disturbing than anything that's been detailed in here. But that aside, I assume, as much as most people around here, have concerns about safety on our roads. It's always a kind of a source of amusement to me that one of the key factors in the poor safety record, and that is the driving ability and attitude of New Zealand drivers, very rarely, if ever, gets raised in these considerations. But that's perhaps not relevant to the matter at hand. But what is relevant to the matter at hand is the manner in which this has been promoted. The fact I see it as entirely repetitious, and that being a matter of safety, it is certainly deserving of a separate agenda item in which the pros and cons are spelled out very clearly and based on the evidential research, which I believe exists. We've certainly had it quoted to us often enough, and that the item be given the due recognition and scrutiny that it deserves, not in the way that this has just been put forward here.
Thank you. Desley?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm really sorry the Mayor's not here, because he's got a bit of a tough task ahead of him in trying to organise an integrated transport plan for the city. All right? Oh, is he there? You're listening to me, Mayor? Because what I was going to say is, why
I'm
are we
listening
taking
and I'm
you back?
outside.
Oh, you're coming back? You're coming back?
No, I'm just coming into the building actually, so
Oh, can
I'll
you
be
put
there in
somebody else
seconds and
first
I'll
then, and I'll talk in a minute.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This safer speeds, or I think we're talking about slower speeds, and assuming.
I didn't have any else.
Hey, Mayor, turn yourself off. Sorry.
Sorry. I assume we're talking about slower speeds, and obviously it's quite political now, and unfortunately, given the complexity of the issue and the contending science and evidence, it seems to be taken as a black and white, yet another divisive issue, when it obviously much more complicated than one side saying one thing and the other, another political grouping saying the other. But leaving that aside, I'm just a little bit concerned about the process here, Mr. Chair. I completely am in support of the ability for the chair or members to, after listening to a report, to come up with recommendations which may be novel in terms of what's on the agenda. But I have the feeling here that this is not a good process. Without getting into either side of the argument, which I think is complicated, I think you would agree with that. The process is, I have to say, somewhat questionable. And the arguments seem somewhat specious. And the amendments, your amendments, Mr. Chair, which I don't think you're actually moving, but they are yours, are they not? Seem to be, have the stamp of careful preparation about them, that this, lacking the spontaneity of an immediacy of someone who's responding to a report, which is a normal convention in local government. So I feel on the process alone, leaving aside the complexities of the argument, this should be opposed. I sympathise with D and E, but in terms of the judicial review, but I have to say that the argument you're putting forward, I take it that you are, that we're concerned about budget. It's totally inconsistent with a message we got from a senior member of staff who's not going to defend the Auckland Unitary Plan in terms of GMO because of a lack of budget. And this time we are opposing the government on the grounds of budget. It's just totally inconsistent and will be seen from people outside this council, particularly those in the government, as being inconsistent and political gamesmanship. So I ask you, Mr. Chair, to put this aside and, okay, bring it back next month with a proper report and a proper debate, because I think in this situation, and I'm beginning to doubt that you wrote these at all, the process is being ambushed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you for that. I thought you said Emirates. I'm glad they've I've listened to it on the radio, on the phone, the debate. Council vehicles are monitored, and we have had multiple reports of council staff breaking the law, and it's always 2 or 3 kilometres per hour over in a 30-kilometre area, because they often don't know where the 30-kilometre per hour area is because it's so complicated. I've been walking to work from Ponsonby for quite a long time. It was only when I bought a BYD that had a little Chinaman side looking out that I realised there's actually 4 different speed limits between the top of College Hill and the office. And I didn't realise I was braking. Nobody realised they were braking so many of them. So we've got too many of them. The government stood on this one here. At the moment, we're in a delicate negotiations where we've encouraged the government to go a long way towards meeting the requirements of things which should have been sorted for Auckland Transport in the 10 years ago, not just now. And so look, what is the upside of doing this? Not a lot. The downside is that we really piss the government off and we rush at something or other which does require a decent sort of a debate. So I certainly won't be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Richard. Yep, I'm going to speak at some stage, but Desley, yep.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to say. We've made these points to central government, right, before, so this is not the first time. And I suppose I don't know where the mayor is with the new minister, but I do know that our priority is trying to put together an integrated transport plan. And I suppose I don't want to poke the bear until you get the bigger result that you're after. So I have a lot of sympathy for some of the recommendations, but at the end of the day, I feel that it's a repeat of something that we've already said. So let's try and celebrate the things that we do celebrate and get ahead with what we really need, which is the integrated transport plan, and know that these points have been made already.
Okay, Josephine.
Oh, thank you. I'm not playing politics here. I just see an opportunity to make a statement about the safer speeds, another statement about the safer speeds. So I support the recommendations. Thank you, Councillor Hills, for putting them up, and Councillor Dalton. I also wanted to talk about how, I was at my niece and nephew's school, and they're being taught how to walk safely on the roads to school and to be careful of cars. And I just think it shouldn't be on the kids and the schools to have that. The onus should be on us to provide a safe environment for them to walk to school. So that's why I am going to support this. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to Angela and Richard, who are the movers and seconders, so I'll just make a comment, and so I'll deal firstly with the process. And look, I defer to the fact that this may not have been handled all that well, and I put them up as Chair's Rex, thinking it was tidier than than what we potentially might have gone down, and that hasn't been the case. But I can assure you, I won't lose any sleep over it. As I'm sure some may, I'm not sure. As the mover will tell you, I was reasonably unhappy with them and remain unhappy with them. And so it may come as a shock that I'll probably vote against them, even though they are Chair's Rex, but there's nothing to stop me doing that. And it won't come as a surprise to Richard. In terms of some of the things that have been mentioned, and we talk about the cost in the previous speed limit tranches, when they were reversed, I was donkey deep in that. The first two tranches were in Franklin. The second one was 365 lines in a spreadsheet of roads, just the sheer number of roads. And the evidence that was offered up was the evidence of a 21-year-old engineer driving the roads and deciding that they were narrow and needed to be reduced in speed. There were some roads where there was no crash history at all, ever. Some of those roads that have gone from 100 to 60 have resulted in, there's now 2 fatalities on one road when that road has gone down in speed. And so the evidence, and I said this to the board of Auckland Transport at the time, was flawed. The process was flawed, and the cost of those changes where they were having to erect new signs, unbudgeted within Auckland, they were responding to, as we always have to do, responding to the direction, the policy direction of government. Those costs were not budgeted. We were having to erect new signs because we were creating new speed limits in 100k areas. And so the previous process was flawed. It is potentially the same flaws that we are hearing criticism of here, but it is not the first time. And as we've heard today with criticism of the blindsiding and late advice of changes, we seem to have short memories in this room. We have, politically everywhere, we have short memories. And so, there's been a lot of stuff that has been criticised here today that has happened before. And, let's have the discussion. It's 5-3. We haven't finished our second item yet. So, Daniel, and then we will move to... Yeah, exactly. Daniel, then Angela and Richard.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. My contribution previously was to ask about who was the sponsor of the judicial review. And that's important because, look, I actually have a lot of sympathy for C. I won't be supporting the rest, absolutely won't be supporting the rest. But with respect to this judicial review, I thought that this might have come from another council or agency. I haven't read it, but respectfully, Richard, ministers do get subjected to judicial review on quite regular occasions, and then Parliament intervenes when it doesn't like the judgments of the courts. Look at the Foreshore and Seabed Act, for example. But the embarrassing thing here, Chair, is that it is the truth that a lot of the information that was used in the evaluation of the Phase 1 of the Safe Speeds program was the Abley report, and that has been contested because, of course, a lot of the monitoring that took place occurred when there were significant lockdowns in Auckland, and that's one of the reasons why the advertising that Auckland Transport sought to undertake was then subjected to complaint, where the advertising was subsequently withdrawn when it was contested at the Advertising Standards Authority. But with respect to this, Chair, if there is going to be anything in terms of forward advocacy, because people are concerned about speed limits. I'm waiting for those people who want to see this kind of outcome just cut to the chase and put up a recommendation that they support changing the speed limit to 10 kilometres an hour. Because at what stage do you find a speed limit that is going to not create undue risk? The truth of the matter is that you have to have a degree of social licence with speed limits, and I don't know if the supporters of a reduction have thought about that social licence, but I don't think that they're going low enough. If that's what they really think, go to 10, go to 5, go to wherever, but it's not low enough if it's going to completely eliminate all risk on the roads. But there is an issue, Chair, around cost, so I will support, I mean, we're having a division, I will support C, but I don't know, I won't support D, but I you know, if that could be noted when the division is taken, thank you.
Okay, Angela.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to come in to bat for you, Chair, because you were getting a bit of stick there over process. In fact, you called it out yourself. The process works perfectly fine for you all. You use it. This is not unusual. This has happened before in many meetings that I've sat around. So the process was fine. There was a question about the Chair putting the recs forward when obviously he didn't write them, but I see what you were trying to do, Andy. You know, it often happens. The Chair will negotiate recs with the mover, put them as Chair's recs, so it does try and flow smoothly. So thank you for that. Appreciate you trying to get us out of here earlier, which is I'm not helping with at the moment. We've done it to death, really. I'm hearing the debate about, we've already said this already in our submission. Clearly, our submission went in, we weren't heard. Now, as Councillor Ferry said, we're in implementation. This is a response to it. The response comes from us representing our communities. We are here to represent the voices of our communities. That is our role. If there is an opportunity for us to do that, we will. We do not need to be silenced by others who don't agree with us. Our voices are here for our communities. Councillor Lee, you're one of the strongest advocates for the Aucklanders, for the people, for the voices. This should not be around left and right politics at all. This is a consistency, and the consistency might be coming from the more progressive councillors in a different position to the councillors on the right, but it's consistent, and it's consistent with our values. And we will hold fast to our values. Well, I certainly will. I won't speak for the other councillors. So this is bottom line for me. The evidence, and you've called out, some of you have called out the evidence that was not great evidence at all, the 21-year-old planner, for example, and the report. The police tell us time after time when we meet with them, speed kills. Speed kills, it's one factor, and it's only one factor, and there's a whole lot more in there. But if we can have an influence somewhere where it can help reduce DSI, then great. If there's other measures that we can use, even better. And I'd just like to finish off by saying I do want to follow up on who is going to measure the economic benefit that this government promised by increasing speed. Take away DSI, but who is going to measure that this is actually helping the economy when you are going to get an extra 20 seconds to your trip for every kilometre, and then you're going to get held up in congestion and lose it anyway? And I don't care about pissing the government off. I don't care about pissing the government off. This is about people and what I believe in people. And you may all believe differently, but I'm going to, while I'm here, going to have my voice for the people, the kids, anything to keep people safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you. And yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to, often we get amendments that come during a debate with absolute blindsiding. I was the second person to ask a question of Dean. And the reason this came up was CEO of Auckland Transport brought up the implementation of safe speeds. I then sent to Councillor Baker and Councillor Fletcher 3 or 4 hours ago the amendments that I was looking to put up and ask for advice, and then got advice from Auckland Transport, advice from Barry and team and others around the wording changes. I significantly changed this because I did not want it to be antagonistic. Dean said, you can't ask us what to do something illegal, change those, and also change the language around DSIs from will increase DSIs to may, because the chair was unhappy with me making a broad statement around will. That is far more transparent than many amendments that pop up at this table. The other thing around the Councillor Watson's point around this is just the AT update. Well, I find many minutes from this term where things like the Gulf Harbour Ferry and Fuller's and other things popped up requesting reviews and different things from this update that didn't have papers added to them. It was brought up during the paper. It is our ability to do so, so I did. And on the comment around we may as well just have 5Ks or 10Ks, that the evidence from both Waka Kotahi and Auckland Transport is that's 50 Ks around schools and town centres, you've got an 80% chance of dying if you get hit. When you go down to 30 Ks, it's 10%. We also, twice this term, have unanimously support these speed changes to the Katoa Ka Ora program, unanimously, including yourself, Councillor Williamson, both in April 2023 and December 2023. That's before and after the government changes. We sat here and listened to schools and victims and others, and all of us unanimously supported continuing on the program. That's the difference when we're okay with funding something, and when we request it and agree. What this is we're being requested to fund something that we opposed, we completely opposed. So it's quite a different situation. But anyway, I am doing this because our communities say to me, and I see it often, that they are really concerned about a blanket approach to increasing speed. I would have been happy if the government made us consult on some of these and change them if they were ridiculous, as Andy has pointed out that some cases it was. But in the most cases I've seen, consultation and evidence has supported them being put in. But you all have the right to vote against this, like you all have a right to put an amendment up at any moment. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. So that's all wrapped up. We are going to, we're putting this separately. So A, which is to receive, and so there's not much other option. So that's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And then B through to E is by division called by Morris. So we'll leave Lutta and Duncan to work our way through that.
Councillor Bartley? 4. Mayor Brown? Councillor Dalton?
4.
Councillor Ferry?
4.
Councillor Filipina?
Aye.
Councillor Foley?
4.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hills?
Aye.
Councillor Lee? Councillor Leone?
4.
Councillor Newman?
I'm opposed, but with the exception of C, which I'll support. So I'll oppose the rest.
Can I also apply D and D?
Member Renata? Councillor Sayers?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson?
Against, but yes to see.
Councillor Stewart?
Against.
Councillor Turner?
Against.
Councillor Walker?
Against?
Councillor Williamson?
Okay, it's me, I'm against.
Councillor Watson?
No.
And Chair Baker.
Point of order, can I just ask a question there about C? Because I think we probably do have the numbers on C, or it is a casting vote. So can we just get some clarification about what happens there? Because we had councillors Newman and Simpson indicated they were for C. C was the cost one.
Noting. Wasn't a vote on C.
Noting concerns.
It's too late. You can't revisit after the exercise.
I'm not asking for a revisiting, councillor. I'm asking for some clarification where we have two people who indicated they were supporting one of the things which changes the numbers specifically for C.
Yeah.
So the vote was taken altogether in one division, so that's lost by 9 to 11.
Correct.
Okay, I think it might be worth at least people being aware of that for the future, that a noting is not going to be sufficient to change the outcome of a vote, if that's the case.
For a point of order, can I just get that crystal clear? Because you've had two people record votes differently in C. How are we recording those? Because that means that C has passed, not lost.
No. At the start, you indicated you were going to take A and then B through to whatever it was together. They would have had to call for C separately.
Yep, and so it's one block. And so the advice is it is one block because we took B through to E, and that has been lost. Some have said that they like bits and pieces, but if you wanted it to be split out, it needed to be split out.
So in previous votes, we have ex-councillor has supported D in something that's otherwise lost. Will that be noted in the resolutions? Yes. Because otherwise there's no point.
Yes, so it will be noted, but it has been, as a block, it has been lost. Okay, next item. No, well, number 10. The letter of expectation of Auckland Transport. Claire is coming up to speak to this. And Alistair.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, committee members. Look, I'm just going to provide a brief introduction to this item. You'll be aware that the letter of expectations for the Council's other CCOs was discussed earlier this week at the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee. And so just by way of reminder, in a normal year, letters of expectation are kind of workshopped and sent out prior to Christmas. This year, because of the decisions that were made in mid-December around the CCO reform, we determined that we would have to take them after Christmas, and this is the first available opportunity. The proposed content was largely is drawn from the final mayoral proposal and the annual budget that was agreed, and the decisions of the Budget Committee on the 4th of December and the governing body on the 12th of December. It also reflects inputs from subject matter experts across the council and from the Hokora Secretariat staff. Given the kind of the very tight time frame that we've got now, we offered an in-person drop-in session in late January for councillors, and we also offered, and that was also for local board chairs and deputy chairs, and we also offered a 30-minute online session for local boards, of which we had 3 local boards take that up. The key themes from those engagements, which, you know, we didn't have time to include them in the report when it was written, was around they would like AT to improve its engagement with local boards. The performance was still seen as being mixed in that area. They wanted more consistency in terms of the engagement, in terms of the reporting, wanted to include things like exception-based reporting, noting that often that was missing in the reporting. And there was an expectation that they would like us to include in the letter around ensuring that local boards were presented with options when they were presented with decisions that they would need to be made, and not just gold-plated or high-spec standard considerations. You'll see in the report that there are some common expectations to all CCOs, and then there are the ones that are specific to AT. I won't go through them all now, I will take them as read. The report seeks your approval for the proposed content, and following which there'd be a delegation to the Mayor, the Deputy Chair and Chair of this committee to finalise and issue those letters. And we do need to get them out as soon as possible after this meeting, given that the draft submission technically is due on the 1st of March, but we are seeking a resolution in the report that will allow us to extend it, as we're allowed to under legislation, for an extra month. And so in terms of next steps, this committee will receive the draft SOI by the 1st of April from Auckland Transport, and we have invited Richard Leggett as chair of the AT board to present the draft SOI, and then we will, as staff, come back the following month with our and with your shareholder sort of comments. So I'm happy to take any questions or any further expectations that you may wish to resolve to be included in the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So reasonably straightforward. Someone like to move? Yep, Mayor, and seconded Shane. Okay, questions? I'm loving that, straightforward, making up time. Okay, no questions. Thanks very much. I'm picking there'll be no debate. Oh, sorry, did you have a question, Alf?
Yeah, I do, and the only very two short ones, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tēnā kōrua. The first question is on number 4, bracket 4, Roman numerals, and it relates to planning delivery more than paying for growth. So with the letters of expectation, is there anything around the planning delivery in regards to the CCO reform and the legislative reform? Is there anything there around the process and the timetable of both those to you, Claire and Alistair?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, there is under, I'm not sure what it is in your committee report, but there is a section that sets out that we would like Auckland Transport to work with Council on the government transport reform, and it sets out some expectations in there in terms of it will be a joint process that Auckland Council will lead. We ask for information to be shared in a timely manner, and that they kind of report on any conversations that they have with the government that may be outside of the process that we are working with.
Okay. My second question, I think it'd be my last, and that's in regards to 5 Roman numeral 3, and that is to specific expectations Auckland Transport. Now, I know that we have given Auckland Transport outcomes that we want them to deliver. So again, in the letter of expectations, I'll be interested to see if there's anything in there. I had a look at them and I couldn't see it, but around what delegations it would there need to make what we're asking of Auckland Transport, our CCO, in the next 10 to 20 years, how would that be successful around the delivery?
So currently Auckland Transport have all of the delegations and actually the legislative authority to undertake the transport objectives that we've set for them. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure. I mean,
it does. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just looked at the priorities that the transport outcomes have got as 10 to 20. We're looking at the timetable that I mentioned around the co-design and also legislative changes. What do we need to make sure that the delegations and the success in regards to the transport outcomes? And I just really, the last one, Chair, is what I just want to find out again, what powers do we as Auckland Council or the governing body want back, just to confirm that. So, Claire, is that clear for you?
So in the report, we set out that we want to work with them constructively in terms of responding to what will be forthcoming in terms of the bill, and we don't have that detail. We've been signalled at a high level that it is the strategy, planning, policy functions to come back, and that council will be the road controlling authority. Without the level of detail in terms of what's in the bill, it is quite difficult to actually understand what will be the decision-making and the delegations and the process. So at this point, in the expectations, it is just, please work with us on that. There is a section in the letter of expectation that says there is an expectation that we would still like to accelerate areas where possible. And again, we are asking them to work with us to understand and to be able to come back to the council and provide advice in those areas.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, team. Joe, you just want to switch your mic off.
Oh.
That's right. Okay, any debate on that? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Okay, the next one up is Recovery Office update. Mace and Tanya, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. It's been a long day for you. We'll try and keep this to the point. I just wanted to, by starting, Mr. Chairman, recognise it's 2 years since ex-tropical cyclone Gabrielle and the tragedies that occurred at Muriwai and the impacts on communities as well. So, and you may have seen Breakfast TV this morning that recognised some of that. In terms of presenting the report, the key purpose today is to report back on the requests you made from us in the December meeting, but also give you a brief update. In terms of keeping this brief, the update really is the program is between 80 and 90% through, whether that's in the transport roading program, categorisations, buyouts, our community navigation and resilience program. So good progress is being made in terms of categorisation. Our forecast is to complete that by the end of March, and then with a deadline we're working to the end of the year to complete the buyouts. Home removal will carry on for some time, as we talked to you just a few days ago about. In terms of the substantive issues in the paper and recommendations, we've further been able to refine the forecast for Category 3 from December and reduce that down to a forecast of 1,215 properties. And the drivers for that we explained in December, with additional, quite a large number of people opting into the program, and the impacts being greater, as well as the timing of being able to deliver the Category 2C program or the flood resilience program, leaving people in jeopardy for longer than 2 or 3 years. So our key requests today are for costs that are unavoidable because of the risk to life, and how we're progressing that program of moving to more retreat in some locations than resilience, but still deliver the resilience funding, which you'll consider later in this agenda, so that we can deliver that value for Aucklanders. The key request we have in front of you today is for the Crown to move up to 176.1 million from Category 2 funding into Category 3 within that funding envelope. And for the council's share of the Category 3 buyout costs in 2025 and 2026, moving 159.9 million. Sorry, there's a mistake in the recommendations in the report. So it should be 159.9 rather than 176. That's an error. And identifying a further 16.2 million for the Category 3 buyouts to balance the share arrangement in the Crown funding agreement. And lastly, requiring additional council borrowing as the risk of mitigation budget was phased across 10 years of the long-term plan. So we're bringing money forward, which will have an impact on interest. And then really looking to the business cases, further to for the blue-green network, to identify a further 52.6 million of council capital to fund the Crown, to unlock the Crown funding, which is the Crown's input, it would be 86 million. And lastly, identifying a further 33 million of capital for additional house removal costs, those because of the 311 forecast additional homes, and the complexity of the home removals in terms of how we described that to you last week. Lastly, really seeking the Chief Executive progress those arrangements with the Crown. We did, Mr Chairman, circulate the letter back from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for the request for additional money. As we'd indicated before, they are wishing us to work within the existing envelope and shift money from Category 2 to Category 3 within that envelope. And then the governing body, the other request there to the mechanics of getting those requests through. I just asked Tanya, is there anything you wanted to add, Tanya, that I might have missed?
Just one final point, which is that the additional capital funding we expect would be able to be recovered through sales proceeds that can be generated through the storm affected land program.
Apologies, Mr Chairman, yes, this is, if you like, cost neutral within the envelope of the Crown funding agreement between Council and the Crown, but also that recovery of funding from the safe redevelopment of sites by building differently and also taking advantage of some of the flood resilience works later in this 10-year period.
Okay, thank you. It's been, well, it needs to be moved and seconded. Someone like to move and second? Sure. Oh, thank you, Greg.
Aye.
And Julie. Okay, questions? Mayor.
Thanks, really. Given that we're all a bit concerned about the growth in costs here, and I know we've asked the government for more. I don't know, have we received a positive response? That's the first question. The second one was, there was a period earlier in the piece when we were operating on much lower numbers of houses that there was an effort by some of us to have a cap on the costs of each one there. That was voted down. Has anyone worked out how much extra cost came from not having a cap? Because if you haven't, I'd like you to do that, so that we get the message when we do these happy, supposedly progressive things, that there's a downside, because it turns out there's a cap on the total amount of money that we didn't vote on, but there isn't a cap on individual pieces, and I'm not sure that I'm happy if people in $5 million homes have to be forced to live in a $4 million home when they might have just got a home. So can you answer those two?
Thank you, Worship, Mr Chairman. I'll answer the last one first. No, we don't. I don't have that data in front of me, but we can provide that data. That's no problem at all. And also, I think I provided this assurance before. So, of the 526 homes we've bought as at the end of January or purchased as part of this program, we have recovered 38 million as part of the homeowner contribution, and just on 96 million as part of the insurance recoveries. So we're taking those opportunities as well, but I appreciate.
Well, that's good. And what about response from the government to the request for additional stuff? Have we heard that, or have we just put it in and we're all holding it, crossing our fingers?
We have heard, Your Worship. So the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet wrote to us 2 days ago, and their preference or their clear indications they wish to work inside the Crown funding agreement, so no new money, but they are willing to move money between Category 2 and Category 3 so we can achieve that outcome.
Can move within, but the cap is the cap. So we've got a big cap, but we've got to get little caps. Okay.
Cap's the cap, Your Worship.
Okay, Ken.
Thank you. So the money worries me too. Forgetting about the cap, we've just gone from almost 700 homes estimated at the beginning to almost double that. That's made got to be a huge amount of money that is not, how are we accounting for that? How are we, you know, how doesn't sum up on my calculator?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You debated this, you made that decision in December, Councillor Turner. So the estimate at that time was somewhere between 1,205 homes and 1,264. We've refined that categorisation target forecast down now that the option to opt into the scheme has closed, and we're down at 1,215. If we come in at slightly less than that, the Crown will shift any money that remains in Category 3 into Category 2 and allow that to happen. The main drivers for that increase is the impact of the storms that we hadn't, whilst our models demonstrated 700, there's also impacts to properties where we haven't been able to deliver the flood resilience program within a time frame that would give those people certainty to repair their homes and move back in and be in a safe position within a 2 to 3, 4-year period. So
Thank you. I understand and remember the complexity and all the things that are talked about in this. You know, I feel for everybody caught in the situation. The only thing that I've been sitting there waiting to hear, there's a difference between 700 million worth of buyouts and heading towards $1.1 billion worth just in the buyouts. That's what the average of $1 million per home comes to, correct? So you know, I still just sitting and listening, sorry, haven't comprehended that huge difference and we're making that up.
If I may, through the chair, I think it's important to remember that it isn't necessarily an increase in the number of houses, because there has been a significant shift between the properties that we thought we would categorise as 2C and that would benefit from the community resilience flood mitigation work, and those now being moved into Category 3. So they're the same properties that we looked at initially, but they just have a different intolerable risk to life categorisation. And then in addition to that, we were asked to make sure that we had made every effort possible to contact homeowners who may be left in situations of intolerable risk to life. So we did undertake a campaign to contact those homeowners, and it did result in an increased number of registrations.
So please bear with me. The 2Cs and the 2Ps or whatever it was and all that stuff, they were much less of cost of funding those problems. And if we've moved those properties into the Category 3, I suppose in a nutshell, are you telling me that I've got no worries about the money, there's dollars in the bank, and you won't be asking for a big cheque to fill up a hole?
That's the nature of the proposal here, Councillor Turner, as we're working inside the envelope, accepting we are proposing here, and you to consider the policy later in this agenda, to realise and optimise some of the value of the land through safe sales.
Okay, thank you. That leads me to my last question. I've run into 2 or 3 situations where I've been asked specifically to find out. So cross-lease properties, where one person finds out that the other participant in the cross-lease has been brought out, leaving us with land that comes with a bunch of legal obligations as the cross-lease owner. And they're saying to me, how's council going to manage those obligations of the cross-lease owner? And my other question is, the rat tail of cost, how are we going to fund that going forward?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So homeowners are able to opt into the scheme based on their property, so individual homeowners, and that's how the categorisation scheme works, is that each individual property was assessed in terms of the level of risk. So that has meant that we have quite a number of situations where we will become effectively in a shared ownership type arrangement with cross leases and multi-unit, so body corporate situations. The next paper on the agenda does deal with the storm affected land program and how we intend to manage those types of situations. We are setting up a team that will be focused on resolving those more complex arrangements.
Okay, thank you. And I'll wait to then, but my question was on behalf of the people who've left behind not the ones that are going. So thank you.
Yeah.
Certainly, Mr Chairman, just picking that up, Councillor Turner, that is becoming a good neighbour. So some of the policy, the principles in the policy is about being a good neighbour. And in some cases we're actually members of the body corporate, so we have a role in various guises, and that's the complexity of some of these situations we find ourselves in. But the optimisation and working our way through that process as efficiently and effectively as we can is what our focus is.
Greg. Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of my questions I think is probably better for the next item, but if I could ask this question just around, or you might want to defer it most to the next item, just around the immediate, was a number of these houses perhaps sitting vacant now, and I know you mentioned there was security, you know, last meeting, looking after them, but, you know, how many of these houses are being broken into or copper stripped out of them, that type of thing? Is that a concern? Is that something that's escalating?
Mr Chairman, yes, Councillor says it is a concern and that is occurring, so we are working collaboratively with neighbours, with community groups, with the police and some of our own security patrols to target areas where there are impacts like that. It is also, of course, concern for neighbours that are around those homes or people in the same block of units. So that is a concern that we are seeing crime and security. That was one of the most significant issues in Christchurch, so we were somewhat prepared, but the nature of homes spread across all of Auckland creates a challenge. But our approach, now we're at in the order of exceeding 500 homes in ownership, we are accelerating that home removal program and able to forecast with the nature of the home removal program of getting clusters of homes dealt with more quickly and more effectively, and I should say more cost effectively as well in those locations to avoid that vandalism and or theft.
Thank you for that. And I guess this is a kind of a future, looking forward into the future around our own unitary plan, and the fact, you know, if I own some land and I want to build something on them, there's some risk there. I can hire a consultant to come and give me a good report and then might be able to build there. So what can you just give me some guidance, or I guess I'm looking for some sort of confidence around how we protect against future housing being built in inappropriate areas where, you know, you're countering somebody who really wants to build something there. You can hire a consultant to support that.
Oh, apologies, Mr Chairman. Certainly, Councillor Sayers, I think we can deal with it in the next paper as well, but the key approach is there is a program around strengthening the unitary plan, and Megan Tyler's team is working on that, John Dogood particularly, and Phil Reid, and I'm sure they'll be updating you. Secondly, in terms of our hazard mapping, the hazard maps have been updated for flooding already that are associated with the unitary plan. The public portal of the flood viewer, in terms of knowledge, we've had over 800,000 hits on the flood viewer since it was launched in June 2023. So a lot of interest in people doing their due diligence, but and the same goes for the other natural hazards as well. But there is a program in place to strengthen the unitary plan through the policy and planning team.
If I may, just a complementary question to that. In terms of the limbs, my impression is that if I've been categorised, then I've got something on my limb, but if I'm in a hazard area, that's not necessarily on my limb. That's something that we have to do through the unitary plan and the maps, etc., and that a potential buyer looks at. Is that correct?
There's a couple of things there, Councillor Sayers. Certainly categorisation for trees go on the limb, but if there can be remediation, that can be removed, and it's seen as removed. The other thing on a limb is usually hazard maps, whether that's wind or flooding or other natural hazards are included as part of the limb. They are complex to read, so it's important people get assistance with reading that. The other issue is on the titles. So under the Building Act, Section 72, or formerly Section 36, notices for unstable land are on the title, and that doesn't appear on the limb. So it is important that people get that advice from when conveyancing has occurred or when they're purchasing a property.
Okay, thank you. No other questions. So,
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, this is aimed at the officials, but it's not a question. Congratulations. This morning, and I don't throw bouquets out a lot, but I watched Breakfast TV. They were set to tear you guys to shreds about how hopeless it was and council was short. And they ended up talking to some people at Muriwai and they said, it's been fantastic, we've got our settlement early. And they kept saying, but has it been real? Oh, it's been fantastic, we can't. And in the end, your poor old TVNZ reporter was just stuffed because you'd done such a good job. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I'll pass
Okay,
that
Julie.
on to the team.
Yeah, thanks. And I just wanted to speak to congratulate you on 80% done. You know, that's pretty amazing in the space of 2 years when we came into this pretty underprepared. And I think we've all learnt about that and put in a lot of changes since then. But also to note that the 20% remaining is some of the hardest stuff. So, I guess great that we've made it this far, and thank you for acknowledging 2 years since we lost those people in Muriwai and people's lives were changed there. And that earlier this year it was 2 years for a lot of people in my ward in terms of those storms. My experience personally dealing with tragedy is that the first year is survival, the second year is more like recovery, and then you start to really move on and get into the next chapter and stuff. And I'm really hoping that over the next year we can help as many people as possible who are still in that 20% to get there. So thank you and your teams for the mahi.
Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Amazing work, and you can look at those numbers and no wonder it feels like on the shore and a couple of other places around the city how widespread it is when you look at the number discrepancies. My reading of the numbers, and I have been asked by local MPs and ministers around exactly our advocacy, can I just, because I know the formula is different for the blue-green compared to the buyout, so moving money upward becomes sort of a reduction in what we can access, if that sounds. Are we being clear with the government that without additional funding we will be dramatically, I mean, I know this is in the next section, but this ask or this continued advocacy, are we making it clear that without, like, we're doing our bit because there's far more Cat 3 houses than we predicted, but actually what it will mean is a reduction in blue-green network within this LTP. Are they aware that them helping play their side of the overall agreement would help do all of that?
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Yes, they are aware of that. At the moment, I think there is no more further funding available from the Crown, and the commitment is that as part of these projects, they would need to be considered through the LTP process. And I think there's no doubt that further advocacy will be required to central government potentially. But yes, they're aware of the impact on the overall program when we started this project.
And understanding the move arounds, and I'm sure or hopefully they'll be fine with that, but will it end up meaning a reduction in the overall Crown funding at the end? Or we've managed to kind of exhaust the calculations?
No, Councillor Hills, this proposal unlocks the entire Crown funding in the Crown funding agreement.
Okay, and we feel confident that they'll probably do that, but there's still no movement on the overall quantum?
That's correct. All indications we have in the letter that we circulated from Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet was that they will do that, but they haven't indicated any other funding at this stage.
Cool. And very last question, because there is so many hundreds of people who will, or thousands that will miss out on this process, are we still, or is government still helping with the support and advocacy for those people, like I know navigators are still, you know, here far longer than we expected, etc. Are there other ways we can be saying to government we need some help with this social service side advocacy, because there's still a lot of pain and hurt out there, even though we can't help with buying their house or building infrastructure?
Yes, the community and social recovery program is still quite busy. I am pleased to say that we are seeing a reduction in the number of people and whānau families that we are supporting, from over 800 in October down to just early 600s. That's still a lot of families, but we are seeing, as Councillor Ferry said, that recovery of people. The Crown or the government agencies are still supporting temporary accommodation assistance, temporary accommodation service, and the insurance claims resolution service has supported over 900 families for claims, most of which have been resolved. So we are still providing those supports. Additionally, we are working in communities to look at the recovery in their communities and get community feedback ahead of any future use of land. I trust that helps.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much. Any debate or comments? No. Okay, those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thank you. Next item up is the policy at Mason. So Rebecca's going to come up and join Mason. Tanya, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Rebecca to make this presentation, and then Tanya and myself and others can answer any questions. But just to really acknowledge the purpose of this paper is to take you through the management of storm-affected land, and in particularly signal where we can safely optimise some of that land and avoid further cost and recover some cost once homes are removed, and we can reuse that land potentially. So
and noting this is a first peek at it, it's a draft, and that the decision will be made at Richard's committee in the future.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is seeking your endorsement and recommendation to Councillor Hill's committee.
Thank you, Mace. Kia ora koutou, ko Rebecca Cruz tōku ingoa. I'm a Principal Policy Advisor, and I've supported the development of the draft storm-affected land use policy and implementation approach. Is there a... Excellent, thank you. So the approach to storm-affected land management has three components, and this policy will guide the storm-affected land use program. The draft policy and implementation approach has been developed to ensure that the storm-affected properties that we are purchasing are managed responsibly, so that we take account of any future risks, that we are considering the costs and benefits of the decision, and that we are effective in our decision making so that we can deliver positive outcomes for Auckland. So the draft policy sets the outcome that storm-affected properties purchased by the council will be repurposed to the best use possible that takes account of identified risks. So the draft principles that you can see here are very similar to those that were approved in May last year. And these will guide the decision making on the process for the best use of the sites that we have purchased. So following the policy, the implementation approach details the process we will use to identify the appropriate use for the properties. So once purchased, the properties will enter that triage process, and here we'll identify interim maintenance needs, look at factors that need to be considered during the house removal and land assessment stages, and also look at any features that may move the property into the complex cases stream, and this includes those that are held in cross lease or in unit title. So then the property will move into the land assessment use stage, and here we need to weigh up different factors to determine the best use of each property. So this includes looking at Auckland Council service needs, mana whenua interest, financial considerations and redevelopment potential. And we do this to ensure that we manage all the risk, or manage the risk that we can, follow a good process and to help us ensure that we are making good use of the land. So the analysis will then help us identify what properties are most appropriate for divestment or for retention. So in terms of divestment, we can do that through the market for redevelopment for, say, housing, or we can divest with conditions for mitigation to the property or the dwelling. And in some cases, we may be able to divest for non-redevelopment use, where we could, where properties could be amalgamated into neighbouring sites, where neighbours could use this for additional garden space or additional outdoor space. Where Auckland Council retains the property, this is for identified service uses. This can include flood resilience or stream management works, or to add to our parks network. In some cases, we will have to retain high hazard land because it is unsafe for redevelopment or unsafe for people to be on it. And on other sites, there will be no identified service need or market interest at this current point. And we will continue to review these for opportunities to put into service use or for divestment. We will also look at opportunities on the high hazard land sites and the residual land that we will hold to support things like the urban ngahere strategy B, and looking at environmental outcomes that we can be achieved through, say, like planting on these sites. So this slide just shows the high-level delivery for the first 2 years of the storm-affected land management program. And just to note that this program will continue beyond the 2017. Ngā mihi kia koutou, we're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. First question, Mayor Brown. Oh, hang on, we better move it.
I had one, and it was on your, if you can go to the second slide, I think you got the 4 or 5 things. Number 4, it said, make use of existing council processes. Now, that's not all that clever, because sometimes our council processes are not, what I'd rather replace that with was be commercial. And for instance, we've got all these, when I went through those boxes about how you get rid of a house, we've got a lot, the way we've got it is kind of constipated, and we've got quite a lot of potential houses there that are being damaged by vandals while they're buggerising around organising it, because we don't have good processes. The process that someone in the real world would do with that is that you would publish the list of everything that's available and send it to every single player in the house shifting, whereas you've gone for this idea of having local managed things in a certain area. The thing is that the area in New Zealand is one big market. People shift houses from Northland to Southland. And so we're losing value while we're doing this. So I want them to actually just open it up and let anyone come up with an offers as quick as possible, because we're losing. And then if the more that you get shifted out of there, the less you get tangled up with asbestos and all that other stuff like that, because the house moving market just moves the houses as is, where is. And if you understand that market, you avoid getting yourself tangled up. And so I've got a sneaking suspicion that in order to do a whole lot of good things, we're just losing money. And we're in the whoop-whoop pull-up stage of the money on this sector, because we've already had this 700 to 1,200, and I wonder whether or not that is somehow or other involved in, and perhaps I'd like a comment from with the intolerable risk to life. Is it really intolerable risk to life? Because in fact, you could say that everyone's intolerable risk to life, you know. I mean, it could be an asteroid or a volcano. I mean, that's a bit ridiculous, but some of these places didn't look that intolerable. You know, getting wet once or twice every so often is not necessarily an intolerable risk. Some of them obviously are. I'm not questioning that. But there's a borderline. For instance, anyone on top of a cliff who's built a house within the equivalent distance of the height of the cliff is already living in an intolerable risk to life. But they've chosen to do that. And so if you're on the top of a 50-metre high cliff and you're 25 metres back and now you're 5 metres back, nothing's changed. You were already far too close because cliffs drop back to 45 degrees sooner or later. And so I want to know that I'm not mad about our council processes driving things. I'd rather have it be commercial, because we don't have a council process for handling a lot of suddenly having several hundred houses for sale, and so we'll invent one, and so we go into a room and think, oh, let's do this by area, and it's not a good solution. The area of that market is New Zealand, and so everybody that's in that field should be given the list of what they are and say, go and have a look. We'll be happy to have unsolicited bids before they're all ruined. So that's my whole series of questions and comments, but there is a question there. Would you be prepared to say commercial? And how tough are we able to review these independently and say it really wasn't a intolerable risk to life? Because we've said several questions today. How to get from 700 to 1,270? Okay.
I think, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Your Worship. Just on the issue of existing council processes, it's about leveraging those, but I hear you loud and clear about commercial partnerships and whether it's either selling the property where it's safe to do so, or it's selling homes for removal. So I think, as you heard from Mr. Bird last week, we have opened up that market a lot more. And we're looking at how we can open up the market a lot more, including, in one case I'm aware of, just that are coming up, auctioning of homes where that's possible, so we get the best.
It's not a commercial partnership. I mean, businesses that sell stuff don't have a commercial partner, they just have customers. And as soon as you get a commercial partnership, that's where you go wrong. That's what was wrong with Iki Panuku. They had about 5 partners instead of the whole market. And so it reduces your returns, increases the time of dealing with, and is open to all sorts of questions about how fair and reasonable it was. So just the open slather market, not partnerships, if that's all right. Sorry.
Understood.
Are we really able to stand an independent review of whether it was intolerable risk to life? Because quite a lot of people decided that they weren't really involved in this program, and 18 months later they changed their mind because it looked pretty attractive. Now, they obviously weren't in an intolerable risk to life. Otherwise they would have signed up straight away. So these are questions which I'm getting constantly asked by people.
I think this is about, though, the policy in terms of, so we've, fair enough questions, but this is, because I'm really conscious of the time, this is about the policy and how we deal with that Cat 3 stuff and those properties. So if we can keep it on that.
Okay, well, I like the policy generally, but I just want the policy to be wide open and subject to review and not tangled up with our policy, our council policies. This is another policy. It's enough of having to give a policy on policies. Thank you.
And just before we move on, just someone like to move, and second, thank you, Richard, thank you, Angela. Okay, Julie.
Thanks. Can I just check something, and apologies, this may be in the detail somewhere, but I'm having a bit of trouble with my eyes and I can't read properly today. So that's why Angela said I was squinting before. So can I just check in about the process from here? So we endorse the draft today and it goes to P&P for sign-off. What happens in between those 2 points, and does that include talking to local boards? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you. So Local boards had a briefing earlier this month. They were advised of the process and they've been able to provide they didn't ask some questions about this and are generally supportive. They were just quite interested in when they would get to see what the properties were and the maps and things like that. And we've been assured that as this program progresses, they will get opportunities to view the list of properties that are in this program. Over the date for the Planning and Policy Committee is the 13th of March. Okay. So it's just a month in between, and we will be going there. If we get endorsement in principle here, we will be seeking approval there.
And so what's the understand we have to go through the two committees, get that, but this is a draft. What is our process or other elected members and local boards' process for requesting changes prior to the final in March? Normally local boards would give feedback by resolution, and it seems they've given feedback in a less formal way, which if they're fine with it, I'm fine with it. But yeah, and I know we had a workshop on this, but is there going to be some more work between this and the next vote?
I understand the issue, Councillor Ferry. We haven't had it. We've had supportive comment back from local boards around this policy, but you may remember we've currently got interim guidelines in place for disposal, and we've only had support from local boards at progressing this, understanding that they'll be involved in some of the triage where properties they may have an interest in open space, where it fits with their service need, where they have funding to be able to manage and maintain that land, or it meets an open space need that's part of the open space network plan. So, local boards will have an opportunity to actually be part of the process in allocating this land. There are some, having said that, and listening to the Mayor, there are some properties immediately that we are wishing to dispose of, either for removal or redevelopment as well, where it's sensible to do so.
Okay, thank you. So my one other thing with this is the use, and that the land is going to be, from my reading of it, which, as I say, I can't check because I can't read the screen properly, is that all the land will be de facto non-service land and then assessed as to whether it does meet a service need or whether there's some other outcome for it. So I'm a bit wary of that, having had some experience in the past where we had something that the community was quite keen to secure for a community outcome. It was non-service, it was sitting in the corporate portfolio and was going to be sold. And then corporate decided at the last minute before we could get it switched to a community function that they would actually use it. And so I'm just a little bit uncomfortable about elected members generally don't have oversight of non-service land decisions historically. So it's almost like we need a third category for this one, which is, not to be defined, because historically we've treated non-service land as a decision for officers as opposed to a decision for elected members. And that would mean the assumption would be that officers are making a decision first. So that's part of the point to my question about what happens between now and the P&P vote. Is there room to change things, to get some clarity on an issue like that between, I'm quite keen to vote for this draft, to endorse it, but is there going to be some wiggle room for some further clarifications or improvements between now and the P&P vote? And that's my specific example.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, we can circulate the draft policy as it is now to local boards. There has been an engagement with local boards chairs prior to this, and the policy itself, the implementation part of it is local board input and into where they have a service need, where that service need is funded as well. So there are some bars for local boards and others to meet, but the land is held as non-service land. And that was a decision you made at the start of this process, acknowledging that even some of the land that Rebecca's described as high hazard land may also have an amenity use quite a bit of the time. So, for example, in a floodway, there will be amenity use, but we take your point.
Just before you do,
I'll follow this up offline.
just before we move on, we have to move an extension of time. Julie, you'll be happy to do that. And Angela, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Thank you. As you were. Have you finished, Julie?
Yes.
Okay. Richard.
Hold up, hold up.
Just a quick question. I spoke about this in the political group. How are we making sure, and it is in the plan, but that we don't give people false hope? As I've said at public meetings, the mayor wants as much of this land sold if it is safe, and it's part of the business case. How do we make sure that we don't put out too many pretty pictures saying that this could be your next pocket park if that is not going to be the case? And the other thing, Mayor, definitely in the North Shore Ward, there's a lot of people who are in a dire situation where they are not getting a buyout. So the threshold has been pretty high. Like in Milford, I think it was 2 metres of water inside a house that you got you the buyout kind of thing.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. We've been, a recent Our Auckland story on the 10th of February really painted that picture of this is about optimisation and enabling, helping fund some of the other enabling works for flood resilience. But I take your point that we have to be realistic and honest with communities about this land.
Okay, Shane.
Hey, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of really quick ones, and just following up on the question from Councillor Ferry. Just wanted to check, our local board's going to have the chance to actually input into this before it's all finalised? Because I think, not just the Chair's Forum, I think individual members would really like the chance to input into it.
So certainly over the next 2 weeks, Councillor Henderson has that opportunity, and then as part of the implementation, as I said, local boards are integral to that.
That's fantastic. That's really great to hear. The other question I have is, what role does Kāinga Ora play in all this? Because we've had, a lot of these houses are Kāinga Ora, right? And when things hit, I was, well, yeah, yep, thank you. I was on the phone to the liaison and I said, look, this is a good opportunity through the tragedy to actually redevelop and provide homes in places where the wait list for Kāinga Ora is huge. People need the houses. So nevertheless, we're hearing the slowdowns in investment and a backsliding and that kind of stuff. So what's Kāinga Ora going to do in all of this?
Mr Chairman, in some locations, Councillor Henderson and your ward included, but in many councillors' wards, Kāinga Ora are an adjacent property owner, so there are will be opportunities for Kāinga Ora to enter this process to acquire land or to partner with others in a commercial way to deliver outcomes for housing.
Sorry, I hope I'm not talking off post, but I wonder if you've got any insight into how the appetite is for that from Kāinga Ora and how far along they are in that process, or do we just not know? I should ask them.
They are intensely interested because in many of the locations there is a lot of land, quite a reasonable amount of land owned by Kāinga Ora, and as I think you're aware, they weren't eligible for this buyout scheme as a Crown entity.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks. Through you, the Chair. Just wrestling, you'll be able to explain this to me, Mace, but so if it's a Category 3 and we end up the property owner, and then I'm talking about land sales, so we perhaps this gets put back to the market for general public, for want of a better word, to have a tender or what process we might use for it. Why would that not be? Why would that not be a 2P? So obviously, you know, we took it out as Category 3 because it couldn't be used, and then we put it back on the market saying, well, you know, you might be able to build on it. So in that scenario, if we get asked why, you know, you see what I'm getting at there? You know, why that changed? So that's my first part of my question.
I think there's a number of lenses to look through, Councillor says. At a collective level, where you've got a multiple number of houses, the current built form cannot be resolved in a place, Councillor Hills, like Milford, parts of Milford, Nile Road, Woodbridge, Elmer. So really you're going to a greenfield situation so you can resolve those those issues and build in a different form, a different development form in part of that land, certainly not all of it. And on an individual basis, it's often where for Category 2P, it exceeded 25% and the homeowner wasn't willing to top up that amount for 25%. Or we can put a covenant on the property where the ground floor was flooded and was a residential part of a residential dwelling floor, but the upper floor did not flood and is safe in terms of the unitary plan, and there is it's a safe place to live and egress from. So it does require some investment, but the net approach is retaining housing in a community and divesting council in terms of optimising what we've had to do through this scheme. So there are some learnings in this scheme. If we were to ever be in a position to have to do this type of thing again, we may set some different policy parameters, but that's something we'll report back to you on in the future.
Terrific, thank you for answering that. And I guess the timeline, if it does go out to private, out to the market, will that happen? When we're likely to see that occur? And if people are interested in a particular property, how would they register their interest?
The timeline will start quite shortly. In fact, some of that's commenced already under the interim guidelines that you've approved. And we are holding a register, for example, with people who are interested in neighbouring properties that are Category 3 and they wish to extend their garden or have a non-residential use on those properties. And we have got a register commenced for commercial interests in land as well, land and housing.
Do they contact your office to get on the register just through the Auckland Council call centre?
There's an email to the, I think it's recovery@aucklandcouncil.govt.nz, but we can circulate that, and it's up on the website on our FAQs.
Ken?
Thank you. Didn't need to write my question down. It's all getting very, very complicated, and all I'm looking for out there is the challenges. So what you just said there about, maybe the upper floor can be lived in the bottom. So we're going to consent the properties that we've purchased to deliver the best value to sell them. Well, the reason I'm saying it like that is because I've got several people now, one that I've been helping for a long time. I'm up to 20,000 words worth of email stream to several different people in this in the ELT, where they can't get a building permit because they can't meet council's criteria to prove that by 2090 they are going to satisfy any potential flood risks. And some of those requirements are ridiculous. And I can't get an answer there. So how are we going to get an answer for a property that we've already brought out because of the risk being proven?
It does depend on the circumstances, Councillor Turner. Our initial triage, that would only relate to 2 or 3% of these existing homes and houses that we've currently been able to assess. So, but in terms of where there's a greenfields approach where we've removed homes, would be quite a different built form and may also rely on other resilience being delivered, flood resilience that is.
Okay, thank you. I'm probably trying to send a loud message to someone else in this room, not just you, but that is not much hope or help to the one person who's got a problem right now on a property that never has flooded. Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, team. You can step back. Any debate or commentary on this?
One.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up on my thing about council processes, we've just had a list. How you went about that was we call for expressions of interest. And so you get the 11 people who saw the expressions of interest call. A quick look on the phone and you get 30 or 40 companies who shift houses. Big ones like Hark and Highway House Movers aren't in they may not have noticed our expression. So if you're going, how you would do it in the real world is you'd look up on the phone on Google and you would send a note to every one of those and said, we've got 200 or 300 houses. Here they are. Go and have a look. So that's my thing about we're tangled up on our processes. Just Google is not banned, I don't think, for the council during working hours, but at the end, even at night, you could look it up. There's a lot of companies do this. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments. We'll put it. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried, thank you. Righto, the next one up is the first of a two-part blue-green network tranche 2 prioritisation, and just need to note too that there was and it was circulated earlier, there was an error in the table 2 in the report, and which has been amended and corrected. And so, Craig, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lovely to be with you all this afternoon, and I've got a wonderful bench to support me. So on my immediate right is Edward Ashby from Te Kaore Amaki, and Ed's been a key member of our project team supporting us on looking at these blue-green opportunities, particularly in his areas of interest, being the west and the northwest. Also got Tom Mansell on my immediate left, who is Head of Sustainable Partnerships with Healthy Waters, and you all know Mace. I just want to address, before we kick off, one of the concerns raised by the Henderson Massey Local Board this morning around any budget reallocations that may need to happen. So I want to give you all reassurance that we won't be doing any budget reallocation without working very closely with the local board. But also, we're very early on in the delivery process for these blue-green programs, and I would hope as we move through concept design, consenting, we'll be able to deliver some efficiencies through the design of the final projects, which is going to reduce the net cost to council. We've talked a lot about Category 3 land and the opportunity to resell some of those Category 3 projects, but what we haven't talked about is the land that could be generated through the blue-green networks by shifting dirt to actually create new landforms that don't currently exist. And so I think that's a whole revenue stream that we haven't even spoken about today, and that's going to be one that we will demonstrate in the confidential item where some of these opportunities exist. So I just wanted to put that on the table as an opportunity that's on top of the matter that Mace has been discussing. So I'd like Ed to maybe kick off, just to talk you through the role that we've... Get it the right way? Just to talk you through the way that this has not been a normal Healthy Waters project where we go and do something and then consult afterwards. We've had a huge engagement with both local boards and iwi right from the start of this project, and Ed can just talk to you with his personal experience. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Good to see you all again. Wearing my different hat today. Yeah, look, I'm here to support this kaupapa, and just to briefly speak to this, it has been a partnership approach from the beginning, basically before there was a program or the ideation of it, and that started with the map that you'll probably all remember with the points of the hotspots essentially around the region. And from a kaurau Amaki perspective, we worked with Healthy Waters team to identify those priority areas for ourselves, and then further went through a process of zoning in, narrowing down to the two before you today, which we've been involved with from the start in terms of the process, both in terms of where we are and some emerging designs and thinking, but also in terms of our boots on the ground with the community. So we've had a couple of recovery navigator staff out, in particular in Clover Drive, and doing work around Clover Drive in West Auckland with the homeowners and the renters as well, and also a community liaison person on the ground. So we've been going door knocking, talking to these communities. And that's, so Clover Drive, obviously, and Swanson Ranui, West Auckland, and then over on the shore and the catchment too. In the case, in the West Auckland context, there's, of course, Cyclone Gabriel and the anniversary floods, which this is part of, but also these communities have been nailed, you know, basically for a period of a year or every 2 years prior to that as well. So some of these communities, it's actually a little bit unique. They just keep being hammered, same families there. And so there's some really, really important sensitivities to that catchment in particular. It's quite a small one compared to on the North Shore, but I'm here to really, I guess, from an iwi lens, support this kaupapa because I've seen what it means on the ground in that catchment. You've got a hell of a lot of water running down from the Waitaki Ranges and then coming to a pinch point that just so happens to be named for the fast-flowing flooding waters. And then on the North Shore, you've got a catchment named after the basically 100 rivers coming together and being forced out of one small exit. So from an iwi perspective, we've been aware of this for a long time, but we've seen the impact on the ground with the community, and we've been doing that work with the community. They really need this investment, and I'm also mindful of the conversations earlier about Crown funding. I think the opportunity to actually do something is now, otherwise that window is going to close. So, thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Ed. So look, don't want to dwell too much on the numbers because you've already had them today from Mace, but just to set the context for this next conversation. Started off with 480 million. We've already allocated $54 million to the two Mangere projects, being Harania and Te Arata. 288 million transferred to Cat 3 buyout, so we've left with effectively the remaining budget of $138 million. So the exercise that we've been through in Healthy Waters is how best to spend that $138 million, which is the budget that remains with the Crown component attached to it, to deliver the best outcome for Aucklanders. So going back to the LTP and the work that we've done since the LTP, when we went out for original consultation on the full program, we'd identified a number of blue-green focus areas that we thought could be good areas to do projects in. And that's because these are areas that were hammered by the storms. They suffered a lot of damage, and they also align quite well with where most of the Cat 3 applications have come from. But also there are some significant opportunities for redevelopment, and I think the redevelopment that we're talking about is really, really important because a number of people that live in these communities that have been effectively removed from the communities want to get back into those communities, and so the concept of being able to return home through some new opportunity, I think, is something that's really quite available to us and something that we're really keen to focus on. So start off with these 12 areas, and we've already done some prioritisation. Whoops, that jumped ahead at a rate of knots. It's not supposed to do that. It's got lots of delicate steps. So I have to be much more surgeon-like in my treatment. Right, so the first decision we've already taken is that we have live projects up and running that's been through the full council process, and those projects have got fully signed off business cases. We're well into implementation on those two projects, and the project manager confirmed with me this morning that both those projects will be completed by June 2026. So we will be having ceremonies to open those projects in effectively 15 months' time. And those are both subject to Crown co-funding, so it will be good to get some early wins on the ground that relate to that Crown investment. There are a number of areas where, when you look at the reality of the Cat 3 buyouts, the need for a blue-green project has been substantially eliminated because the risk has been pretty much eliminated by the Cat 3 buyouts. And so in relation to Porterstream and Sandringham, Epsom and Meola and Cox's Creek, we think that the Cat 3, from any sort of rational prioritisation process, there's not the same opportunity there to do a blue-green project because the flooding risk has been removed by the purchase of those properties. Kumeu is a different kettle of fish. We do have a technical solution for Kumeu, but it is so expensive that it doesn't stack up under any commercial terms in terms of the cost to do the work versus the number of properties that would be protected. And I think there's ongoing conversations around that issue happening as we speak, particularly around the future plans for Kumeu and in that respect to that area. The two that we are wishing to put forward, and we'll discuss in a little more detail on the next slide, are so the two that we believe provide the best opportunity in the short term to work in relation to the $138 million, Clover Drive in Swanson and Wairau Creek in the Wairau Valley. And we'll come on to a little bit more detail on those two in a minute. The ones that we think are still highly valuable projects from a blue-green perspective, and we would propose that all of these be socialised through the next LTP. Opanuku, the Whau, Te Onga Stage 2 in Mount Roskill, and Whangapuri Creek in Pukekohe. Having said that, we've already done some work in the Whangapuri catchment. We actually had a project that was started before the storm events in early 2023, and that project is due for completion next year, and that's a new culvert at the downstream end of Whangapuri Creek. And so that is the start of the enabling work for Whangapuri Creek to enable the rest of the project to happen. So it's good that we have that component nearly in place. We're halfway across the road at the moment with that project. So that's, we believe, a logical way that we can meet the commitment that we had to the community through the LTP consultation and the ongoing consultation, because all of these projects have been socialised comprehensively with local boards and with local communities and with our iwi Māori partners as well. So we looked at it through a number of lenses. So one of the lenses that we looked for prioritisation was, and this is, I won't go into all the detail, it's in the report, was doing a multi-criteria evaluation around a whole range of objectives covering social, economic, and cultural and environmental. And so we did a multi-criteria evaluation. We also did a more traditional cost-benefit analysis. Now, the problem with a traditional cost-benefit analysis is that many of the benefits that you would normally apply a financial number to, in respect to blue-green projects, the language doesn't exist yet to put a monetary value on the way we value our waterways and the way that we value our parks. And I know that Mace has got some work that he's been leading, which is looking at the park dimension of what those assets are in respect of community well-being. But no work has yet been formalised around the way that we value our waterways in respect of how they may influence a cost-benefit project, how they may influence a blue-green project. Because at face value, you'd say, well, those are not good cost-benefit numbers, but the problem is that a number of the benefits have not been quantified in financial terms, and we're doing work on that at the moment. And the proposal would be that when we come back to you with the next iteration of the tranche 2 business cases, we would have done, we're working closely with the council chief economist, Gary Black. The intention would be that we would have gone a long way further to actually monetarising the benefits attributable to the projects, because I would not intend to come back to you with a project that had a cost benefit that low, because I don't believe it should meet a council threshold of what a good cost benefit ratio looks like. So if you take the proposal as it stands at the moment, in the Swanson project, we are looking at improving the flood risk in some 80 properties. There's another 55 that have already been categorised as Cat 3, so that adds up to 135. The delta between the 135 and the 169 is 34. But there are some more Cat 3 properties still to come, and I'm confident that through the detailed design project we will be able to de-risk a number of those properties that haven't been assessed as having a reduced flood reduction at the moment. In the case of Wairau, the numbers appear to be quite different, and I need to explain in Wairau that 1,323 estimated properties in the floodplain is the whole of the floodplain, is the whole of the catchment. So it includes all of the commercial and industrial land as well as the residential land. So I think from memory, a third of that area is, a third of those properties are industrial and commercial properties as opposed to residential properties. And so we have 260 properties that are residential properties that have a reduced flood risk, and another 151 in the Cat 3. So that gets us to 411. And then not only that, there are a number of Category 3 properties that are also yet to be categorised. And on top of that, we believe that that number of 260 properties will increase as we get through detailed design. And so you can see when you apply that relative to the number of properties in the floodplain, a significant number of properties are going to benefit from the investment in the Wairau catchment. And then you can work through the maths for yourself in relation to Tuonga Stage 2 and Whangapuri. The works in Opanuku and Whau are at a slightly smaller scale, and so we haven't done such a detailed prioritisation, and it's proposed that that be done as part of our ongoing work in relation to the Tranche 3 that I referred to previously, because it's proposed that that would be socialised through the 2020, let's get my years right, 2027 LTP. And that's pretty much where we've got to at the moment, and very happy to answer any specific questions. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. Someone want to move? Thank Shane, and seconded the Mayor. Okay, questions. Mayor one.
Okay, first of all, just to make sure I do support what you're trying to do here, Craig and Tom, but I do have some tricky questions about this, and it's all to do with the cost and the cost per house, and you're well aware that that doesn't look good enough just yet, and that's why you're trying to sort of, so that you can, to improve that, you've got to get more houses impacted or reduce the cost. And I look at, so first question is, under the Category 3 things, if we bought them, then why would we spend some money improving them? Or because if he's coughed up $1.5 million for each house and they've all been carted off and there's bare land there, why do you just automatically add those in? Or do we not buy them until you've fixed them?
So when we look at the reality on the ground of what's occurring in these two particular highlighted catchments being Swanson, Clover Drive and Wairea, you end up with a situation where you have a whole lot of houses that have effectively potentially been removed, and without doing anything, I think you're going to find in Milford in particular, because of the low-lying nature of Milford, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to do anything that other than demolish those houses and look at some rebuilding opportunity. But in order to maximise that rebuilding opportunity, you need to create a much more manageable floodplain. That floodplain can only be generated through the investment in infrastructure to effectively do some daylighting and create some new waterways that don't currently exist in that area. And so we need to look at it in the context of what the final opportunity looks like in terms of both the existing risk to property, but also what the future prospects are to come up with a completely different design outcome, where you almost certainly would not build back at the same intensity of housing that we have at the moment, for a start. I would be very, very confident that we would be able to get a lot more houses back into the redeveloped land by looking at a different urban form, which would make a lot more sense from a flood mitigation principles as well. And so that's where I think we create the whole opportunity. So rather than foreclose on it now, my desire is that we be given the opportunity, if we can't come back with a valid business case, having done the more detailed design, fully understand what the yields are likely to be, how the whole mathematics would work out from a whole of council perspective, I think that's the time we need to be given the opportunity to create that, because we haven't fully scoped up what that potentiality looks like yet from a whole of project perspective.
Okay, so that you almost need another column there, that and there might be 182 or whatever, no, 151 category 3s, but you might end up with 253 sections to sell or something like that. And I think, so this is a bit naive, isn't it, at this stage?
I'd accept that in an ideal world, we would rather have come to you with more advanced work around that opportunity. The problem we've got right here, right now, is that we're backing into a very strict deadline with regards to getting agreement through the Crown arrangements. And so we're asking for a bit of latitude today to get these projects moving ahead, but at the same time to enable to put that last column into the analysis to exactly the point you're making, your issue.
Okay, then I look at the next question. It seems to me $11.5 million for design seems a hell of a lot to me, because in the outside world, that $11.5 million is usually associated with $250 million worth of capex. And some of these things are quite simple. I mean, when you're cleaning out a stream, it doesn't take a hell of a lot of design work. And maybe for the bridges, if we, instead of designing the bloody bridges, say, well, what's the design and build price for that bridge? Because if we go into design, we always build Rolls Royces, and when we're replacing a dud, we just say, let's have another bridge there that's actually got a clear span and see. So I'm trying to get the cost down to support what you're trying to do, because the recommendation here is that we approve in principle the Clover Drive catchment, and we've yet to have the debate in secrecy about it. So we've been asked to approve a cart before we've looked at the horse, which is a little worrying for me as well, and probably question the chairperson about that, about how we feel about that. So, but despite the fact that I sound a bit negative about this, I'm really keen on what you're doing. I'm very disappointed that the Category 3 thing has chewed up money that should have done more good elsewhere. So that's, so all in all, I'm in a grumpy mood about everything here.
Detail
for good reasons.
To the confidential item, Your Worship, but I can give you an absolute categorical assurance. We will look to provide for the design, to support the consenting and get through a consenting strategy, and there may be some additional land that's required to make this whole thing work. We would look to do that as obviously as efficiently and as cheaply as possible.
Well, the thing is with consenting, and there's a question as well, is that seems a bloody high figure. We are the consenting authority. Why the hell we'd want to piss ourselves off by not making that a bit easier is quite beyond me. And one of the reasons we're bringing Iki Panuku back in-house is to provide some property experience so that our planners who operate in a void of planning with blinkers on are actually make things easier. So if the chief executive ever gets to hear about what we're discussing today, one of the things I'll be saying is that consenting ourselves to do things, to fix things, strikes me as madness. I mean, is there any council who opposes what we're trying to do here? I'm sure there won't be. And yet we're going to go through a whole consenting process. I mean, this is amazing. It's like, surely we've consented this, that by saying we want to fix Clover Drive. Is any idiot at Clover Drive who wants to expose fixing Clover Drive? Well, and I'm sure they haven't enough money to hire a planner to oppose us. So I just want to make this easier. Too much money. So does it make sense? I mean, I can understand the cost of consenting where some guy's trying to whack up a confidential thing to make a whole pile of money. But I'm trying to rescue the city here. And consenting, we all really want this to happen. We want to make it easy for you.
So I think, Mr. Chairman and Your Worship, in these projects we still have the benefits of being able to do an accelerated consent process through the Severe Weather and Emergency Response Act, as we did at Māngere. So that process is different, and it's as you would do for a public works type project, but even allows an accelerated program given some of the risks.
When I look at the list of things that have gone into the fast tracking, there's a fair few of those that you'd wonder about. I can't imagine why the fast tracking people wouldn't want to fast track fixing a whole lot of flooding areas. So I want you to take every clever think you can to get the costs down and get more done. And I'm going to keep the pressure on Mace so that you get more left over out of the money that he's blown on those bloody houses as well. So we as a group here, I think, need to help as much as possible. This is one of the good things we're doing. So I might be asking grumpy questions, but I am actually supportive of this. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Lovely. Shane?
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the resolution, item D, just bringing it up, could we grab that one up on the screen? Is that all right? It might just help the question. But I suppose the question, and it's following on from Henderson Massey's presentation earlier, I'm just wondering if D is actually necessary, because we, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I was advised earlier that you're working with the local board and it's premature to say, look, actually, we are going to be reprioritising things, So I wonder if we need to pass that, because you've still got to talk to the local board first, right? Or have I got that wrong?
Oh, we're working with the local board. They're part of the project team, so nothing happens that the local board's not fully over. The only question would be at what stage do we need to make that decision around the deferral of other projects. If that could occur next financial year, for example, when we've done a bit more design work and got a bit better handle on the outturn cost of the project, it may change the quantum of that ask to some extent. So look, we're talking to the local board at the moment around so we've got some projects happening within the area that have some quite long time frames attached to them. So a lot of it is also going to come down to phasing and timing of investment. I personally think that it'll be good to be able to put a more detailed plan for if we're talking about Henderson Massey and it refers to the Clover Drive initiative, we could actually put the total of that project on the table so we can have a proper conversation around relative benefits and trade-offs, etc. It's a little bit academic at the moment because the numbers, we're still working through the numbers, etc. And we're still at a fairly early stage of design. We're at a concept design phase at the moment, and obviously numbers change as you move into more detailed design. You get more confidence around the final costs, etc., which may impact on the quantum of the number that we're asking for in this bit of the program.
Okay, look, that's all extremely useful. I guess just getting to the nub of it, because I would suggest that actually D could be passed by the local board. It doesn't necessarily need to be passed by us, large components of it anyway. If I were to respectfully suggest to the meeting that we actually just delete D and we just let the local board handle that, would that make sense? It seems to be in line with the advice that we've been given. I just don't want to presuppose this until we've had those discussions that you've mentioned.
Look, I'd need to defer to the finance team around the specific details and the timing of when we would need to make that call.
So if we could delete it for now and then kick it to the local board, I don't want to pass it if we don't have to. That's what I'm saying. We have to, that's cool, but it seems like those discussions need to happen first. Would that work? I'm not sure where to direct the question, whether it's to the chair or to staff.
I mean, I'd go back to the conversation we had earlier about suddenly changing things and without having proper advice. And so interested in what, he talked about having discussion with the finance team was what I picked up in that, and not making a decision until we've had that decision. But Barry, have you got any comments on it?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I was just going to make it clear or clarify recommendation A there, which is this is an approval in principle. This is not the overall approval. So we then go into confidentiality, and that's where the numbers are, and we then look at it in detail there. So what we're seeking here is approval in principle, which allows us to then go into the confidential section.
So I'm sorry to take up the meeting with this. It's probably not important to the vast majority of people in the room. Could I just suggest will get changed to may? That covers my concerns fine. And D. Sorry to workshop. This is horrible use of time. I'm sorry about that. But if we change that word will in the last sentence to may, that really helps, I think. Yeah. Feel comfortable with that? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you to colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Thanks, Chair. So my questions, thank you for this, and I really appreciate how well laid out it is with the attachments. That's really helpful as well, the graphs and the maps and stuff. And I'll certainly be using those with my community, so thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, I get the bit about Cox's Creek and Epsom Meola being resolved, hopefully by the Category 3 property acquisitions, and that makes sense to me. I get faux shifting potentially to the minor stuff. What I want to just understand a little bit better is the Te Aonga Stage 2, and noting that Stage 1 is not a response to recovery, like that happened some years ago, and Tom led that project, which is fantastic. We potentially won't be confirming delivery of that we are doing delivery of that because it's currently unfunded until the LTP process in 26-27. Have I understood that correctly?
That's our first opportunity to get some more budget into the process to support the monies that we don't currently have. If you go right back to the initial genesis of the $458 million, and the fact that now that most of that money has gone into Cat 3, so we're down to 138, I think it was.
Right.
In order to deliver Te Aonga, Whangapuri, and Opanuku and Whau, the money has to come from somewhere, and so we would need to put forward a proposal, but the key element that we haven't really discussed at any great extent is what some of these additional land development opportunities might look like to create some new revenue streams to go a long way towards reducing the impact of these projects on ratepayers.
And so, because one of the things here is a timing issue, right? that we might need to spend money on, for example, the Te Aonga 2 project, and then that will allow us to say these bits of land we can sell for development back to the market, but we'll have already spent the money, if you see what I mean, to make them suitable for development. So some of it's going to be about, you know, we might get some money back, but we can't necessarily take that into account. Is that where
So
we're
we'll
going?
be doing enough work through our catchment management plans and our asset management plans to effectively scope up what's required to deliver these outcomes.
Okay.
And then they'll need to then feed into the mix with all the other council priorities and et cetera, But I want to do that in the full knowledge of, and the column that the mayor's referred to, and I absolutely agree with them, that we're missing at the moment is this new revenue column that I think has in some of these areas has a far greater presence than we've currently identified.
Okay.
And so but in order to get to that stage, we've got to do some more work. And so we will use the time between now and when we kick off the LTP, and I imagine, just going from memory, if we're having an LTP that goes live in July 2027, you'd normally start off your consultation about August or September 2026, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you've got that
feed into
timeline in the
process.
report.
So
Yeah.
we need to know enough at that stage in order to go out and consult with the community around, this is what it looks like, this is what we want to do, this is how much it would cost, this is when we think we can logically deliver that outcome.
Okay, so I'm questioning around Te Aonga Stage 2 because that's one I know about, but hopefully these are relevant for those other tranche 3s. So where we have set up already, I can't remember what title we gave them, but a community liaison group or whatever for some of these projects, are we sort of anticipating that they're sort of in abeyance for a little while? Are they going to have work that continues? I see on the timeline there is some work that continues, but there's also some gaps. So how's that going to be managed?
Thank you, Juliet. We're not dropping the pen on any of these. They're just going at a different pace. So as Craig was saying with Te Aonga Stage 2, we need to carry on with the concept, with the modelling, the feasibility, to have enough information to come forward. So on none of these, we're all working, but at different pace on tranche 2 and tranche 3.
That's really useful, Tom. Thank you. And finally, I guess just this is sort of probably more of an information. We actually historically have not been getting that we don't get invited to the local board briefing sessions that they get, and we have not been getting that information. Members, I asked reasonably recently, like in the last 2 weeks, can we start, I mean, we shouldn't attend them, those are spaces for local boards, that's fine. But quite often on the detail of these kinds of projects, they're getting information, you're telling us you've presented it to them, but we never saw it. And we just need to now be getting that information, potentially be able to watch the recording. And it's not unique to this tranche of work, this is just where it's become acutely obvious to me that I'm out of the loop. So can I just, I guess, clarify for you that some of the stuff you've shared with local boards about projects in particular ward areas, we haven't necessarily seen that. We will be in the future, because local board, governance directorate, whatever they're called now, have picked that up and will now be providing that information to us. But just so you're aware, if we seem to be asking repetitive questions you've already dealt with local boards, that might be part of the picture. Thank you, Chair. I'm leaving now, so you will have no more pesky questions from me, but really support this work. Thank you.
Lovely. Ken?
Sorry, just, and again, I know we're running short of time, but I'm just a little bit concerned. I didn't quite understand Councillor Henderson's reasoning, and I just want to make sure that may doesn't extrapolate this out compared to will, which is a kind of an affirmative word. Are the staff happy that it isn't affecting their impetus by changing that to may? You know, what are we trying? Were we worried about the local board budget or something when we?
Look, that won't change anything that happens in in the short time that we're talking about in relation to delivering the next stage of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, team. You'll be back, no doubt, shortly when we're in secrecy. Oh, yep, so we'll get there. Now, comments and debates. Shane, obviously you have something to say?
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair. I'm holding everybody up, but I'll be very quick because I just want to firstly acknowledge Te Kaurua Maki. Thanks for coming in and for all of your work on this. I've got a few thank yous and I hope that's okay. Look, I just want to acknowledge the West Aucklanders flooding team because we wouldn't have got to this point with Clover Drive and with the Ranui and Swanson catchment without their work. Ordinary residents that are trying to get their own lives back on track, that are also representing people in Ranui and in Swanson and in Massey that are less able to represent themselves and deal with council and governing and the government, and I think that's really beautiful. I think what they've done is an inspiration. I think it's an example of what I like to call, I suppose, West Auckland spirit, right? Where we take care of each other, we help each other, where we have the ability to help each other, we do that, and we organise to get what we deserve. I just want to acknowledge the Henderson Massey Local Board. They spoke extremely well today. And as I said earlier, you know, they've been on the ground meeting residents. They were out on the night. One of the local board members literally saved someone from floodwaters. That's amazing. And they've been, you know, huge credit to the community in this issue for many years since Gabriel now. You know, I want to thank them for that. Also, Ed, just acknowledging, you know, thanks for pointing out this wasn't even the first flood in the northwest. It feels like we've been dealing with this issue since long before Gabrielle, and people were really hit hard then. So this kind of initiative is extremely important, extremely useful for Clover Drive and for the wider catchment. You know, I just also the Mayor points out trying to get costs down. I hugely support that. Anything we can do in terms of cutting those backroom costs, those consenting costs, so that we can deliver more on the ground for the entirety of Auckland, because we've had so many communities affected. I think that's really important. So I just encourage staff to look at that. And just while I'm continuing to thank people, I do want to thank the staff who've done an exemplary job, both in dealing with the communities affected, and there's been high emotion, understandably, with these residents. In many cases, some of their staff are doing other jobs that are unrelated to resilience and doing those as well in a great way. So I just want to thank them for all they've done. I hope that these kind of results, when they go into place, that they can go past them and they can look at them and say, look, this is the sort of stuff that I worked on and I helped out with. That's really cool. You know, as mentioned earlier, I was at Clover Drive that night. I was directing traffic, met all those residents. I'm just so proud that we're delivering for them today. And lastly, I want to thank all of my colleagues. I want to thank you all for your support in this. It means a hell of a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Any other comments? None? All right. So we'll put this. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Okay, item 14, status update. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Second, Shane. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Item 15, summary of our memoranda, workshops and briefings. Someone like to move? Thank you, Morris. Second, Sharon. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. We have no items of extraordinary business. Someone like to move? We go into excluded. Thanks, Greg. Second, Angela. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Do we need to wait a few minutes? We just have to wait a few minutes. Yes. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. What a PM. To